went down to the river to watch them fish swim by. And when I got to the river, so lonesome I wanted to die. Oh Lord. And then I jumped in the river, but the doggone river was dry. Now she's along, ooh, on, and gone, ooh, on, and now, ooh, on, some blue. I had me a woman, she wouldn't be true. She made me for my money, man, she made me blue. A man needs a woman that he can lean on, but my leaning post is done, left and gone. Now she's along, ooh, on, and now, ooh, on, and now, ooh, on, some blue. I'm gonna find me a river, one that's cold as ice. And when I find me that river, Lord, I'm gonna pay the price. Oh Lord, I'm going down in it 3 times, but Lord, I'm only coming up twice. Now she's a la ooh, on, and now, ooh, on, and now, ooh, la ooh, on, some blues. She told me on a Sunday she was checking me out. Long about Monday she was nowhere about. And here it is a Tuesday, ain't I got no news. Well, I got them long, but not forgotten blues. Now she's a la ooh, on, and now, ooh, on, and now, ooh, la ooh, on, some blues. Now she's a la ooh, on, and now, ooh, on, and now, ooh, la ooh, on, some blues. Oh, that's tough. That's I haven't sang that in a while. I haven't sang that in years. So hopefully that came through across okay. I'm not sure about the sounds or anything. Long Gone Lonesome Blues, Hank Williams. It's a throwback to the 1950s, I think, or even before that. Greetings. How you doing? Thanks for tuning in. Whoever may be listening, or whoever will be listening, whatever. Long Gone Lonesome Blues takes it out of you. My voice is a bit hoarse after that, so definitely should do a bit of practice before I just break into it. Hope you enjoy that. If you might have heard it before, if not, just another blues number, 12-bar blues, can't beat it. Hank Williams himself, pretty famous in the 50s, 60s. And especially since he put out such good work at Jeff Buckley. Anyone familiar with Jeff Buckley? Jeff Buckley of his day, really put out some great work, and then suddenly just died tragically young. The story you're told is a big drinker, all this sort of stuff. You know, it's all a narrative. As I come to realize now, it's all a narrative, and these people just exit stage left. Think of any famous musician who's exited stage left in a plane crash, in a automobile accident. Now there are real deaths, but the vast majority of them are faked and stagecraft. So once you sort of come to realize that, sure, if there's a real death thrown in, I mean, you're not diminishing anyone's spirit, but you're kind of going to make the call, you know what I mean? And especially when you have clues like, well, I don't know, 27 people who die, the 27 Club, it's called. 27 Club is 999. 999 is 27, 9 plus 9 plus 9, and then just inverted. You get your 6, that's your 666, it's all about the 666. Yeah, sun is broken, sun has been repaired, so that's what I take it that means. Hank Williams, he wasn't even driving drunk, he was drunk, apparently chauffeur. driven car or whatever. He was driving home from a gig and just smashed straight into a tree. Now that I think about it, significant in itself, but 30 miles an hour, that'll do no damage. I'm pretty sure that was the story. Actually, just let me get that up. Let me get that up while I'm talking about that, because yeah, Hank Williams was a big name in his day, and sort of set the scenes for a lot of what was to come, really, in a sense. I'll just get the Wikipedia up on him, just to make sure I'm not mistaken about his death. But the way I understand it anyway, yeah, riddled with anomalies, so that's your immediate red flag. But yeah, 30 miles an hour crashing into a tree. He, a back passenger, it's not going to happen, is it? So I think he's put in place. Then he's taken off exit stage left, off the scene, and does whatever he does. For I'll give you an instance. Patsy Cline, for instance, again comes on the scene, leaves a lasting impression. People are still playing Patsy Cline. Crazy, I'm crazy for feeling so lonely. I'm crazy, crazy for feeling so blue. Anyway, yeah, then she dies in a plane crash. But why I mentioned her, Lee Harvey Oswald's wife. Great similarities to Patsy Cline. So you know what I mean. This is the idea. The exit stage left in one sort of setting, and then they sort of reappear in a different setting, and you wouldn't dream of associating one with the other. Even if you saw a resemblance, you go, there's a passing resemblance, because we're swallowing both official stories. And everything about Lee Harvey Oswald, everything about fucking everything is steeped in literary license, if you will. It's a script, you know. It's just been narrated to us or delivered to us in script narrative form. So if we accept this narrative without question, and then another narrative is sort of related to that, and we accept that without question, well, even if there's a common ground between the two of them in terms of actors used or, you know, whatever, you won't associate it, because you're giving credence, you're giving reality to these unrealities. There's only one reality. Think about it. We've got to break everything down to a really simple level. Just this is what it's all about. We've got to become children in a real sense. We won't lose any of our discernment, right? But what we will lose is our how would you put it? Skepticism. Child isn't skeptic. Child is all-knowing, especially the younger. And you know, I'm speaking in one particular sense here. So we got to bring everything back to basics and B2S1, as I say to myself, back to square one. It's not a bad thing, you know. It's just a different thing, and we have to sort of once we begin again, there is no fixed route set for us. You can go up the snakes and down the ladders. You know, you can go sideways. This is your game. This is your rules in a sense. But if you're going to enter into a game and you don't know the fucking rules, then you'll be flailing around, and you'll always end up pretty much the same spot. No matter if you meet a snake or a ladder, you're going down, you know. So this is the idea. So once we can sort of revert back to that everything is possible format in terms of thinking, without losing our discernment, and without losing whatever wisdom we've garnered up to this point, then a lot of things will open up to us. And I think, you know, just like that story, and I'll check this now just to make sure I'm right, but just like that story is full of holes, it's written but full of holes intentionally, just like 9/11 is written full of holes, 9/7, the NASA exploits or exploitations, you name it. Everything is, the way I see it now, everything is written full of holes. So if you're aware enough, interesting comment as well, sorry, if you're aware enough, just thought back to an Oliver Stone comment based on the movie JFK, when he was doing an interview in a university library or university concert hall or something, just about the movie JFK, and he was talking about, if you're alert, consciousness comes. So in other words, if you're aware, the truth will come to you, because these things are placed within the narrative in order for you to spot them. You know, so no longer are we sort of blindly accepting truth as is fed to us. We are carving out truth ourselves in the path we decide to go forward with. And I mean that most especially in our thinking. You know, a lot of these conspiracy topics that we talk about, that we could talk about, are non-interactive in the sense that the narrative is written, so the evidence is just there to be sieved through and decoded in a big sense. So I think we're and especially now, Jesus, especially now, we need to do this now. You know, we need to insist on this sort of approach and way forward for ourselves, especially now when everything is so confusing. You know, with flat Earth, everything within flat Earth has never been at a more confusing point, I think, and I imagine I'm extending it. We'll just say, well, I'm not going to say that I'm separate from that, but not particularly for me, because what I see now is, you know, I've seen it. I've seen it, and I could predict that it's sort of going this way. Now, what this way is, well, that's up for you to define that. I won't speak too long about Jamie Brown's channel the other day and what happened there, and Jamie was seemingly blind or oblivious to it. But I will speak a little bit about it after I finish up with this Hank Williams. Yeah. So yeah, just briefly, Hank Williams, 1923 to 1953. So he's 30 years of age when he died. 29 even, actually. Oh no, hang on, 30. September 2017, 1923 to January 1st, 1953. 30 years of age. He was an American singer-songwriter and musician, regarded as one of the most influential. Just want to get down to his death. But yeah, you can be sure that this is just a narrative. This is a story written for the man who was commandeered either at an early age or else was set up for the part. You know, let me just go. The only reason I wanted to look up this is because his death circumstance. So let's just. So his death. Williams was scheduled to perform. Blah blah blah. Yeah, tickets, advanced tickets sold out. Our sales totaled $3,500. I guess back in the 1950s, that was some amount of money. Okay, right. So that day, because of an ice storm in the Nashville area, Williams could not fly. So he hired a college student to drive him to the concert. Car called. Oh, so this guy's. I just want to get to the. Okay, so here we go. They arrived at Andrew Johnson Hotel in Knoxville, where Carr requested a doctor for Hank Williams as he was feeling the combination of the chloral hydrate and alcohol he had drunk on the way from Montgomery. The doctor injected William with 2 shots of vitamin B12 that also contained a quarter grain of morphine. Okay, I didn't know any of this now. I just want to get to the... Okay, but actually, I'm just going to read this now. At around midnight, okay, hang on. Carr and Williams checked out of the hotel. The porters had to carry Williams to the car as he was coughing and hiccuping. Okay, okay, this is sounding a bit strange to begin with. At around midnight on Thursday, January the 1st, okay, so New Year's Day in 1953, when they crossed the Tennessee state line and arrived in Bristol, Virginia, Carr stopped at a small all-night restaurant and asked Williams if he wanted to eat. Williams said he did not, and those are believed to be his last words. Okay. Carr later drove on until he stopped for fuel, where he realized that Williams was dead. Okay. Okay, I heard a different story then. Shit, it just shows you, doesn't it? So nothing to do with a car crash whatsoever. Funny enough, the guy's name is Carr, but maybe that's where the confusion is. I heard the story when I was younger, and it was confused in the telling or else in the hearing. So anyway, doctor whatever performed the autopsy, and he found hemorrhages in the heart and neck, and pronounced the cause of death as insufficiency of the right ventricle of the heart. That sounds very strange, doesn't it, now immediately? That evening, when the announcer at Canton announced Williams's death to the gathered crowd, they started laughing, thinking it was just another excuse. Okay, so he had trouble with... Sorry, I'm just reading as well. So after Hawkshaw Hawkins and the performer started singing "I Saw the Light" as a tribute to Williams, the crowd, now realizing that he was indeed dead, sang along. This is very... Okay, so the doctor, Mal Innan, also wrote that Williams had been severely beaten and kicked in the groin recently. And local magistrate Virgil F. Lines, ordered an inquest into Williams' death concerning the welt that was visible on his head. Okay. I'm going to have to read this later on, actually, now. I'm going to have to read this. Anyone in the chat aware of Hank Williams? How does that sound to you? That sounds very dodgy, doesn't it? Sounds a little bit dodgy. So in my own brain now, this is what they always do, you know. So let's say the actor is just been taken off stage and put into, well, for whatever reason, whether it to be put into a different role. Different role in a different psyop, if you will. All this music is the business of psyop, especially the well-funded stuff. Sun Records comes to mind, doesn't it, as a big prominent player back then. It's all about the sun. I'm telling you, that's their main code. It's all about the sun. If you know about the sun, what the sun is, then you know it's the most important thing. And again, maybe that's what everyone is working towards. I'll talk about the hidden hand a bit later on, but I wonder, it's so aimless, life filled with sin. I wouldn't let my dear Savior in. And Jesus came like a stranger in the night. Praise the Lord, I saw the light. I saw the light, I saw the light. No more darkness, no more night. I'm so happy, no sorrow inside. Praise the Lord, I saw the light. That's another Hank Williams song. Again, I'll just play that there as I was. That's what they sang. So the announcer came out and said, "Well, Hank Williams is dead. Way, go Hank!" And then the band broke into "I Saw the Light," and that's it. I'd have to definitely read a bit more. It wouldn't be very strange to go ahead with the gig in the first place. So not to dwell on this, but it is important. As I said, Patsy Cline, suspected of being Marina Oswald, Lee Harvey Oswald's wife now. If you're sufficiently, well, you should be at this stage, man. JFK, another staged affair. JFK, an actor, it's all stagecraft. So everything associated with the story is an act, you know, and that includes all the conspiracies. They have layered the conspiracies into the scripted work, but they've also given you loads of threads to enter, to pull on. You know, just look at the official verdict alone regarding the death of JFK, the magic bullet. I'm not sure it's official. None of this is official. When they talk about Jim Garrison, another good point. Jim Garrison is the hero now. He stood up and he saw the corruption there, but against all the odds, he fought and he lost. But at least he brought the story and the conspiracy to light. No, he's an actor, man. He's an actor as well, and his name popped up as well somewhere recently. They're all interconnected, you know. But yeah, it's a script fetish, and within the very narrative itself, loaded and laced with conspiracies. From the grassy knoll to the Jewish connection, the mafia connection. Harold, that's a good connection. Harold, I haven't looked into this in ages. If I spoke to you maybe 5 or 6 years ago, same time I was looking into JFK or 9/11, and realizing it was all connected. But if you spoke to me 5 or 6 years ago, I could give you loads of absolutely interesting facts and not figures. Again, it's all scripted, and you're being set and led at every step of the way. Once you get beyond a certain point, and once you get to the end of the first layer, you know, let's say the first layer of JFK conspiracy was, we've all seen the movie as well, so you can see there's many layers of conspiracy. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, that the first layer was the mafia angle, you know. So once you get to the end of the mafia angle, then, you know, along the way, you're sort of introduced to all of these other possible areas for further investigation. But once you satisfy yourself within the initial reckoning that the mafia have definitely, according to all of the evidence, definitely a part to play. But there's another interesting line of inquiry over here. This has been laid out for you, you know, and you end up going through the whole gauntlet. And even to this day, Jim Fetzer made a career, Captain Jim Fetzer nonetheless, made a career out of it, you know, and amongst other things. And he's very silent on fakery, though. When you mentioned to him, Jim, it's been solved. It's been solved, man. It's fake to fair. It's you know, it's sort of small. It's loose change, if you will. Like I was saying, what a brilliant name. You know, so why do you call it loose change? Now I fucking know why it's loose change. You know, the 9/11 documentary, which sort of shook a lot of people into the conspiracy world, if you will. Now I know it's called loose change, because 9/11 is just, it's, again, if you have a pocket full of cash, 9/11 is just loose change. There's bigger fish you move on to, you know, bigger things to be concerned yourself with. So that's where the narrative remains fixed, and you know, it doesn't change too much. And why would you change it? You know, there has to be. I always knew there was an end date, so there had to be an end date for everything to sort of make sense and to aim towards. And well, as of now, I'm sticking to the end date being 420 years from 1598, when the dodo was discovered. Brings us to 420, and it's cannabis is everywhere now. It's everywhere. I mean, talk of it, like, you know, if the people in the street aren't talking about it. And here's the thing as well, everyone has fucking cancer as well. Everyone has cancer. Anyone who has cancer out there, I mean this genuinely, of course, do your own research. Give up everything, and no matter what type of cancer it is, give up everything you're doing. Everything, absolutely everything you're doing, and go on a raw food diet. So for 1 month, that's it, 1 month. So get yourself the best of green vegetables, the best of fruits, etc. Pick wisely. You know, kiwi fruits, excellent. Likes of any of the green broccoli, excellent. You know, throw them all into your blender. What you'll get is a big tub of the mix of everything, and throw them all into your blender. And have it last whenever you feel like it. You know, it'll fill your belly after the course of a month. I imagine after about a week. And you know that this is like a life and death thing as well. So you know, it'll be a lot easier to stick to it. After a month, you'll be fine. This is how easy it is sometimes, you know. But again, we have to, don't take my word for that. I'm absolutely certain that that is the case. And combine that with your urine. Can you imagine if there was goodness in, you know, in your urine? Can you imagine the beautiful quality of your urine after a month of that? You know, on a daily, continuous basis. You know, you're putting in the best of stuff. You're getting rid of the best of stuff. Well, waste you might call it, but it's not waste. But can you imagine the quality of that? You know, so yeah, we're being set and led by the nose at every hand's turn, and we have to. But see, the thing is, once you see through it, then the spell is broken. It's like the subliminals they put out at you. Once you see through them, they have no power. The power in subliminals is that, so you might be sleeping in your bed one night, and next minute, this picture of a devil and fire comes straight to your brain, right? And you go, what the fuck? What the fuck? It scared the shit out of you, you know. Whereas if you were looking at 9/11, this is where, let's say, it came from the smoke in 9/11. Go type into YouTube devil face in the fire and on 9/11. You'll see it. So how is this? You ask yourself, how is this possible? Is this like just some fucking weird satanic intrusion, you know, into our reality, and is affecting things in this manner, or is there something else going on? You all have the first one the first time, but then you realize there's something else going on. It's a subliminal planted into the construction of the images, which they were. When you know those images that you saw, everything you saw on 9/11, from after the second plane struck to after the second building fell, you could have watched that. If you had access to that tape, you could have watched that. I'm thinking a year before, definitely months before. This is all well prepared, so everything was gone over meticulously. So that's just, for me, it's a fact. It's a reality. and I have different information that came together for me to get there, but I've settled on that years ago. So the point is that these narratives are fed to you, and you're following the clues every step of the way, but just be careful where the clues lead you. It was interesting just thinking about it again. Clue, CLEW. I got this from journalism, just whether he's right or wrong, but I take it he's right. But it's like a labyrinth, and you're at the center, or you're going from the center to the outside or whatever. You're at the center and you follow the string. It's literally a piece of string or a piece of guide wire or whatever that leads you from this core of a labyrinth to freedom, I guess, or to an exit. The only problem is if the exit is over a cliff, well, that's not good, is that? The reason I mentioned that, I was thinking the Shining and the maze features prominently within the Shining. If you pay close attention, at an earlier point, you have a look at the maze and you see all the different pathways towards the center. Just a little plot, not a little plot, a little plan of it, a little mock-up in a hotel lobby or whatever. But when you take a look later on, the pattern has changed. So the clue, CLEW, that you would have used to escape the first maze would be no good to you in the second maze. So again, we can follow the clues all we like, but we have to be careful who's feeding us the clues. Do they seem to be leading us somewhere? And of course, this is now after the fact. I went through all of this. Of course we do. We're entered into a new and a strange land. We don't know which way to go from Adam, so we just follow the threads that are laid for us. What else would we do? We wouldn't know where to aim for. We would be, I wandered so aimless. So yeah, all connected. And just on that connection to JFK, and I wanted to mention about JFK as well, because that's interconnected with 9/11. But it's also, if you think about it, a conspiracy that was laid bare, laid open, mainstream in the movies. We had the movie JFK, pushed into everyone's faces, and a dog with a mallet up his arse could see that there's conspiracy there. Of course there is. The implications of viewing the movie, well, they're pretty profound in a sense. You can't deny the trail of evidence, and it's only when you look into it more then that you find that it has more validity. And that's Jim Fetzerland. He's still there now. He's still writing books about taking every little niggly bit apart. Well, he'll question the validity to some of the information, like the photographs of excuse me, of Lee Harvey Oswald with the gun and the shadows being wrong, as if it's some sort of mistake, like as if the best in fucking fabrication technique, fabricators with their fabrication techniques wouldn't get absolutely everything spot on. No, so there's something else going on. So Jim will point out this sort of fakery, but when it comes to the movie, again, just like 9/11, he says there's no planes on 9/11, but yet he's in the Judy Wood camp. So Jim, that's an impossible position, because you're discarding the video evidence from a major aspect of the conspiracy itself, which is the plane and plane crashes. But you're hanging on to, so therefore, if the plane crashes are fabricated, then all video showing the plane crashes are fabricated also. So that's a logical baby step. It's not a giant leap or anything like that. So when you take that then into examining the footage or the images released to us of the collapse, which already have your bells ringing because it looks so cartoonish and it looks so unreal. No, you don't apply those criteria at all. You examine it as if it's absolutely so, and everything's above board. This is a fundamental and a fatal flaw, and I think you know it as well. And I think, again, if you're playing a role, you are letting people know that this is my gate. I can't go beyond that. So that's fair enough, But the point is that they're letting you know, and if you're alert enough, consciousness will come. And Oliver Stone, when he said that, if you're alert enough, consciousness will come, he was promoting, I think it was the JFK movie, or he was talking about his JFK movie, again in front of it's on YouTube as well, in front of an auditorium of students or whatever. And yeah, he said, if you're alert enough, consciousness will come. And I think that's true. And you'll never guess the date. Yeah, you guessed it, 9/11/01. Ask yourself where James Cameron was 9/11/01. Ask yourself where Stanley Kubrick was on 9/11/01 or 11/9/01, as we'd say over here this side of the water. 11/9 and the Beatles connection, amazing Beatles connection to 11/9 and September 11th in general. So again, I have all that, not that I have all that stuff in my head, I've forgotten a lot of it, but I do remember the main connection. So that's what has allowed me to move on to make these further connections, which won't be for everybody. The connections I make, they'll be for very few people actually. But let me tell you now, the dodo is of extreme significance. Yeah, that's the truth of it. I was wondering before. I mean, was it just a marker, or and it is in a sense as well, just to get us thinking in terms of the Gleason's map, where pretty dodo-esque if you think about it. But does that lead you then to the French cockerel, and then to flat Earth, so you can discard the dodo, or else is it more once you get to the Gleason's map and the flat Earth and the French cockerel, maybe are you led on to the dodo then taking it from there? Well, I think it's the latter. I'm absolutely sure it's the latter actually at this stage. So yeah, it's lots more interesting stuff regarding the dodo and certain things of ultimate significance. So that's a bit time not wasted on Hank Williams. Yeah, let me say this, put this idea out to people. So just a way you don't think it's absolutely stupid. That's what I'm talking about, all of these so-called celebrities or musicians that have early deaths. You'll find ridiculous stories, just, only too keen as well to lead you into conspiracy land, you won't find a finding. You'll find a death by misadventure or something like that. But they will have told you in the narrative about all these bruises and different possible encounters, that you can follow yourself. But they won't have had that included in the cause of death or any great conclusion to any supposed court case that was had or whatever. So yeah, that's the point. They go on and take different roles. So just as I said, Patsy Cline and Marina Oswald are remarkably similar. For me, you have to think about it as well in Hollywood terms. And I know it sounds strange, so just to preamble it, 2012, I knew George W. Bush Jr. played the role of Charles Manson. Okay. Once you look into it, it's not hard to see. First of all, very few pictures of George W. Bush when he's younger, but the few that are there are pretty telling. When you combine them and you use a little bit of imagination, you see a remarkable resemblance. But on top of that, then you go and you look at different interviews given by Charles Manson. Of course, it's Charles Manson. I made that connection last time. Moon landings. Oh, another great connection as well. That came my way. Moon landings. Oh, you're right. Okay. Oh, okay. So from the first flight in 1903 to the man landed on the moon, 66 years, right? Of course, man didn't land anywhere near the moon. You can't land on the moon. If you aim for the moon, you'd get pretty. If you could go. Let's say you could in theory travel endlessly. If you aim for the moon and took off, very quick, smart, thinking maybe, 100, definitely 100, 111. I'm just going to stick to 111 kilometers. That even sounds a lot these days, though, to me. It could even be so much closer than that. But let's just say 100 kilometers, right? 100 kilometers, you're getting wet. 100 kilometers is going to be a big splash, and you might hit the moon spot on, bullseye. From our position here on Earth, I don't think it'd be the same thing as you're 50 or 60 miles up. Because of lights and light reflections, it's all about the observer, right? This is the fundamental thing that we're missing. You don't need to invoke anything beyond 3D, in a sense, to explain what the sun is doing. When you hear about different dimensions or 4D maps, I'm sorry, Billy, I don't think you need to invoke these sort of things. And I'm not sorry for saying that. I don't think you do. that's not to say that we're not in a just fantastical realm anyway. The sun's energies themselves are just whatever, you know, so far in advance. They're magic in a sense, you know. Everything is sort of magic in a real sense. Nothing is real, you know, because we have to define what reality is. But not to get waylaid too much. Yeah, when you go to George, yeah, when you go and look at the interviews then between Charles Manson, oh yeah, Charles Manson, in prison, talking very intelligently, you know, very coherently when he wants to, and rambling when he wants to as well. So it's a good actor. Then certain things just give the game away, you know. And so I knew that since 2012. Only recently, someone did one of those facial comparison computer program matches, or, you know, possible match tests, and it came back as 94%. Now, if I put a picture of me in this shirt here now, and a picture of me in a different shirt a few days ago, slightly short, different beard length, slightly different look to me, you might get 90%. So that's how certain that is, you know what I mean? So when I'm going to mention this, you know, I hope you won't think it as ridiculous as it sounds anyway, because my eye definitely tells me that a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of Hollywood sort of mild effects, you get a completely different person. You know, remember, for the most part, we're just looking at all of these people in image form. They're this big on our screen, you know, or whatever. We can't get a full grasp of things, so it's easy to fool the eye. Yeah, Lee Harvey Oswald, Ron Paul playing the early role. Again, I looked into it. It's very scant. You know, he was a doctor in and around Lee Harvey Oswald time, but not much said about him. You know what I mean? Of course, we know what you should know what Ron Paul is now. They're all actors. In a big sense, they just cater for one section of the crowd. He's a Freemason. Well, he says he's not a Freemason, but his wife is with the Golden Dawn, and all these family are members of these societies. So yeah, he's, you know, you can say what you like, but if you're playing a role, yeah, I mean, the actor can lie, can't they, in a movie? Just because, let's think of an actor who's lied in a movie or who shot someone in a movie. Well, that doesn't mean you're guilty of anything, isn't it? You're playing a role. So, yeah, that's what I see. Ron Paul playing the role of Lee Harvey Oswald. And again, just a conspiracy, heavy conspiracy talk about two Lee Harvey Oswalds. I'm sure there are. Anything you can think of is dealt with and sorted out. What you have to come away with is realizing JFK is just a bit player in a greater unraveling. The death of the king, he's associated with King Arthur. King Arthur's associated with the North Center. Again, everything's about the North Center. I'm going to talk about this in a bit as well. So yeah, just as I was on the topic, everything's about the sun. And for me, the restructuring, the rebuilding of a state of affairs as it was of old. And when I say of old as well, this is only a few short 100 years ago. This is everything I'm saying is where I'm settled now. You know, I'm not going to say temporary, semi-permanently at this stage. You know, any information I come by is just supportive. So yeah. When I say everything, we're trying to get back to a state of affairs that persisted only a short few hundred years ago. Yeah, our whole fabricated history is exactly that, and it has been fabricated in this time. Before that, a completely different history is there, and it's well known and well documented as well. We've been given clues, I'm sure, here, there, and everywhere. But the actual truth of the matter is, I guess we're going to become aware of that, if we're not already aware of it. Kind of subliminally, subconsciously. That's I just to finish a couple of points, and then I'll go into chat and just say hello. Yeah, devil in the fire, devil in the flames, 9/11. Well, this is where the subliminals come in. You're taking what you're seeing as real, right? And you're sure that's horrific enough, but you deal with it. You know, it's an accident somewhere else. It's somebody else's problem in a sense. You know, you see the after effects. You see the armies moving in. But you get on with your daily life, you know. But it's when you're lying in bed and this fucking devil out of the flames comes from nowhere. You go, what the fuck? You know, that's what it scares the fuck out of you. But if you understand, if you see, if you spot it, so you won't be able to make the connection about where it came from, you know, and that's even more scary. Then are you under attack? What's going on here? You know, but when you see through it, then it loses all its power. And now you understand, well, that image that implanted itself in my brain, that came from that fake imagery of 9/11. Shit, you know. It's like a horror movie, especially, well, as children are susceptible to getting the frights from horror movies. But as you grow older, well, you realize, yeah, it's all a fabrication. So it loses its power, even though we know that some of the more horror, they're not literally horror. They're not all blood and guts and gruesomeness, but it's the psychological horrors that will tend to stick with adults more so than you know, any traditional horrors, because we understand we've unsuspended our disbelief. In other words, yeah, that's the truth of the matter. So we're aware of it, and it's to the fore. But again, it's only when you don't make these connections, it can scare the living shit out of you and throw you off kilter. It's only a minor thing in a big sense. But it's if you're not aware of the cause, then it can become a major thing and a cumulative thing as well. When you're bombarded at every level by this sort of we're going to say attack. Yeah, it is an attack, isn't it? It's an attack on your peace. For what reasons? Well, that's another thing, isn't it? I think all this stuff is loose change to us. It's easy peasy to understand, to get a grasp, because we're greater creatures, we're greater beings, you know. We're living in a sort of divided, forgetful state, dismembered state. So yeah, we have to be prepared for things some way. So this is what we're going through now, just waking up to life, waking up to reality. Yeah. So that was just a comment on subliminals. And again, I pointed out the Sex and the Clouds subliminal in the 1972 blue marble image that was presented to us as our home planet. So again, we're throwing in, this is what you're going to think, man, that's my house. So imagine seeing that for the first time and just spin of, most people would go, oh, nice, yeah, go on. That's the people, who, if they found out the flat earth, if there was banners everywhere, they found out the flat earth, they wouldn't give a shit because they didn't give care before. Oh, the earth is the earth really flat? Oh, okay. Because if you ask them now, well, what's outside? They don't know. How far is the moon? I don't know. How far is the sun according? I don't know. You know what I mean? There's no interest there. So, yeah. But other types, what you immediately jump to is when you see this, that's home, is that? That's home. So if I have to zoom out, again, another reference to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the total perspective vortex, where Zaphod Beeblebrox is going into this total perspective vortex, which shatters the mind. If anyone else who has ever visited or who's ever been punished by being sent there, it's a death sentence. And pretty much what it does, it gives you an accurate perspective of you as a being against the backdrop of the universe in terms of its size. So. It's enough to shatter anyone's mind. So Zaphod goes in there, and he emerges perfect. You know, he emerges perfect, and it just confounded the executioner, if you will, because no one can survive the total perspective vortex. You know, imagine yourself aware of your size, zooming out light years, and just comparing, having in your brain all the time your significance relative to this huge expanse. You know, that's enough to shatter anyone's mind. But again, if you're familiar with the story, the whole scenario that Zaphod had entered into was a fabrication in the first place. So he was literally the master of his own universe, because that's the way it was written into the software. So yeah, again, in a greater sense, this stuff is breadcrumbs to us. It's easy, you know, but we're just caught in a dismembered state, which we're sort of being put back together, I guess. So once you can see these subliminals, but yeah, that's my point. The blue marble picture, when that was shown to people, anyone reasonable person of a reasonable curious mind, and even the people who pretend not to, or who don't on the surface of it care, these things must still concern them. You're going to zoom out, and then you're going to sort of zoom in, and you say, well, there I am now in relation to all of this. You know, how tiny am I? It's sort of like your own entry into the total perspective vortex, and that would scare the shit out of anyone. Of course it would. Then subliminally, so that's liminally as well. So I guess, you know, if it's not subliminally, so that's on the surface, you know, that's a direct sort of challenge to you, if you will. Picture yourself now in relation to this. And then subliminally is sex. Then they had sex backward. I had to turn inverse the picture and flip it. And there you had sex, clear as day, printed into the clouds. So what they do then, yeah, double whammy. They catch you in this fearful state, terrified state, and then they implant that sex, that core desire, core urge, that core instinct to sort of as a coping mechanism, you know. So that we can't fall for that. Again, men out there, we need to hang on to our vital bodily fluids. Women, don't know what the story is at women, man. I think they're probably more complete in a way, you know what I mean? But we're all equal, you know. We're all divided. We're all one in one. Yeah. Again, just to say it again, someone said, I can prove to you that maths don't work. I said, I know he was going to do. He said, well, 1 and 1 equals 3. I said, how so? He said, well, one man, one woman gives you 3. I say, not so for me. I said, man is a half, woman is a half. When you add a half and a half, you get 1. So the baby, the miracle that's produced is whole, is unity itself, and it becomes divided then. Because the nature of the realm we're in, and the nature of the choice we took, I think, you know. So, yeah, all this stuff is easy peasy to us, and yeah, once we're aware of it, then we can control it in a big sense. It certainly loses its fear, and those subliminals. If you're going to say, well, I know this is from NASA now, there's going to be sexual subliminals, and if you look, you'll find them everywhere. But you know, then it'll just, you know, no bother to you. It won't affect you. It'll still be the fear, of course. Like, you know, if I zoomed up now and got a sense of perspective about myself, pretty scary. But I guess you can deal with it now. You know, we're all as big as we're small. And again, it's reality. It's a real observation you were making for yourself. You're not being told what's what. I'd have to laugh at in terms of orbital mechanics. We don't know what it looks like to see in any body above us, any floating body of mass. We don't know what it's like. So orbital mechanics matters. You know, it's all fantastical. Theoretical physics in that domain, and probably lots of other domains as well, all fantastical, because it's not real. It's not a reality. And that's not to say that you won't garner truth from it, because the lies, the deceptions are built on truth. And again, generally, in all things important, apply. I think it's part of the game rules. And again, I think it is a greater game. You can look upon actors. Let's say people you know for actors, people who are playing, you know for certain are playing their deception, and in flat art especially. You can look upon them as being bitter enemies, in one sense. You can look upon them with hate, or you can look upon them in terms of enemy combatants. They're fighting for a side, or else you can they're fighting for a dastardly side, yeah, in other words. Or else you can, and that's even up to some of the big people, Patricia Steere, Mark Sargent, they're all actors, David Weiss, all actors. Isa was on today. I say, if you're listening, man, you're going to have more problems. You are, and I know it's not, you know, you're playing a different part, but you should expect more problems anyway. You can't, even though you might think that there's a better conversation. Sure, there is amongst them. You have to still draw the line and understand that, listen, you're at this side and they're at that side, and what exactly is their role here? I think you think along similar lines to me. I say, or you know better actually, but yeah, I say reserve judgment. And on the man or woman, we have to call out the actors when we see them, because if you're not an actor, then that's part of the game rules again. So yeah. Okay, so just before I finish, just something that occurred again. 66 years from when man, again, just according to the narrative, first took to the air with the Orville and Wilbur Wright. Brr. I don't know where that comes from. 66 years till man landed on the moon. Right, again, it's all about the sun. 6 is about the sun. 6, it looks like a capital G, right? And then think about the movement you have to make to construct a capital G. Well, it's one sweeping movement, one vertical movement, one horizontal movement. This all relates to the movements of the sun. G represents the 6, yeah. And also G is a late addition to the alphabet as the story goes. Very interesting, a few interesting facts a bit later on as well. But yeah, that's the story goes. So that's been told to us purposefully. And always comes back to the sun. Pretty much everything is coming back to the sun. So 66 years. Then we have 1969, July 20th, right? So that's about the moon. The Manson murders, 21 days later, the 9th/10th of August. Make sure it was the 9th/10th of August. And 1969, man's sun. So there you have the sun, right? And then 7 days later, or 6 days, again, 6 days. So here's your final 6 then to fill in, I'm thinking the 66 years. So you have 66 years between the Wilbur and Orville Wright flight to the moon landings. So that's 66. You're sort of short of 6. Somebody me hanging, you know. And then so 21 days from the moon landings to the man's sun murders. So there you have your man's sun, moon. That's 21 days, which is 777. 777 is G in the alphabet, and just after saying G it looks like a 6, and it slotted in. FFF is 666 as well, as you can see by the French Football Federation's logo. So yeah, there's many different ways of saying the same thing, and this is the idea, you know. Yeah, so 6 days later then from the man's sun murders, if you will, yeah, then you have another event, and that's your 6. Then that will go back to the 66 and give you 666. But Woodstock. What I've been saying about Jesus being a carpenter. Jesus is the sun. Carpenter fashions destroyed wood, I suppose, you know. Well, the sun is the same. The sun is the destroyed tree. We have the sun tree, and the energies are still transmitting. But the distribution system, the tree itself, has been, crystalline tree, has been destroyed, and the energies are just projecting. Without that distribution system, and that's what we get then as our sun. Yeah, so that's Woodstock. So again, all connecting with the sun, in my eyes anyway. You probably, anyone listening might disagree with me on pretty much everything or a lot of things, but there is a direct thread between all of these things, and I'm pretty satisfied that none of these things are just arbitrary or wild connections. Excuse me. Look, Chris, no drink tonight. No, this isn't even canned coffee. Canned coffee. Just what the doctor didn't order. But that's not a canned coffee. Still, just what the doctor didn't order if it was a canned coffee. Yeah, so finish up there. Interesting, isn't it? It's all about numbers. Again, all about 66, 13, 33. And everything connects and could be broken down or applied to that. But the biggest one then is 42 for me, 42, the life, answer to life, the universe, and everything. But as opposed to the usual rules, gematria, where you take away any zeros, now we add a 0 and you get 420. 6 7s are 42, you know. 760s are 420. All these different combinations. So 420 is the ultimate, I think. 420 is the ultimate answer to life, the universe, and everything. I think we're finding some answers ourselves now to the universe, that it doesn't exist in one sense, you know, beyond the waters beyond. I think a lot of us can accept that, or can at least go there. So little can be proven outright. But you know, we're in a different realm now. I'm not talking to any bowler antagonists. Just before I go to chat, I know that I removed all the anyone banned, because I didn't ban anyone. I don't use the wrench in general. But the same usual rules apply. Not rules, the usual conditions apply. If you're relatively respectful, that's cool. You can stay. But just the second you cross the line, I mean, I definitely have no problem asking you to leave, or forcing you to leave in a sense, in whatever limited sense there, because we know the game, But again, just to reiterate, anyone who does have a wrench, I'll ask you to just keep to an absolute minimum use, please, because this is just everything is mixed up now. We can't tell. Against Flat Earth is so full of actors on all fronts. We know blatantly the Boulder antagonist actors. If you don't know them by now, I mean, what are you going to do? The more subtle thing is the Flat Earth actors, and there's fucking a whole hell of a lot of them as well. Again, not to say that it's a bad thing. Reserve judgment, and again, maybe look at it. And is a greater game going on? Are these people playing a role in terms of this greater game? What is the greater game? All these different things that you might consider. One thing's for sure: people won't move off their spot. Flat Earthers will not talk about, if you find it yourself, if they're talking about the same things and something interesting comes along that you'd imagine that they should have been on the back of straight away, but they don't mysteriously, then, you can sort of start to call people out to yourself anyway at this stage with these sort of things. So yeah, all the top Flat Earthers are actors. Does that shatter anyone's illusion? Well, too bad. Too bad. If it's true, it's true. And again, I'm going to talk about Mark Sargent. I'm going to go through slowly the connection, the definite, absolute connection along the lines I'm talking about. And it's not going to be for everyone. Again, it's not going to be for everyone. Yeah, before we go into chat, I'll go into chat while I'm doing it. But let me talk about, I mean, what if none of this has been broadcast? Now that's even, again, fine. It doesn't matter, but obviously I hope that might not be the case. Yeah, let me go in here. Again, fine. Doesn't matter. Oh yeah, that's cool. That's cool. That's coming through ground. Yeah, that's cool. Well, Ute, I can't be giving out wrenches like I have been and not give you one, man. Even though, again, Ute, maybe to you more than anyone else. Even though of course, you know the story. Let me just go through chat. But yeah, I really don't like wrenches. We've seen what happened over in Jamie Brown's recently, and yeah, and we're seeing a Chris Truth Seeker. That's what I want. That ties it in nicely. Chris Truth Seeker. What the fuck is his game, man? But again, my own thoughts on that. He's associated with Antonio's bunch. Antonio's an actor. Jamie, just to read the comment that you people acts the fool. Hey, I don't act the fool. Have you not read the description, man? Je suis dodo. I am a fool, right? I don't act it, but yeah, we see all the confusion that's sort of going on, and it doesn't give anyone any authority. That's the way I look upon it. We don't have authority over our fellow man, but once you sort of know the story, you have to take certain actions sometimes. So that's what I'm saying, Ute. And I know. Generally, you're spot on, and generally you're quick to use the wrench. But this is the mixed up state of affairs we're in now. We don't know who's who or what's what. But even if we did, well, I think I have a good idea anyway. And I think it's actually easy enough to tell by a few choice questions. Yeah, there's still going to be interactions now on all levels. So again, we can learn more from the actors. But the minute they cross that line, the minute they get shitty about it, they know that we know, and then they're gone. They're out of here. I should think. But outside of that, yeah. Chris Truth Seeker, that's what I was going to talk about, so I don't mind talking about that just before I continue. Yeah, a decent guy, but again, he thinks he has some sort of perceived authority, which he doesn't have. But then to come along over to Jamie's hangout, and a lot of us there have been there a whole hell of a lot longer than he has, and sort of commandeer it and jump in 2 feet first, defending this new character on the scene, anonymous coward, so vehemently. That's bringing attention to everything itself. The Jamie itself, if Jamie is listening, Jamie, it's not what's the dangerous thing about, from my point of view, about your hangout, is not really what's been talked about, but just the fact that things can be talked about openly. You know, there is no sort of restrictions. That's the point. If you think about it, Jamie, you're pretty much talking about the same stuff that you talk about last week, a month ago, 2 months. You know, we're all doing this. So that's not the point. It's the point that any topic is pretty much open to be discussed. Well, in general, in some cases anyway. So I think you were targeted, and I take it you are genuine yourself, Jamie. I take it you were targeted by Chris. Not targeted in that sense, but just befriended or whatever, and all with the intention of maybe having a big foot in the doorway of your hangout. And again, that's fine. Just, I would say, pay attention. I guess when 6 or 7 people at this stage, I'm pretty sure that number is right, 6 or 7 people in chat were of the same view regarding ADR and anonymous coward. And you want to take note. Like, it's no good in saying, well, it doesn't matter, it's the information that counts. But it is, in a sense. But hang on, we know that all gatekeepers are all deceivers, in a sense. I'm not saying that ADR is a deceiver, but he must be. If he is anonymous coward, then he must be a deceiver, in that sense alone anyway. But yeah, any gatekeeper will have lots of good information, but when it comes to the important information, then you're steered into la la land, or you're missteered. So this is certainly what I've come to understand. So it is vital. Yeah, someone points out to you that this man might potentially be trustworthy, or in the sense, no one said he wasn't trustworthy, just said that that's ADR. Anyone can have a different sock count. But no, for him to deny that, well, then there's deception there in my brain anyway, because it's not just the voice. And you came along and said it didn't sound like him. Well, they're going to alter the voice somewhat. He speeded up his voice a small bit, it spoke a bit quicker, you know, and put a little small voice slight change to it, you know. I mean, I could do it now. Imagine me doing it, you know. I could, you know, you could see a million and one different ways that if you had a little bit of experience, or you don't even need experience, just a little challenge to you that you could pull off a character. I wonder what sort of character I would pull off. You know what I mean? And you'd give that hint, oh, that sounds like your man, all right, but yeah, who are you going to tell? Well, 5 or 6 people who were familiar enough with ADR and his voice told you, and you just completely ignored them and went along with Chris, who was shouting and fucking using horrid language in the chat. It was cunt this, cunt that, attacking me personally, calling me a drunk. I mean, I understand these are psychological. Antonio Subrat sort of tactics or devices, you know, associate drunk with Peter. Well, I can't tell you the last time I've been drunk. So if I've had a few drinks, was that not acceptable? You know, for the most part, I've had 3 or 4 cans of beer. Is that a drunk at this stage? I don't think so. But I see what's going on there to associate it with somebody and diminish them in that sense. But it doesn't work for me. I don't give a fuck. I mean, anyone who knows me in this limited sense here, can you ever tell me anytime you've seen me drunk or incoherent? I might talk shit sometimes, or I might go left of field, or I might be boring or whatever. Can you tell me anytime I come on here drunk and acted in a drunken whatever manner? I don't think so. So yeah, that's the point. And that was the infiltration, and that's fine to me as well. I mean, I don't mind it. I warned Jamie that he was going to be a target for this very reason. But yeah, your knob has been polished. Your ass has been buttered yesterday, Jamie, and whatever might have been said to you. And I also understand as well that if you meet somebody in person and everything goes well, you know what I mean, you'll have a sort of more of a leaning towards them, because you have a face and a personality to put, and then a counter to put to the character themselves, as opposed to faceless in general, or whatever, just characters in your chat who, even though they might have been there for a while, you certainly have no direct connection or attachment to. So I can understand that as well. But be aware, yeah, be aware. Yeah, your hangout is under. My camera is very dull there as well. I don't want to turn it up. turn up the broadband a little more, but I think it will come to a bit blotchy then. I'm going to have a cigarette in a second as well. But yeah, you have to be aware of these things. But I guess people can only tell you so much, you know, and this just applies to all of us. We can only tell you so much. What I suspect, you mightn't suspect, or you won't suspect, and vice versa, you know. But again, certain things are made clear and obvious. ADR being anonymous coward. I also thought Dawkins as well. I also thought it sounded like Dawkins, but ADR definitely sounds like, and he has a lot of the same mannerisms. And the way he said, what gave it away to me was the way he said Pete Shea, exact same way as ADR. And I've had my run-ins with ADR before. He's always wanted to like give me a private Google call. Give us your name, give us your address. Always there, looking for wrenches. Jewish, and part of the Jewish contingency. And I think there's a big string connecting the Jews. There's a Jewish contingency here, and they're part and parcel of some deception, whatever deception or whatever bigger game has been played here. The Jewish contingent are definitely a bigger part. And now I can see sort of the Jews and the Bible literalist connections being made. And these are two dangerous areas, or these are two dangerous groupings in flat Earth. So I can see now the different ties being bound between these two groups. I can see the different interconnections. So yeah, I'm calling out the deception more than anything else. That's all I can say. Beyond that, it could be for the most dastardly of reasons. It could be for the best of reasons. I'm still working on that, but just to point it out, it's a necessity, I think. So yeah, let me go to chat. What do you reckon about time? Have a quick break then, and starting from the top, Evil Genius, how you doing? Good to see you. So just answer a few brief questions. I'm not good to see you. I don't know you, man, but welcome. Yeah, a newcomer. You could be anybody. So I'll just say howdy. What part of Ireland am I in Ireland? To see if I'm in. I'm not underground, am I? I'm not sort of in this. Oh, anyway, that's a different story, isn't it? I'm on the west coast of Ireland, but 30 miles. No, it's more than that. About 40 miles from the coast, west coast, Atlantic coast, Limerick city. Once was a man from Limerick. Okay, riddle me this. How you doing? I seen you over in Jamie's chat. I don't know. I think you might have divulged who you were. You're definitely new on the scene anyway in this incarnation. So, but how you doing? Hope you're well. Flat Earth Scouser. All right, Matt. I guess I could get away with. I'd probably be good at a lot of accents, but just a few accents are more natural than others. I could do a Scottish accent pretty easily, you know. I could get away with that because I'm well practiced or anything, but I could give it a good go. South Africa, I think I could do a good South African accent too, but I am not sure. You know, this sort of thing. Scouser, a little bit of practice that would take. But how you doing? You definitely came to a place where there's lots of emphasis on Liverpool in a few different senses, and all the different connections to me. And I imagine now as I go on and dig that bit deeper, I'll find more and more connections. They'll all be leading back to Liverpool as a big clue with the Beatles, Liverbird itself, pigeon related to the dodo, so it's all connected in that sense. So yeah, any inside information on McCartney, just brief say, Beatles manufactured band, all of the conspiracy is all scripted, all part of a narrative and all part of a greater puzzle, which the Beatles are centrally involved, but only a minor player as well in the bigger scheme of things, you know. So that's the Liverpool angle. So how you doing? YouTube, how you doing, Yud? Good to see you, man. We go back kind of a long way. Not sure what you made of Millennium, or what are your thoughts to go along with mine. But of course, at this stage, you have to be, you know, I mean, I mentioned this the other day as well. I mean, we shouldn't give away our trust at all to anybody, even no matter how familiar we are with the character. And I have to say that occurred to me with you as well. You know, these are all there in terms of thought, because you can't. There's no name or no face you can relate, and it's in two. You know, so for all intents and purposes, that's what I'm dealing with at this stage. But yeah, you know, it's one of those things. And I think as we move forward as well, because this is an individual's journey, we must have this sort of attitude. And that's not to pass any judgment on anyone, or not to say that anybody is necessarily or isn't necessarily an actor or not because they don't show a face or a name. That's not making the call at all. The people who I definitely would call out as actors who don't show a face and name are the antagonists, the consistent baller antagonists who return with the same ridiculous questions again and again, and expect, I don't know, and things to be answered again and again. I mean, this is nonsense, isn't it? So you wouldn't call these people out, but yeah, you know, we know the story, and yeah, I'm sure you understand what I'm saying there, You'd. Why wouldn't you? But yeah, welcome, and how you doing? Multi-Tom, how you doing, Multi-Tom, Tom? Good to see you as well, man. You know, again, another one who's been around. I'm here now about a year with the Hangouts going, looking through them, participating, all that sort of stuff, just finding my way. So you've been here pretty much since the start. So yeah, interesting times, eh, Tom? I mean, wages are definitely being driven in to places, you know, and I guess we have to be on our toes in a sense. Well, especially if you have any affiliations, if you sort of remove yourself from all emotional attachments and sort of observe in the background. Yeah, that's probably the best way to do it. It's all about the information at the end of the day. I firmly believe it's all about, we all know the earth is flat and stationary here. Outside of the, I'd say we all, even that I'd say they all know it. All the returning bowler antagonists to any of these chats or hangouts, they all know the earth is flat and stationary. Absolutely. Do you think they haven't dealt with the same questions that we've dealt with? No, they have to make excuses each and every time if they are genuine. And after a certain amount of excuse making, you just got to give up the ghost because you realize this is untenable. But no, they don't do that. They never concede one point, and they always come back and sing from the same hymn sheet when it comes to pretty much every conspiracy. So that in itself is letting you know that they are actors on the stage. So yeah, interesting times, Tom. James Richard, how you doing, James? I haven't seen you in ages, man. I know you've been here and there. Good to see you. I know you're pretty religious at this stage, James, so I'm not sure how much you'll gel with what I have had to say, but I can't sway from that, of course. But still respect someone's point of view, genuine point of view, and I suppose as long as it's not pushing anything down anyone's throats, which the Bible literalists tend to do in general. Not including you here, James, but I think you do relate literally to the Bible. Well, I think it's a grave error, because, and I think you would admit that as well, if you, for instance, found out that the Bible was not meant to be taken literally in many senses. I'm not saying not all senses, but in many senses. You would say, if you found out that it wasn't meant to be taken literally, that it was a grave error to take it literally. It would send you miles and miles away from the truth. Well, that's where I think we've been sent. I actually think, and I have evidence for this as well, brilliant evidence. Well, not brilliant evidence, all of it's supporting evidence. But I suspect that the Bible was fabricated after the inundation, and 1611 sounded like a good time to me. In and around the same time as the works of Shakespeare were presented to the public, and as the story goes anyway, And I'll get back to that in a bit, because someone posted a very interesting fact regarding Shakespeare and the Bible. I suspect they were written by the same groups. You know what I mean? It's all a grander puzzle. And here's where Alice in Wonderland ties in. And I heard this fact mentioned as well. Outside of the Bible and the works of Shakespeare, Alice in Wonderland is one of the most is the number 3, I guess, is the most well-known literary work earthwide. So when I heard that, I went, fuck, because I suspect Alice in Wonderland is written by the same crowd. It's not just the work of one man, and everything in it is symbolic and deeply representative, and is open and waiting to be decoded. So yeah, that's what I suspect, James, that the Bible was fabricated in and around then, and to fabricate the whole of the ancient Middle East, and also to take, so again, to bring attention back there, which is a polar opposite, if you will, from the North Center, where I think all attention has been taken away from, at least in the public narrative. Anyway, no one knows about the North. So yeah, that's my view on that, James. And I mean, if that were true, yeah, that would change everything up a bit, wouldn't it? That would mix it up. I won't dwell too long on these early comments as well. I'll just go through more. I'll just go through the names more than anything else. But that would change everything up a bit. And yeah, Revelations 22 tells us a lot. To me, it tells us in no uncertain terms that Jesus is the Son. Number 13, the 12 disciples are the stars, or the 12 constellations. But without the 13, the 12 would be nothing. Literally, that reflects for me the nature of the sun. Without the sun, the planets, the moon, and the stars would be nothing. If you switched off the sun at the North Center this minute, if you unplugged that Christmas or that broken Christmas tree, everything would go out. Just everything would be in blackness. The sun, or the stars, the planets, the moon. If you had a full moon this side of the earth, daylight the other side, you switched off the sun, everything goes out. So the moon, the planets, the stars have no separate existence outside of the sun, or the sun tree, the broken sun tree. And again, the effects we're getting is from this light energy being rebounded off of a contoured, watery electromagnetic barrier above, which is collapsed in itself, because it's not working as initially intended. Excuse me. So that's where I'm at in that, James. But of course, not telling anyone anything. But I'd have so much else to say on why I think it's very. That's the very first layer, is to take anything literally that's presented to us. And yeah, if you get lost in the literal, you're missing the deeper, more occulted, hidden meaning, which is there for us to uncover as well. Yeah, so continuing on, Ireland Von Vicious, how you doing, man? Yeah, welcome. I heard you briefly talking on Jamie's today. I didn't say very long, but yeah, it's always good to have good conversation, and of course you make a lot of good points in a lot of things. Yeah, your model is definitely a long distance ride in terms of thought exercises, but again, that's the realms we're in, isn't it? So I certainly don't deny that, but again, I think it's unnecessary in one big way. We want to keep it as simple as we can. Occam's razor, let it apply. And now I don't think Occam existed. I don't think any of the characters before 1600, let's just say, existed. They're all fabrications, including the age-old ancient characters. Now there might be, characters described from the previous time and transferred over, or something along those lines. But no, I don't think the likes of Plato, Aristotle, anything. I know Eratosthenes didn't exist. What they do is, if you're fabricating a name, you would encode a sort of a truth into the fabricated name and character. Eratosthenes, so that's what I was looking for when I looked for the anagram of that. And then when I saw it, I said, perfect, fucking perfect. That's the way they wrote it. Eratosthenes sees not earth. So I don't think any of these people, I know he didn't exist, and I don't think any of the rest of them existed as well in the form that we're been told This is where the Bible comes in as well. We've done away with millions and billions of years in terms, or millions especially anyway, in terms of, you know, dinosaurs or early Earth life. But we come back to resting on biblical times. Well, surely this longevity is reasonable. You know, it's not too much to ask. 6,000 years, even though it's a massive amount of time, but I can deal with that. But no, this is where the Bible comes in. Then again, 400 years is how I see it now, which is fucking just. It's a different pool we're in altogether, isn't it? It changes everything again. So that's the way I see it. And again, before the broken system that we're in now, well, I don't think there was any time. Time was of a different kind. I think it was the eternal present, if you will. Yeah. So Yuda, yeah, that doesn't matter. Yuda, I've often said that I'm in Limerick. So I don't mind about that. I know about the legal name fraud. Let me state it categorically and for the record. I mean, the legal name fraud has been exposed, and once a fraud is exposed, all contracts now and then are null and void. Simple as that. So I don't have anything to fear from anyone. I really don't, and especially now, I don't have anything to fear from anybody. Do what you will. Anyway, so yeah, welcome Ireland, Von Vicious. Neil, how you doing, Neil? Stealthy 300, another Liverpudlian. Yeah. Thanks for coming along, man. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, Liverpool definitely playing a central role in my thinking these days. Just in that sense alone, anyway, you know, in association with the Beatles, Ivor Bird, and yeah, it'd be interesting just to look into the history of the city itself. I think I've been there. Actually, I've been there a few times. Mostly just to pick up people from when I was living in England, in York. Pick up people from John Lennon Airport. So again, it's there. The minute you come in, Neil, you're met with the Beatles, and again, the Beatles are part of a bigger puzzle. This is the idea. This is what I'm going with. So yeah, it'd be definitely cool to talk, Neil, in a different sense. You know, I know we sort of had our tete-a-tetes before, but yeah, it'd be good to talk in a different sense, and just maybe definitely like to get your view, any sort of local information you could shed in terms of Beatles folklore. Or, I do believe that Paul McCartney, and again, it's right in your face. It's the last place you'd look. Paul McCartney, initially in the original one, is the caretaker of the family home now. So again, here's the other thing that I'm thinking as well, that clue is telling us, is that look, you can go all around the world, but you'll find that all the answers are much closer to home than what you really think, you know. And this is the idea. So yeah, thanks for joining, Neil. Just a little break. What I'm going to do a little bit later, I'm going to finish off Alice in Wonderland. I'm going to just talk about a few different facts. An amazing one is an amazing one, and I'm going, how the hell can this be described? But then the hidden hand. That's oh gosh. I mean, has the hidden hand been decoded? Is this the real? I think it might be. This might be the real hidden hand reference. This might be the real puzzle. I'll let you decide yourself in a bit, but yeah, that's what I'm going to do. And fuck it, I'll never get around to that moon. I still have it up here. Just going over the motions of the moon, north and south. I just wanted to go through that, maybe 20 minutes long, but it would take about an hour, I'm thinking, and I haven't seen it. I want to go through it on air and just give my thoughts and opinions on it. Let everyone maybe have a think about it as well, but most especially to see how it might either conflict with or complement my thoughts on what the moon is or isn't what the moon isn't at this stage, which isn't anything substantial. So yeah, Mark Taylor, how you doing, Mark? Yeah, I did say I unbanned you, and I unbanned everyone because I haven't banned anyone myself. But look, if you want to, you're welcome, man, in the sense that we know what you are. So if you want to keep it not overly sarcastic, Definitely not shitty like or insulting, because anyone then who has a wrench, I would say, you know, will recognize that you crossed the line and we know what's going on. So you'll have deserved the door, but otherwise, yeah, no problem. The funniest thing I find about you, Mark, even though I know you know the Earth is flat and stationary, when you look at the stars, this is hilarious irony. The universe runs on irony, but hilarious irony. Let's say you took that point of view to be real, or let's say we took your point of view to be accurate, or you're genuine in your belief, in other words. That when you look at the stars with your expensive telescope and you take all these stacked photographs and get beautiful representations, that you think you're looking trillions of miles away. You think that you can zoom in and get a closer picture with whatever 100 times zoom telescope of something that's trillions of miles away, when the actuality, at least as I am settled now in my own brain, is that you're looking at a fucking mirror, lights bouncing off a mirror about fucking 60 miles up. And the more you zoom in, the more you're sort of you're just like a microscope. And I said this last year, this is what telescopes really are. They're a microscope. So the more you zoom in, the more you're zooming in, and the sort of minutiae of that fixed barrier and those fixed moving lights. And again, all of these lights move from the tiniest pinprick of light to the largest, closest, as they call them, star. They all move in unison. So that tells me we're dealing with a template here. We're dealing with a template. Why we get slight variations is because that template, or that energy passing through that template, which is what I call the sun face, the sun interface. So, you know, imagine just imagine a tree. Imagine your Christmas tree made up of crystal or whatever, you know. What do you call that? Oh, fuck it. What do you call those strands, those light conducting strands, whatever you want to call those? I keep having difficulty with that word. But yeah, imagine fuck off light underneath it, and you shine it up through it, and all of the branches and the leaves, fiber optic. So imagine that fiber optic tree, you know, and all of the branches and the leaves and the end points all lit up. Now imagine cutting the tree at the stump down to the low point. And the energies are still pumped through it. That's what you're getting then. You're getting that intense, non-distributed energy, all going in one direction. And when it goes up, then it'll keep going until it meets something. This is where it meets the glass mirror-like watery electromagnetic barrier. And depending on the contour of that barrier will depend on the distribution and the pattern in which these lights will travel. And it's closer to the epicenter as opposed to the peripheral, will appear to be traveling at a different speed depending on its particular location along the contour of the barrier. So this is the idea anyway. I hope that's clear enough. But that's hilarious, Mark, that you think you claim to think you're looking at trillions of miles away. It's nonsense. It's absolute nonsense against the polar opposite of the truth of reality. So yeah, moving on. I guess by the time I get to the end, Mark, you might be kicked, but maybe not. Maybe you'll understand maybe you'll understand the situation and know that if you do cross the line, you're history. Moving on, Gravity Sucks. How you doing, man? Good to see you. Thank you for the message, the link. It's another thing I was kind of making with the last link you sent me as well. I was making a little bit of progress with it, and then of course the day that particular time came and went, it just went out of my head then. But this last link seems pretty compact, doesn't it? And maybe have a look at that. I certainly haven't lost track of it, but I'd definitely be interested to hear did anything come from after that day. Is this a follow-on from that puzzle, long-run puzzle itself? This is what came out of it. Definitely interested to hear that. So yeah, how you doing, man? And very welcome. Hope you're well. I know you're another one who has noticed all the bullshit that's going on. Yeah, you've been here a while, and you've seen it, and I think a lot of people saw it in Jamie's channel the other day, and yeah, it's par for the course. So wits about us, I suppose, at all times. So I think that's it. Hope I didn't leave anyone out, and if I did, yeah, give yourself a hug. Cigar Face, how you doing, man? Well, again, same to you. I unbanned everyone. I didn't know you were banned in the first place, but I could have guessed. So yeah, same sort of rule. Welcome, but the same rules apply. You know, we know you're a messer, and we know you're sort of acting your part. So if you want to keep it relatively respectful, that's fine. But I guess the minute you sort of take it into ridicule, heavy sarcasm, insult, direct insult, that sort of thing, you know, then you'll be given your shoes, and marching orders will be printed out. That's all I can say. Not that I have any authority at all, but I say it in the sense that I've already meant it. Okay, so I see Shuggy Brubeck is here. How you doing, Shuggy? Another long time uh, chat member, I guess. I seem to remember you the minute when I entered into Flat Earth, hangout scene anyway. That's maybe last year. So yeah, how you doing, Shuggy? Hope well as well, man. Yeah, it's good to see you. And I think you're another one who can kind of see what's going on. Things are hottening up. Absolutely. I definitely notice. And I have said that as well. I know it is. We're on a countdown. We're definitely on a countdown. And when the Oroville dam burst, and you had Kyrie Irving, what did I say? Green water is Kyrie Irving. It's sort of praise be to the green water, I think, or the green light or something like that. So Kyrie Irving, yeah, it was water. The dam overflowing, Kyrie Irving coming out, being a flat earther. Yeah, the floodgates opened. I did predict that you'd have link characters coming to the fore, you know, that you never heard of before, but then they're suddenly organizing things. And that's what you get when you have Robbie Davidson with the Flat Earth Conference, IPS, you know, and a few other people as well, but they're the main ones. But yeah, we have to remember they're all part and parcel. For me, they're all part and parcel of the greater game here. All fingers point back to, not all fingers, all threads, all clues still point back to, now more than ever, back to Mark Sargent Prepper. So yeah, I see it's getting dark here. So I might just take a few minutes for a cigarette break, and just trying to think if I can play anything just to. Actually, no, it's fine. I'll just pause it for a second, and I'll be a few minutes. I'll turn on the light and start talking about a few things. So give me a few minutes. Bear with me. man walk down before you call him a man? And how many seas must a white dove sail before she sleeps in the sand? Yes, and how many times must the cannonballs fly before they're forever banned? The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind. Yes, and how many years can a mountain exist before it's washed to the sea? And how many years can some people exist before they're allowed to be free? And how many times must a man turn his head and pretend he just doesn't see? The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind. Yes, and how many times must a man look up before he can see the sky? And how many years must one man have before he can hear people cry? Yes, and how many deaths will it take till he knows that too many people have died? The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind. So how many roads must a man walk down before you call him a man? And how many seas must a white dove sail before she sleeps in the sand? Yes, and how many times must the cannonballs fly before they're forever banned? The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind. The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind. Just reading again. This song has been presented to us, right? And it's sort of an icon, if you will. It's sort of a big signpost in history, especially with the sort of the beginning of the hippie resistance movement. But looking at the words, I'm seeing them in a new sense. Let me just say, talking about the hippies, another term I came up with was the flippies. We're the flippies, right? We maintain all the ideal core beliefs and core principles of the hippies. You know, not the dirtied version, but also we understand flippies. We also understand that everything has been flipped 180 degrees, and why I think literally everything has absolute reason. So for it being the way it is, you know, whether it be a word, whether it be a paint, anything representative like this, it has an absolute reason. Think about if we were coming up for a word for a new thing, well, we would associate it with something, you know what I mean? There'd be a meaning there, and there'd be a definite reason why we call something something. It wouldn't be gibberish, you know. So yeah, why everything is flipped 180 degrees is flat Earth, just roughly, you know, roughly flat Earth, Which way can you see that now? Yeah, so flip it 180 degrees. Just once, right? And fill the area as you go. Well, you come out with this. Think about it. So that's just sort of spherical. That's what I'm talking about. So here we have the spherical Earth. It's only that's only because I'm going to eat this, and it's not for any other reasons. Again, if everything subliminal is made liminal to you, then any sort of interference, if you will, is rendered null and void. You know, you can see through it, so you're not going to be tricked or influenced by something that you're aware of. So it's something like that. Orange, there's no danger in the word 33 or 666. There's no danger in anything actually, except keep you on balance with fear. It's about your perception, your interpretation of everything. And let's go through that briefly. How many roads must a man walk down before you call him a man? Well, we might have considered ourselves men 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15, 20 years ago, whoever, who knows, or women, whatever. When they say man here, this is mankind. Well, how could we be men? How could we be complete or whole? We didn't even know about the flat earth. We didn't even know where we were, to mind who we were. We didn't know about the legal name. We thought we were a name, this sort of stuff. So the roads are, winding, and the roads are many. They're narrowing out. The way I see it now, everyone's on their own different roads, but all the roads will converge eventually. Same point. How many seas must the white dove sail before she sleeps in the sand? Well, we can make the connection there, but the inundation, the white dove looking for land and returning, would I be able to find any vegetation or any place to set foot before she sleeps in the sand? Well, sand is a different thing, isn't it? Why would a white dove sleep in the sand? So the way I'm looking at it now, everything goes back to the inundation, the destruction of the giant crystalline trees, and the fallout from all of that. Maybe reference to what was before, but definitely reference to what is now, which is the fallout is the sun. The sun is part and parcel of a broken system. Again, the fiber optic tree, you can decorate it whatever way you like. You just have a power source at the bottom, but when you plug it in, right, all of that energy goes up the main heartwood, another heartwood connection, up the heartwood, fiber optically speaking, out the branches, branches all light up, and out the little avenues for escape. So you could see how that core power would be distributed, and you'd have a very different effect than if the power remained the same, but you cut the shit out of the tree. You just have this intense everything. Everything is still there, but you can see where I'm going with that. That's what the sun is. The reason we can't see the face of the sun is too intense and too bright, but we can see it in a reflected sense. When the sun meets the barrier at a certain position, always behave the same, it will always behave the same, because it's just a light show. It's a light energy show. There's nothing you can change unless you change the nature of the barrier itself, the contour of it. And that's what I think we're getting back to as well, changing the contour of the barrier, making it full again, as it was. But these reflections are going to come up everywhere. And that's what you see. When you look at the face of the moon, you're looking at the face of the sun. That's the more I go on, the more I see that this is the case. You're looking at the actual face of the sun. Everything's about the sun. So when that distribution system for the fiber optics is cut, you still have the transmission system, but distribution system is gone. Different effect. This is what the sun is. The results, the detritus of the trees, the giant crystalline trees being cut. Well, crystalline sand. That's what sand is. That's what sand is. It's like sawdust to carbon-based trees, sand to silicone-based trees, or crystalline. It's so easy to say crystalline. That's what all your rocks are. All your rocks are crystalline. All your oil, gas. That's all as a result of decomposition of this crystalline forms. That's what it is, under different conditions of pressure and temperature. And so that's why I think the dove sleeping in the sand here. So you can see the direct connection. It might be vague, but you can definitely see it. As I'm saying, everything changed after this destruction in reality. I'm saying 419 years ago. Next year will be 420 years based on when the dodo was said to be discovered. I'm going to place more and more significance in the dodo in my thinking now, because when I show you something a bit later on, you'll see that even if I'm on wildly the wrong track, there's definite reasons. And I've come so far in the game to know that, yeah, this is not a path. What's the expression? It's not a treaded on path, you know, or too often at least anyway. And yeah, when everything ties together from various sources, there has to be a connection. And when there's a coherent connection between everything as well, again, this is what it's all about. It's all about what we've come from, what we've been, first of all, where we've come from. So what happened to change all of that, where we are now and where we're going. So yeah, sorry, just to dwell on this. How many times was the cannonballs fly before they were forever banned? Well, that's a straight enough question in itself, isn't it? The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind. That's another good question. What is the wind? You know, what are we dealing with here? It's all about the sun. All about the sun. That's what I say light is, right? So imagine, we talk about solar luminescence, right? And how you can create that sort of intense light in a bubble of water, blinding almost. Well, so imagine it's water all the way down, right? Just in its various rarefied forms. Imagine those tiny microscopic, minuscule particles being bombarded with these vibrant energies of the sun. I think you're going to get solar luminescence on a widespread scale. Just all of these little minuscule particulates. What's the word? It's not particulates. That's not the word I'm looking for. Something along those lines. You understand anyway. So it's down to the microscopic level, and I think that's what it is. I talked about the cloud layer, why it's where it's at. It's because of the. You see, when the trees were there, the barrier conditions weren't a problem. All the trees did their own part to hold back the barrier, or you know, to keep this divide, you know, as designed, and keep it back. So anything living underneath that was not affected by it. It was a different sort of reality, or it was a boundary conditions that had no part to play for the most part. How tall these trees were, and how far life went up, you know what I mean? If we think in terms of size, in terms of 50, 60 miles, sounds crazy, I know, but look, this is the sort of realm of imagination we have to enter when we enter flat Earth, and especially questions beyond flat Earth. Well, you know, it's one thing to say that water is flat, or water remains level at all times, and or still water does anyway, and no movement is detected. But once we go beyond that, then we have to sort of allow a whole lot of different type of thinking. And again, very little can be proved. Some things can be shown to be the case or act as supporting evidence for the premise, but very, very little can ever be proved. So that's not where I'm at this stage. I'm not looking for proof from anybody. I think we're all on our own journey here. There is a truth to be had, and I think that truth is known by millions as well. So yeah, that was all on the byline, just talking about what is the wind. That's what I see what light is. So we're under this electromagnetic influence. You see, if there's a force that's pushing back the waters beyond, and that exerts a certain force, which it must do to separate the two boundaries, or the realm inside from the waters beyond, then that force will have to exert an equal and opposite force, especially if it's not supported as it was previously. So this is what we're under, this persistent, prevalent, all-pervading ether, if you will. Just we're in the midst of a magnetic field, and water in its natural form will tend to this particular point within that magnetic field. You know, we as denser things will tend to a different point. And as I say again, if you dig down 10, 20 miles and we jumped in, you will come to a urinal zone. So that's where water masses, you know, it's been fed from above, but below as well. This is where evaporation comes in as well. When this energy is introduced, the sun's energy, yeah, the little particles break up. So how big is a raindrop? This is the thing, isn't it? Commented that about looking at the rain falling on the tarpaulin roof, and how it's so you could just keep dividing it, you know. So once you get beyond the visual range, how much can you? Well, I say you can go down to infinitesimal levels almost. You know, it's just that divisible. So when you have this, we can't possibly perceive that, but what we do perceive is the interaction of those infinitesimal particles of whatever the fuck water is, and the incoming energies. So this interaction, just continuous solar luminescence, and then hence we have daylight. When that energy goes, nothing there to excite these water particles, and again they'll tend to, this is where evaporation comes in. It works on the water at the minusculous level, it's basic level, if there is even one, but it's really, you know, the really tiny level. So then that makes its way up to that layer where it's like us. If we were somehow forced to go down 50 miles or something, you know, we'd also make our way up back to the buoyant point or the null zone. So that's what water is doing. When it collects then, and you can even see why the clouds are fluffy as well, because you have this constant excitement of those water particulates, rarefied particulates, as I'm just going to call it, all massing together, you know, and just bouncing around. So you get this sort of format. And yeah, when that gets saturated, then when it gets too much to bear, it leaks. That's what we're seeing when we have the rain. And you see when we have the consistent heavy rain that lasts for hours and hours, that's not just from evaporation upwards. That's not just a physical thing there dropping its load. No, it isn't. It's been fed from above. And why it's been fed from above? Well, this is where the sun comes into it again. The sun, as it's making its path around, is going to set up drastically different conditions than when it wasn't there. It's like the same argument we have with the International Space Station. Well, how does it sort of go from such extreme conditions so quickly, you know, and survive intact when you're talking about minus 250 degrees Fahrenheit in the shade? In other words, when they're sort of around the Earth once every 90 minutes. So for this half of it, right, they're in minus 250 degrees centigrade Fahrenheit below, right, which no weld, if you look at cold welding, cold welds can't hold in such extreme temperatures. And you're talking about, you know, maybe minus 100, minus 120, that sort of thing, you know. So cold welding does away with the idea of this. But not even that. If you're granted cold welding would hold, it's the contrast. It's the drastic and varying contrast, which 45 minutes later at the other side is exposed to temperatures of thousands of degrees. So imagine it, you know, it would be an explosion almost, wouldn't it? You have something in liquid nitrogen and freezing it down to pretty close to drastic temperatures, and then suddenly throw it into a fiery furnace, man, there's just immediate explosion. I was thinking again about, actually, funny, how does an egg get hard? Why, I mean, why, you know, something we're all well used to, but how does it actually work? Well, I thought about you dehydrating the fuck out of the egg. So instead of, like, you know, you wouldn't have thought so, because you always boil it in water or whatever. So I'm talking about a boiled egg. But you're dehydrating the fuck out of it, you know. This is what's happening. You're taking the water out of it. And then what else is it going to do but dry up and shrivel up, you know? So anyway, yeah, it's the contrast which well creates the problems for the eye, or impossibilities for the ISS in that matter. But yeah, it's the contrast which makes the sun so effective as well, I suppose, you know. So whatever the boundary conditions are up there, it's going from cold. That's what I take it. When we look at the moon, why is the moon, not to get diverted again, but why is the moonlight cold? Well, I've asked the question as flat earthers, do you think the sun is cold? I do. Or at least not hot as in the senses that we imagine it to be, you know. Again, ingrained within our brain is this massive fiery furnace, you know. No, it's a different sort of thing. We feel the effects of this vibration, this intense vibration, energetic vibration, you know, as it passes through the atmosphere here, you know, and this is what's happening. These particulates of water, which we breathe as well. If you look at our lungs, they're very much like a plant root system or tree root system, if you will. So this is everywhere, you know, and yeah, but once you get above that, the sun shines in all directions. A reflection will be seen in all directions, you know, so its energies will be reflected in all directions below the reflecting point, you know. So when that's vibrating, there's nothing to vibrate with. You can't say it's hot or cold, like, but it's when that reflection then bounces off a cold surface. That's what I'm saying. The waters beyond infinite coldness. That's where hell is. Hell is above. Hell is above, friends, and hell is cold. So that's how everything is flipped. That's the key. That's the code. And yeah, so you have this light energy bouncing around on a perfect mirror-like surface, a contoured surface. Again, it's not a globe, a hemispherical globe contour. It's a collapsed center of that hemispherical contour, and then you could see it splaying out like a spider. So it's that idea. It's a reflection of a contoured mirror. But again, it's cold waters beyond. It's not as if the sun's heat is entering the water, you know. That's not what it's the sun's vibrational energies, and then it picks up some of the qualities of the reflected barrier. And this is what we see when we say the sun is reflecting cold light, or the moon is reflecting cold light. That's all it is. It's what we're looking at, first of all, is a reflection. And that's why we can't see it during the day. That's why it completely disappears, because you're dealing with a reflection that explains the contoured barrier as I explained it. Again, lower in the North Center itself is isolated. So there's a different eyeball system. So we have the one ball there. Again, imagine a hemispherical dome, but just the support collapsing in the center. So it will collapse on itself. That'll maintain its sphere reality. And then you have the other barrier, the bi-ball, the second barrier, a second ball from the bi-ball, which is what we're under. So yeah, it explains to me the phases of the moon, explains the full moon, explains the cold light of the moon. Yeah, explains a whole hell of a lot from where I'm standing anyway. And anyone has any objections or any questions, actually, I know I'm just going off on a tangent, but I don't generally come in with any fixed ideas about what to talk about, and that's cool by me anyway. But yeah, that's how I see that, and I think that's known by millions as well. The moon missions were caught. Is another interesting fact. The Apollo 13, the rest were successful. Apollo 13 ran into trouble again. They're associating bad luck with the number 13, whereas the actual opposite is true. 13 is everything. 13 is the sun, and the stars are 12. So 12 constellations. That's pretty much talking about the whole sky, you know. And then number 13 is the sun. It's not the sun and the moon. It's just the sun, because the sun is everything. Again, who knows how these energies were distributed under proper working order? You can just use your imagination, use your you know. And I don't think it's too hard as well, but something like that I think is going on. And yeah, that's where the sun comes into things then. So when it is within its changing conditions as it goes along, so it is bound to affect that watery barrier. It is bound to affect everything in its vicinity, as of course we know it does. Not drastically, but and that's another thing. Actually, the sun has increased in frequency. This is where I think as well the North Pole ice melt comes into it. You know, if the sun is increased in frequency, which is maybe what we want. You know, we want to get back to old times. We have to redefine what normal is. But yeah, this is what wind is then, isn't it? It's the movement of air, water, particulates, if you will. Everything is just water. Everything goes back to water in different forms, you know, under different conditions. So we'll take a different condition when it's at a different point within this all-prevailing electromagnetic barrier, right? It will take a different form than if it was at a lower point. And again, at the cloud layer, this is the natural null zone. That's what the water wants to be at in that form. We're denser, we're made up of much water, and then we fall. Once that gets saturated again, it gets too dense to be held there, and then it falls. So again, even by that, because it's been fed but from above as well, this is where you can see giant snowballs and all that, or giant ice balls falling, you know what I mean? You can imagine the circumstances might lead to that. So that's what we're dealing with. And pretty much it's a system, it's a worldwide system. Again, incorporated into my thinking is, I was just talking about him today actually, Jim, the ship's pilot, the ship's navigator. Tides always surge from the north. He didn't know about the flat earth. He sailed all the oceans blue, and he was sure it was a spinning ball. Sure, never saw any evidence for it, but just sure of it, you know, and that was fine because that was his genuine view without question, you know. But yet the one thing he did tell me, tides always surge from the north. Very significant, absolutely majorly significant when you think about it. That's trillions and trillions of tons of water, all focusing around a certain point, fixed point north, you know. So that's no matter if you're over in Asia, if you're over in the Atlantic, wherever you might be, all the tides will come and go from the north. Now, as you get into intricacies around, you know, different interlocked, or, you know, how would you put it? It's a sort of direct access, you know. So once you have this surge on a continuous basis, that'll be the regular pattern as it makes its way through different land meanders, through different land masses, and finds its way up, around and up. You know, these are different mechanisms or different things to be taken into account. But fundamentally, yeah, I take that as a truth that all tides surge from the north. So incorporating that into my thinking, yeah. It's a sort of it's interactive system, you know. One thing affects the others, and everything works on a sort of a continuous clockwork type basis. So say Clockwork Orange just takes on a new significance. You know, an orange is natural. The Clockwork Orange is something that has the look of being natural, but there's mechanistic explanations for its operation. So that's what I see the Earth in its essence anyway, and whatever the power is behind it, well, that's a different matter, isn't it? So that's how I see it. Yeah, like a giant clock with just the hands cut off. That's what we're seeing, you know, in a different sense. So everything is working as it should be, but you have sort of a little spanner in the works, and yeah. So that's what I think wind is as well. So anyway, there's another interesting one, isn't it? How many years can a mountain exist before it's washed to the sea? Well, if you're into giant trees, which I am, this is what mountains are. When you talk about 60-mile high trees, these were the main ones, you know. These were the supporting trees, if you will. But yeah, you can imagine something like Devil's Tower, for instance. I know there's different views on Devil's Tower. I'm not necessarily talking about Devil's Tower as well, but yeah, you can imagine trees going from small few number of miles to many miles. You know, so you can imagine every sort of every jump in between. Yeah, before it's washed to the sea. Well, this is the idea. When the trees were felled, for whatever reason, I mentioned this before, it could be all part of a simulation. You know, this is the next level of the game. You just enter a destructive, divisive zone and see how you cope there, you know. But whatever, when the trees felled, the trees were felled, the barrier was compromised, and you had a massive inundation with water. So yeah, lots of stuff was overrun by sea. And you go, this can be substantiated as well in many different cultures strewn throughout the earth. But again, I mean, when we're told of ancient cultures, this could all be fabricated. I mean, the scale of the fabrication of our history is beyond the capabilities of most people to grasp. You know, absolutely, it's just so complete. So nothing is impossible. Again, they've taken knowledge and technologies from the old and transferred them to the new. So these are the terms that I'm certainly thinking in anyway. So nothing becomes impossible. But yeah, we had this inundation. The face of the earth changed. So you can just imagine it. And this is tested. This is supported by the idea, not the idea. Well, I guess I haven't been there, but yeah, underground cities, or not underground, underwater cities. So at some point in the past, these places weren't underwater. And I think these are strewn earthwide as well. So you pull the plug on Earth, let a lot of that water drain away. Then you have a completely different face of the Earth. You know, this is what I was thinking when the dodo came up. And again, Delcroix, me and Joe, when it was mentioned, when we're looking at the Gleason's map. So my idea was that let's just drain away the water for a minute. If we take the inundation as a reality, if you drain away the water, because Ireland has continental shelves, we're going to imagine that most of the Earth's countries have continental shelf. So, you know, that would change completely. Well, not completely, but, you know, noticeably the face of the Earth. And then that's where the dodo came into it. So we can see a time where that might have been the case. How deep are the deepest oceans? When you think of it in terms of Earth dimensions, they're very shallow indeed. And I don't think for the most part that they go down as deep as we're told as well. It's sort of something to keep us away from, you know. That's why anyone who doesn't realize, well, I'm not going to say that because it is another rabbit hole. When you realize there's problems with the Titanic, they have the Olympic switcheroo waiting for you. But how obvious is it? Like, you know, the minute you go there, you see footage of deep sea cameras and they're showing you the M, where there's no M in Titanic or something like that, the M or one of the letters anywhere, the L maybe. But there is an L or an M in Olympic. So they're sort of leading you again, aren't they? So again, you have to see further than that. What better place to hide sweet fuck all, not to mind a big ocean liner, than at the bottom of the middle of the ocean? You know, what are you going to do? Go check there. Then you can send in your movie man, James Cameron, who made the movie Titanic, to take the pictures and pass it off as if they're real, whereas in fact they're just minuscule scale models, movie magic, because there's no ship down there, you know. So, but yeah, how actually deep these waters go, I don't think it's even that deep. But one thing you will imagine, you know those imprints, you can get all those little pins and you sort of push down on it and you leave an imprint. Imagine pushing up on that. That's the old Earth, you know. Then you fill up that with water and the face, some of the Earth sort of changes. Like, you know, this is where the dodo comes in. This is where the dodo comes in. When you take away imagine when you in your mind take away those waters and go to the outlines of the continental shelves, then it becomes much more similar to a dodo. And again, the dodo never existed. I'll state that categorically. The dodo never existed. So ingrained and encoded within everything associated with the dodo is a piece of information. Everything is significant. The dodo is said to be disc covered in 1598. So anyway, not to dwell on this, I better cop on. How many years can some people exist before they're allowed to be free? Well, how long are we going to be in this bondage? How long are we going to be at this level for? Well, I think it's coming 420 years, maybe, Bob. Oh, fuck me, man. That's the answer I have to give you now, man. These are all sort of rhetorical questions as if there's no answer for them. Well, I'm going to give you an answer, Bob. Whoever Bob is, 420 years. How about that, man? So just let's... how many times can a man turn his head and pretend that he just doesn't see? We've all done it, isn't it? We all do it. Yeah, let's come up with an answer to that. Eh? No more times, Bob. How about that? The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind. Well, what is the wind? The water. Water is everything. We understand the water in so many ways. We understand everything. Brilliant. Del from the imaginary, beyond the imaginary curve. If you understand behavior of water, all is out the window. Circular is out the window. You know, many other things. Well, if you understand the importance of water within our body, that's ourselves explained. Well, you know, in a vaguer sense. Well, if you take what I'm saying there, that all of these rarefied water particles, water divisions, being bombarded by the sun's energy, give you light. Let there be light. solar luminescence on a sort of a minuscule scale, if you get my drift, you know, if you understand water. Yeah. So let me just, how many times must a man look up before he can see the sky? Well, what is the sky, Bob? What is the sky? Yeah, well, that's what I say. I think people know now what I say the sky is. Nothing is beyond 60 miles, whatever, 69, whatever, you know, in a very few miles up, and beyond is water. So an invisible barrier in between. When you introduce light, you have a perfect mirror. This is how water behaves. This is why when you look in a puddle and it's dark and overcast, the puddle isn't too reflective. Suddenly the sun comes out. You can see everything, you know, everything perfectly. So imagine no interference above, and that light being introduced. This is what the moon is. I hope it's sinking in. I hope it's really sinking in. Think about it. Perspective, we have to sort of jump from our boots. Perspective applies in a limited sense down below because we're used to only being able to see down the road, you know. On those rare occasions up on a hill and we can see the next island over or whatever. These are still only short distances, you know, so we have a different idea of what perspective is. When you go up and you have no interferences, especially beyond the atmosphere, beyond the cloud layer, you know, and there's very little influences, and especially the higher you go up, because the magnetic, the field, force, strength, the equal and opposite reaction from holding the waters back is stronger the further you go up. But so when you have this light energy introduced, there's no barrier to it, you know. There's no barrier to it. It will shine its energies in all directions. When it shines below us, this is when the sun is the hottest for us. This is when we're getting the most intensity. But remember, at the same time, it's also shining in every other direction. The people who are further away will not see the direct sun that we can see from these angles. Even, you know, sunset, the angles are still coming at a certain point, then the angle go beyond us. That doesn't mean they're not hitting on it, and they're hitting the barrier. That's then we're seeing the stars, you know. That's why everything moves in a clockwork, but slightly out of sync. The only reason it's slightly out of sync is because of the contoured nature of this barrier. And I've explained about a hemispherical barrier, or in full, again, we weren't talking about what's underneath. I think it's a whole thing, right? Maybe underneath is in full working tact. I often say Genesis 1 is still intact beneath the North Center, beyond the North Center. But above, you have a hemisphere, but a collapsed center. Think of it in those terms. And that's what the barrier is. That's what the stars are. So for somebody, they're still getting that reflected light from the sun, even though the direct rays of light of the sun are gone out of their view. So it's dark and nighttime for them. The water above them is not being directly excited, above the atmosphere especially. It's not being directly excited. So yeah, and again, different perspective applies. That light energy, sun energy, will go on until it meets a barrier, and this is the barrier it meets then. And again, it's consistent in form, and it's regular as clockwork, and that's everything's about the sun. There is no moon, there is no stars, there is no planets outside of the sun. It's the interface of the sun that has been the tree that's been cut. So imagine your LED tree, or your I have a problem with that. Fiber optic, okay, fiber optic tree. Imagine the base of the tree itself. So imagine you were designing it. Imagine you were designing. So let's say you were designing the tree. You wanted a special effect just on it. You might put just different patterns. You know, you might put almost like the Google. There you go. Almost like the Google. Actually, do you know what? Let me show you this. I have to show you this now. You might put different little patterns, whatever pattern you might choose to put in there. If you think about it in a 3D fashion. So this is like the tree is made in this sort of vein. Let me just think about it. You might put whatever, just different shapes. Right? That's any bullshit like, but you know what I'm trying to say. So all of the energies coming through would be determined by, if you were to see a reflection of this face. This is the face you'd see here, you know what I mean, in a 3D fashion. And these different divisions would show up It's like the same, whatever pattern you wanted to ingrain within the tree, as you shine the light through it and you're after cutting the fiber optics off, the tree part of the distribution off, then these things are going to show up in the, not directly because the energy is too bright. So when we look at the sun, this is all gone because it's too bright. It's just it's too intense. We can't make it out. But indirectly we can, when it shines across, hits the barrier and reflects to us. All observer dependent, all lights are observer dependent. Then we're dealing with we're looking at the moon, we're looking at the face of the sun. That's why they called Apollo missions, fake moon missions, the Apollo missions. And also that's why out of all the missions, 7 missions, again it had to be 7 days of creation. Mankind was created on the 6th, right? But yeah, Apollo 11, 12, 13 was a failure, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 7 missions, 6 successful. The only one that had problems was Apollo 13. 13 is the lucky number only because it's the sun. The sun, the 12 is the constellations, the stars, and I think that includes sort of the planets and the moon as well. But 13 then is the be all and end all. It's the root cause of everything. So that's how, again, this is all just how I'm seeing it. I'm not telling anybody anything. I'm just telling you where I've come in terms of my understanding. And again, if anyone has any questions in chat, and I'll definitely have to go to chat now because, again, for all I know, I'm not broadcasting to anybody. And again, that'd be fine. But we'd rather that wasn't the case, I suppose. Yeah. So again, before you can see the sky, what is the sky? That's what I say the sky is. And again, it's all the interactions of light and water and your equipment, your measuring equipment, which in our case is our eyes. But again, obviously you have other technologies which are inadequate relative to our eyes, are inadequate. You know, this is the baseline we have to go on, and all of our reckoning is how everything appears to us in our senses. This is it. And then introduce a logical principle, the base principle on that basis. We have to agree on the basics. If we don't agree on the basics, you know, where are we going? We're speaking a different language. This is where the ball earth or antagonists come in and lose. You know, they can't agree on basic terms. We can't even agree what movement is or movement isn't. When you ask them, have you proven movement on the earth below you? Yes, I have. Well, how? Well, because I can see the stars moving. Okay, well, we're not talking about the same type of movement here. Are we speaking the same language? No. You know, this is their fatal flaws. They don't like the fatal flaws. That's all I hit when I think about flat Earth anymore. Basic question, stump everyone. Well, how have you proven to yourself against your senses, right? Especially in this area of inquiry, that the Earth is moving beneath your feet at given speeds? How have you overridden your senses? What excellent and compelling evidence have you garnered and investigated and accepted to make you override something so valuable and so so trustable in a sense, you know? And they come along and say, well, the stars move. I see the stars moving. I see nonsense. And then when you corner them, then you can direct them to, you can tell them that it's been proven that the Earth doesn't move. Simple as that. So then game over. That's game over right there. The Earth doesn't move. The ball doesn't enter the equation based on water alone. So anyway, just to move on. How many ears does someone have before he can hear people cry? Well, yeah, too many people are crying, aren't they? And too few people are hearing. And even those who are hearing, they're not listening. So I think too many deaths. Yeah, how many deaths till he knows that too many people have died? Well, we never die, I think, ultimately. This is all part and parcel of a greater story, a greater game. But yeah, certainly things don't need to be the way they are. So that's what we got to get working on. The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind. So that was a big diversion again, wasn't that? I'm a turd for that. Yeah, so any questions you can just put them in chat, but I don't expect any anyway. And again, for the most part, I'm kind of talking to myself. But anyone want to? Okay, how you doing, John? John is in chat. How you doing, John Watson? Good to see you, man. I haven't seen you around in a while. Let me wrench you up there, man. Again, I have no problem doing that, John. I know you've been around, and you're sort of controversial as well in some senses, but that's good. Like, you know, if you're speaking the truth. These days you are controversial, but once again, you know, I can't. There's no face to put to you, or there's no proper name or whatever. So it's sort of a limited relationship in a sense. But absolutely have no problem giving you a wrench there, John. Just again, I don't like wrenches on flat earth, or no wrenches on flat earth for me. But if we are going to use them, keep it to a minimum. And again, with the likes of Mark Taylor or anyone for that matter, if they come in and they're reasonably respectful, we know what they are. So they'll know there's a line there. And if they do cross it, they know they'll get kicked. So I anticipate that people like that won't stick around here for too long. You know, they're very limited. And that's what I like. I mean, these people have some good information as well. I mean, we can't just... we can't, as I said before, about the likes of the heliocentric system. By throwing out, sure it's fabricated, but by throwing it all out, we'll lose out on potential great information. If we apply the 180-degree flip rule, again, we're told about the certain movements of the sun in relation, or the certain movements of the earth in relation to the sun, which can be verified and are verifiable. Well, if we do the flip rule, and we know the earth is flat, then we can say that the sun moves in an ecliptic fashion around the earth, that sort of thing, you know. So it's the same with the likes of Taylor. We know what they are, but the minute they cross the line and start insisting or become insulting or whatever, then it's time to exit stage left. So four truth. How you doing, man? I'm not sure if it's a man or a woman, but how you doing? How you doing? You say Bob asks many questions. Do the people listen? Oh, Bob Dylan. Okay, cool. He does indeed, but it's all tainted as well, in the sense that, I mean, I suppose we shouldn't take it all personally. It's the message that counts. But the more I look and think about the lyrics that he had, or the team had to put together. Let's put it like that. For yeah, the more truths are sort of concealed within it. And yeah, I think the truth is pretty simple. When we find it out, I think we'll go, fucking hell, that's pretty simple. We're getting there. I think we're getting there. Flat Earth is certainly a simple truth, but a core truth. And there's a little more. Then within Flat Earth, I think ultimately the North Center, lots of attention being both brought to the North Center and directed away from the North Center, if you will. Ask yourself, who amongst the flat earthers haven't spoken about the North Center, and who have spoken about going to tremendous efforts to explore the South, or to go south looking for something. This is a tell for me. So yeah, you're dead right. Great Bob Dylan songs. I definitely have lots more Bob Dylan songs in me. I sort of wish I had a better guitar, really. Excuse me, I'm just eating. But yeah, definitely a lot more Bob Dylan songs. I have no shortage of potential hangout titles. Anyway, let's put it like that. So yeah, I suppose we should move on. If there's any questions or anything, because a few good pieces of information which ties things together in some senses, anyway. Okay. I just wanted to mention, in connection with my suspicion that in connection with my suspicion that Shakespeare and the Bible, written by the same crowd, written by the same people. Teddy Carl sent me this interesting tidbit, because I mentioned that the Bible was not mentioned in the works of Shakespeare. So it wasn't literally mentioned. It wasn't Well, there's a perfect example now. There's a perfect example of what you should do with your wrenches, or what you could do with your wrenches. I always say be tolerant, I suppose, because Chris Truth Seeker is here, and I say, how you doing, Chris? Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. I wouldn't call for anyone to ban you or anything like that. But you know, definitely a difficult situation, isn't it? Because of the stance you took. But that's cool. Let me move on with a few different things anyway. Maybe get back to that. But I'd exercise. I'd advise, yeah, just a little bit of, you know, chilled outness in the chat anyway, with the wrenches especially. But it's not for me to tell anyone to what to do or what not to do. Okay, yeah. So yeah, I mentioned about suspecting Shakespeare and the Bible coming out, you know, written by the same crowd, very close together in terms of dates. Because I was saying that 16 to 1611, which you have a 911 sort of encoded there. King James Bible might have been the initial and original one. Came out around the same time as the work of Shakespeare. And anyone's looking to Shakespeare pretty much quickly realizes that, yeah, you're dealing with another not hoax as such, but just another front man in terms of the man presented. Even his story is ridiculous, and immediately you're going, how could this man come up with some of the greatest works of literature known to mankind? So this conflict or this contrast is immediately presented to you. So again, that's, I think, for the purposes of letting you know that yes, there's a greater story going on here. So keep digging. So I have associated in the past the same writers, attributed the same writers of the Bible and Shakespeare in and around the 1600s. As I say, the working idea is that everything was different before 1598, when the dodo was said to be discovered. The dodo was, in his narrative, was said to be discovered with giant turtles, and we can associate giant turtles with the flat earth and the elephants, you know. So yeah, rebuilding, ongoing process. So our history had to be fabricated, and the fabrication began, I'm thinking, shortly afterwards. And yeah, the Bible. So you have one ball in terms of you can see the wordplay there, or at least you can stretch your mind to think about it. So you had one initial intact magnetic barrier, then a bite was taken out of that apple, and it split into two separate barriers, one over the North Center, and then one the rest of us are under completely different conditions. So yeah, the Bible telling that story. Actually, also the Bible was about taking attention away from the North Center by completely fabricating an ancient Middle East. So the idea was then that the Bible wasn't literally mentioned in any of the works of Shakespeare, even though a lot of the works were based on historical fact, you know. So the Bible was not literally mentioned once, even though there was many allusions to it, you know. And I was saying, why not? Why not when they could have very well been written by the same crowd? But here's a brilliant fact to support that. And just to say as well, I mentioned it earlier on, but just because I'm talking about it now, and I heard this earlier on, next to the Bible and next to the works of Shakespeare, Alice in Wonderland and the works of Lewis Carroll are third in line in a worldwide scale. Which young child hasn't heard of the adventures of Alice in Wonderland? And that's an amazing sort of grouping, because as well, I suspect that the same people who wrote the Bible, and who wrote the works of Shakespeare, have their hand in the works of Lewis Carroll, Charles Dodo Dodgson. So I suspected that anyway. But here's the fact. Here's the fact I wanted to mention. If I can find it, let me find it. Right. So this is the little brief cut and paste that Teddy Carl just posted. He said that, so on the back of this, right, he said William Shakespeare lived from 1564 to 1616. Now, well, I don't think he did, you see. I don't think anyone. And 1564 was before Dodo, BD. That has to be good. I'm going to make a note of that before dodo, because before dodo, before the inundation, then you had a different realm, a different before dodo, and before dodo and after dodo. So they have AD actually, BD and AD. We already have AD. That's funny now, the AD, isn't it? BD and AD. But yeah, before 1598, then everything was different. So anyway, yeah. So this is the message he copy and pasted from where we found it, and was kind enough to send it to me. He said William Shakespeare lived from 1564 to 1616. The creation of the King James Bible began in the year 1610, the year in which Shakespeare would have been 46 years old. So he would. This is coming from someone. This is from previous time, something completely disconnected. But anyway, he says, if you turn to Psalm 46 in the King James Bible, and if you count exactly 46 words into the Psalm, you find the word shake. And if you count 46 words back from the end of that Psalm, you will find the word spear. And the commentator just said, it just seems too coincidental to think it was by fluke circumstance that the 46th Psalm would be translated around the time of Shakespeare's 46th birthday, and that the 46th word from the start and the 46th word from the end would be shake and spear. So the comment goes on to say, my professional opinion is Shakespeare translated that section of the King James Bible, and he slipped in a secret byline to prove it was his work. Right. So yeah, once we understand that Shakespeare was a concoction. Also, Shakespeare is associated with the Globe Theatre, So this is all part of, isn't that funny now, The Globe Theatre, the Globe would have been invented. Copernicus didn't exist, I think. Anyone going beyond, I don't think Leonardo da Vinci existed. Anyone going back before that, whatever about after that time, so much has been fabricated again. But anything before 1548, characters like Shakespeare, and of course, not Shakespeare, Leonardo da Vinci, and of course, Anatoly Fomenko talks about a whole invention of time where the Dark Ages just didn't exist. They were made of whole cloth. So that's 1,000 years. But even he still says that, before that, we have some sort of semblance of reality. Nico Haupt then goes further and says that not so. There's not any source, none at all, no source material, and this is a voluminous work that goes back before 1649ish. I think Nico Haupt is definitely an insider. Oh, again, all this information is coming out anyway. But yeah, if you 1649-ish, he said, right? If you go 1548 to 1649-ish, you get 51. But if you go inclusive, then you have 52. 52 is a completion, isn't it? It's a 413s. It's a full card deck. So I think that date was chosen specifically, and it all ties in. So very interesting connection. Shakespeare, no, didn't exist, but the Globe connection, the Globe Theatre connection as well. And the Globe was mentioned numerous times in the works of Shakespeare. It's over-mentioned, if you will. So they're trying to sell you something big time. So again, that's an indisputable connection. I'm thinking you can definitely go to 46th word and see that it's shake and spear. What are the chances of that? And just that it ties in with what I'm suspecting as well. All of these works are by the works of the same hand, the hidden hand. It's all by the hidden hand. What is the hidden hand, you might ask? Well, we'll be getting to that in a second. And anyone who didn't hear last time, I think, and who's been listening to me, might, excuse me, might appreciate the connections. And I did mention it last time, but it definitely does bear reiterating, because I have a little picture, not a picture, a little thing in paint, so side by side, so I can talk about that. But lots of different little facts coming in, that are supporting the same ideas. Yeah, okay. So I want to read, okay, well, what will I do next? That was a little fact. Oh, here's an excellent one. So back on the dodo again, I was just listening to John Gielgud, right? I said, I'll go on and get an audiobook of Alice in Wonderland. Just maybe listen to it again, get different ideas, and, you know, see what might occur to me. And it wouldn't take that long as well. So John Gielgud reading, let me put a link in the chat. Everyone knows John Gielgud, pretty famous actor, mostly Shakespearean actor as well. Very interesting. So I'm listening away. Especially, and you know what I'm listening for as well. I'm especially listening to, listening for chapter 3 with the introduction of the dodo. But here he is, world famous thespian, reading Alice in Wonderland, fixed text, you can be sure. The dodo is certainly in the main book, and he's reading away. I'm enjoying it, and he fucking skips out chapter 3 completely. No mention of the dodo. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, brilliant, because why on God's earth would you do that? Why would you leave out a whole chapter on an integral part, not an integral part, it seems sort of an added part, actually, while everything about the book seems pretty disconnected. But yeah, it does seem like an added part, and it didn't sort of add anything or much to it. Now, when we make the dodo connection to Charles Dodgson, who was said to have a stammer, and how he related to the dodo character, so we've been led there. So why on God's earth would John Gielgud, in his reading of the dodo, leave out chapter 3? I put the link in chat. So again, it's pointing us in a big direction. How I can't, you know, I know why now, I think, but you tell me why. Why on God's earth, when you look up the dodo, that's one of the biggest connecting sort of links that will come up as well. Oh, well, the dodo is brought to life in Alice in Wonderland, but yet you have John Gielgud here reading out a produced, what do you call it? A produced effort, and leaving out chapter 3 completely. Wow, something going on here. So again, that ties in nicely. I wanted to mention that. That ties in nicely with, I must save that actually, because I'm going to go through the end of that, with what I'm thinking and what I found out. So greater puzzle going on here. I'm going through the secret world of Lewis Carroll as well. And the more that's talked about, you see, because his story as well is going to be completely manufactured. And again, everything about the narrative will be significant. And indeed it is. Indeed it's turning out to be. Anyone interested, let me put that. I just started going through it. Let me put that link in the chat. So that's the link there, just talking about the secret life, the secret world. Of course, that had to be the secret world of Lewis Carroll. I must look a bit more into that name and to see what exactly the name is. Significant, nothing sprang to mind. Lewis and Alice, Lewis, in lieu of us. But anyway, that's the secret world of Lewis Carroll. And again, if it's a fabricated persona like Shakespeare, for instance, then the narrative will be fabricated and it'll be laden with clues. So anyone with ears to hear. But so I just want to save that. And I haven't listened to that myself, but the first few minutes I've listened to, yeah, pretty revealing. Again, everything's about the sun. It's about 666, the sun, all of us in Wonderland. So we went from a change of scenery, if you will, I guess both externally and internally. And it's about getting back to that. So let me move on. I'm definitely going to finish Alice in Wonderland. What time is it? 11:30. So this should be okay. Sorry, a bit hoarse. I definitely need a good cough now. I'm going to roll a cigarette in a second and take it from there. Okay. So the hidden hand. Let's get to this. What did I do? Again, I'm reiterating things again because I think it's, yeah, why not? A lot of people, some mightn't have heard this before last time, and if you did hear it last time, let me just build on it as well, and it might give you a few ideas. But I'm just going to briefly show. So the hidden hand, right? Is this is the puzzle solved? I'm not sure if it is, but this is definitely a major part of it, right? For me, because it all connects. It's all such. So, if there's something beyond that, absolutely, I think that the next biggest, the biggest puzzle of all lies with us and who we are, and getting back to that realization or that awareness, you know. So, but the hidden hand, right? So let me briefly share my screen. You like this? Gravity sucks. If you didn't see it the last time, you'll definitely like this, man. So what I say, first of all, so now with the new context, when I see the hidden hand now, what I'm looking for are any symbols that will associate with, well, obviously, first of all, the dodo. I have a direct connection to the dodo, but yeah, in general, the sun tree, the tree, the broken tree, the North Center. This is it, the North Center especially, Oz, and a literal Genesis 1 beyond, or literal paradise, a literal home for us all beyond Genesis 1, or beyond the North Center. I literally think, hey, you know, again, it's in the fantastical realms. I literally think you go through the North Center, then you come out the other side, and everything is intact. The other side, so all the trees are intact. This side it's broken. You know, the barrier is broken. I think maybe something like that is at play as well. But anyway, that's what I'm looking for when I'm looking at any hidden hand iconography or representations. So we're just going to go through this and maybe talk about it. And I should get the chat up, so that actually I get the chat up, and just in case there's any observations or any comments you want to make, so I'll pop out the chat and just keep kind of half an eye on that. Oh no, hang on. Okay, I'll pop out the chat and just have half an eye on that. Maybe go for another hour or two. I don't mind that. And just it's 11. It's 23:33. So how about pop up the chat? All right, pop up the chat. And please feel free to chime in, anybody. I mean, I definitely think this is, you know, alive, definitely one of the most alive routes of investigation now at this stage. I do think we all know the Earth is flat and stationary. What are we going to do with that? This is the greater ongoing puzzle. And I'll talk about that after this, when I just go through briefly. Oh no, shit, sorry. Let me cancel that. Bring up that. Actually, I don't need to see myself, do I? I don't need to see, definitely don't need to see myself full screen. That'll be a bit. I don't actually. What the fuck do I need to do that for? Yeah, that's perfect, actually. Oh no. You haven't seen Tim. I've just been, well, when I've been over at Tim's side occasionally, and you see him messing around with his different windows he's open. He's fucking thousands of windows open, you know. Obviously well trained. They're all well trained in what do you call that? What do you call that? Lost for words here. What do you call that? It's not media studies. It's like website design, all that sort of stuff. The running of websites, just software education, all that sort of stuff. Whatever, something to do with media anyway. Anyway, how can I fucking? Okay, well, I'll have to. Okay, that's fine. I'll just leave this. Leave the text for the minute. I can bring that up in a second after I screen share. Okay. Anyway, Jesus. Sorry now. So the hidden hand. So this is a link kindly posted the last night. I'm sorry, I can't. Who posted that link now? I remember. Hidden hand, Masonic sign. So after I came to the realization, hidden hand, I looked at the sign and said, this is what I'm looking for. So a grander sort of, they're all part and parcel of this grander goal, this great plan, this great scheme. And that's what the hidden hand represents for me. And I know it's said to represent many different things, but for me now, it's a grand plan, a rebuilding. You know, it's all about the destruction and the rebuilding after this. And this is where the hidden hand comes into it. So what I'm looking to see into references to the sun, references to trees, references to flat earth, laurel leaves. You know the laurel leaves around the UN flag. A brilliant example comes up here, and you'll love it if you've been paying attention to what I've been saying anyway. I'm going to skip through it. Just go briefly. Beavis, that's Beavis there, isn't it? Butthead, Beavis and Butthead. But these are all people just telling you that they're in the know. And I think even within, I mean, this could be known to all Masons. You know what the real idea behind it, what the real message behind the hidden hand, what's the real meaning behind the hidden hand. Or maybe it could be limited to a few of the upper echelons. Who knows? Who knows what it might be limited to? And I'm by any means not saying that what I'm saying is the truth, but what I'm saying is look at the supporting evidence. Who's that? I don't know who that guy is, but he's pretty young. But you know what I mean. He might be doing that, but be told to do that, and not know the greater significance of it. And I should think he wouldn't. I should think maybe not. I think this is the puzzle for all except the people who know the dodo puzzle. So anyway, it doesn't matter if he does or not. Again, you can see it, and whatever you've associated to a hidden hand in your own brain. Well, let's take away all of the dark and the dire meanings and interpretations for a minute. Like 666, just let's take them away. That's what they want us to be, is fearful of them. So we don't need to go there, or we can take a step back anyway before we go there. So you can see it's everywhere, you know, and it's referenced everywhere, but most especially in, you know, you see many famous historical figures with the hidden hand. This was interesting. Straight away, we have the sun. We have this circular pattern. I mentioned this the last time as well. That's associated with the English £10 note, and this is the vibrational pattern that the sun delivers its sort of energies in the form of, and you can see here it's in the center of what almost looks like for the world the sun, with the planets and stars or whatever encompassed within almost a heart shape, isn't that, an inverted heart? But then you have the eye above. It's the all-seeing eye. All-seeing eye. Again, I compare that word play. Ice age, all-seeing eye, all-seeing me. Yeah, look, you have the checkerboard floor here. Again, all equating to flat Earth. The checkerboard floor relates to the square of the square and compass, Masonic square and compass. So just the checkerboard is the grid-like Cartesian coordinate system that is in proper use for the flattened stationary Earth. So again, the dodo wears a checkerboard dress. That's the Cartesian coordinate system where 0, 0 is the point located at X marks the spot at the center. So very center of the chessboard, right at the north center point, if you will. So that's what the chessboard is. But yeah, all-seeing eye. I mentioned how it's very like rugby ball shape, isn't it? I mentioned how on the Economist 2016 cover, you have tucked away in the corner next to the Beatles guitar, you have tucked away in the corner a rugby ball with a sort of a map imprinted over it. So in one sense, we can view this as being the general layout of the Earth, you know, with the North Center in the center, but of course it can represent other things as well. So yeah, that's your sun connection to the hand, and it's almost like this is the spiral. The sun spirals. This is what the 666, the G represents. The G, the sweeping G motion is the spiraling motion. So yeah, just to reiterate again, the compass is for the track, the contoured barrier above. This is spherical coordinate systems to be used for that. And well, elliptical, the sun travels in an ellipse. So yeah, that's what that's referencing. And the sun, the G, you can almost see it like a G, isn't it? Look at this, turn it on the side. You can see it's like a G. And again, the spiraling, gyring motion, whirling motion, whirlpool, world. We live in a world. This is all relates to the sun and the motion that it like clockwork goes through. So that's what I've seen here. So let me continue on, not to dwell too much on anything. I also spoke about this, the beehive. It's all about frequency, vibration. And the bee levitates, he cancels out, getting back to our own heart, the bee cancels out the prevailing, this invading or all prevalent magnetic field, and goes about his merry way then out of that influence. Well, the dove of peace, yeah, here's where I mentioned, look at the laurel leaves here as is featured on the UN map, the UN logo. Right, but the dove also associated with the destruction of, well, I'm going to say the inundation, Noah's dove, associated with the inundation, which I say is because of the destruction of the trees and the collapse of the boundary conditions, the inundation of the oceans. But you can see these light rays prevalent everywhere. So this to me is the Earth system. Represented as a whole, and everything stems from that, but always pointing to the North Center as well. You have a heart here on the palm. Benevolence, friendship, love, and truth. Well, oh, beautiful ideas. I didn't get to think about this. Interconnected rings as well, actually, because very similar to Olympic rings. But yeah, so the hidden hand, this is the association I'm making again with, well, frequency, but yeah, the dove, the destruction, the flat earth map with the laurel leaves here. And yeah, the heart is the earth ether. Yeah, so just move on. Witchcraft, again, in all forms and fashion, witchcraft, hand of glory. Don't know anything about that. But again, the fingers pointing into the very middle. If you wanted to view this as a flat earth in a sense, you couldn't you? We see these spiraling snakes here. They also come up when I was dealing with the superficially dealing with the cover of The Secret Teachings of All Ages by Manly P. Hall. So the serpentine behavior here is common and doesn't refer to herself, and our base behavior does refer to again, is the snake, the serpent is painted in a terrible, very bad light, isn't it, in the Bible? So we need to look at everything differently. There's a DNA fashion there, but I think we have been divided, and this is, again, that's another thing I want to say. The hidden hand, it's about a reunification of us. This is about us and our fall as well, or our division. And we can bear that in mind. Here was a very interesting one in the light of what I was saying about Paul the last night. Paul is on Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. Paul is the only one who has a hand over his head. Again, we're looking at hidden hand. Look at the vegetative background, big prominent tree in the background here. But look at the leaf, or this plant, whatever the plant is that they've shown to. Let me zoom in a small bit. That they've shown to to put up before us. Very similar to laurel leaves, isn't it? So you can be sure that that's purposefully done. These are the fetals. All four of them are fake, not just one. All four of them. So again, we can look into the Beatles story as well and look for a transition. Well, we do. We have a real and a fake. We have a real and a fabricated. And in a sense, this represents us, isn't it? Before and after. Went from a real setting, real history, to this fabricated realm that we're in, and fabricated history, especially associated with that realm. So, yeah, Johnny Depp, they're all telling you, again, you can see, look at the X in the background. X marks the spot. Yeah, this is just signaling to anyone else in the know that you're in the know as well, and we're all working. It's like when they use all of these numbers publicly, when you see Trump are doing the constant 666, they're just letting others know in the know that they know as well, and this is what they're working towards. Now, what is that towards? A complete satanic domination of the earth and its people. Yeah, possibly. Is it something else? Well, you know, Colin Powell as well. Look at this. Who holds hands like that? Yeah, it's two hidden hands, three hidden hands, all part and parcel of the game. Yasser Arafat, all part and parcel of it. Tom Hanks is an interesting one. Look at the globe behind him. Look, for fuck's sake. Tom Hanks is an interesting. That's a double whammy there. What did I say? It's associated. That picture is taken purposefully. Well, that's not quite hidden, is it? And that's an L as well. He's making purposefully. As in Lewis Carroll, possibly. I'm not saying that now, but look at the globe behind Tom Hanks. Again, the hidden hand associated with the flat Earth, i.e. the fabricated globe, and again, conditions, going a bit deeper, conditions before and after. Tom Hanks, many of the movies he's associated with are a clue to you regarding the fabricated nature. So Apollo 13, for instance, yeah, here we have the sun reference. Tom Hanks is front and center. So he's telling you that this is a fakery presentation, and I'm sure what there's a lot of his other movies as well show the same. He was only recently actually on the crash landing on the Hudson, more fakery, you know, very shortly after 9/11. No, it wasn't, was it? No, it wasn't. Maybe, I think it was maybe on the anniversary of 9/11 in and around New York as well. So always bringing you back to sort of the central mind. But yeah, Tom Hanks involved in many psyops and the propaganda arm. But again, if you're aware of it, a greater game can be said to be going on then, and we are being informed. Clues are being left to us at every step of the way. And are you aware of them? Are you awake to them? So we have Ronald Reagan. Well, this podium here, this is almost, look at the shadow around him. This is almost what I say the sun is, right? This is the stump of the sun tree. And you have the star, look at that. You have the stars as well, the stars and stripes, almost like the bark of a tree. Oh gosh, again, that's what I'm seeing here anyway. And this is sort of what I was trying to get you to visualize earlier on. When you cut the stump off of that fiber optic tree, then you have the light illuminating up. And look, Reagan himself is almost illuminating, isn't it? And standing on top of stars, which is the stars or the sun. Yeah, that's interesting. De Niro, Louis Cypher, I'm sure that's from that movie. Is it? No, it isn't. Yes, what movie is that from? Another L, look. L, and I opened one of the Hangouts with, I call it Flat Earth Roses and Rue. The subtitle of that poem could be Dig Up This Long Buried Treasure, worth the pleasure. We never could learn love's song, we are parted too long. Again, just the opening lines tell of a lost time, you know. And actually, that's why I mentioned that. The subtitle of that song is 2L, capital L, L, 2L, L, LL. So here he's clearly making an L as well. Could almost be a 3, but yeah, he's sort of half a hidden hand. Well, they all know. Well, they all know something anyway. Maybe they're told. Again, I don't know if they know the actual extent of it. Pretty sure they know about the flat Earth and all that. Do they know about Alice in Wonderland? Do they know about the dodo? I'm not sure if they do. I'm not sure if they do. If they did, it wouldn't surprise me, but you definitely can't comment if you know the solution. You can't comment. You can give clues, but you can't comment. This guy, yeah. Sarah Palin. Who's a bloke? Sarah Palin seems to be a bloke. And this guy seems to be a prominent actor. These are actor families. This is all theater. Interesting, has a rose here because I think what the rose, and again, roses and rue, I think what the rose refers to is a giant whirlpool at the north. That was definitely a thought of mine. Sub rosa, you know, hidden. This is what I think might be referenced by that. So again, it's just Here we go. Who's this? Crown Prince Alexander of Yugoslavia. Yeah, just crowned. So he's letting everyone know that he's in the know. So it is. All these people probably are, you know. And again, are they working against us ultimately or for us? That's the question you have to. Looks like David Cameron there in a sense, doesn't it? But anyone who is put forward, they're all related. Anyone who's put forward as a leader, they have all sort of blue blood, if you will. They're all chosen specifically for the roles long since in advance. All the hidden hands, yeah. So they're all working for a common goal. Again, you can decide what that goal is, and these are letting everyone else know. That's why it's so prominent. It's like if you have a club, right, that incorporates millions throughout the world and many different languages, many different cultures, there has to be a general grouping of signs that you can let everyone know that you're dealing in what you're dealing with. So this is what they do. And again, whether all of these individuals are privy to exactly what the hidden hand might be referring to ultimately, yeah, that's open to debate. But you can see all of the major. That's a fire. Look, that's a photoshopped, fabricated photograph as well. I remember looking at some of those old photographs before, or someone looking at them and commenting on them. You can see how fake it all is. Everything is fucking fake. Go look up Hitler's trousers after the attempted assassination and tell me our chains aren't being yanked. But yeah, you can see him. There's Trotsky and Lenin. Again, none of these people are what they say on the tin. None of them. Marx. All with the hidden hand. So what the fuck is this hidden hand? Right. What is it in reference to? And it could be many things, of course. Friedrich Nietzsche. Very boyish looking, isn't he? I just commented the last time, the World Cup. And this was reminiscent of the fleur-de-lis in a sense. And I claimed the fleur-de-lis before was a sort of encoding of the Dubai ball or the Dubai barrier, and also the Spear Destiny was. If you look up Spear Destiny and just imagine a cross section of it. Actually, looking at Nietzsche here, possibly feminine, possibly a feminine tendency. Just my immediate impression, feminine tendency. But this doesn't look right. First of all, it looks like a young boy, doesn't he? Rhodes, yeah. Wasn't Bill Clinton a Rhodes scholar? Unconnected. All insiders, all secret keepers. Is that Wilkes Booth? John Wilkes Booth, yeah, there you go, insider. As was Lincoln. Lincoln was an actor. This is all theater. When they talk about the number of uncanny connections between the Lincoln assassination and the Kennedy assassination, it is easy to make them, like, because it's all scripted out, you know. And neither of them are actual events, you know. No, Kennedy didn't die. Kennedy was an actor in himself, but he didn't die. Neither did Lincoln. John Wilkes Booth shot fuck all, shot nobody, and it was all they're telling you as well, all in a theater, you know. Bartholdi, he's a fine strapping lad, isn't he? Don't know who he is. Oh, hang on. This is August Bartholdi, Freemason designer and sculptor of the Statue of Liberty. That's an interesting one. The Statue of Liberty. I compared the face of Alice in Alice in Wonderland to Elvis, and Elvis's face can be compared to the face on the Statue of Liberty as well. Which what are we looking at there? An androgynous being. Yeah, that's what I think. So again, yeah, not to dwell on it because I want to get on to the main part. You can see prominent, and pretty much every prominent historical figure you will find in one place or another doing a similar sort of a pose. And yeah, as I pointed out, you're not seeing, look, there's a brilliant one. Look at that against the tree with the hidden hand. Lovely indication there. And look, he has a fucking axe in his hand. This is now, come on. Look, again, I haven't seen this. Now I'm just going through this as well. Very Patrick Stewart-like almost, isn't he? But look, he has a fucking axe in his hand. What I'm saying is, what did I say on the outset? That when you look for the hidden hand, and who's this guy? Gladstone. He was the British Prime Minister, like, you know, 4-time Prime Minister. That's unheard of. You know? And look at the back here. You could almost say that was a fell tree in the background, couldn't you? But look at him with his axe in his hand. And what I did say is, when you look for representations of the hidden hand, or you know, look for giant. Didn't I say that? Giant trees, cut down trees, flat Earth symbols, globe, whatever. That sort of association. North center. So there's a perfect, and I didn't see that before. Perfect. Look, he looks like a, yeah. And is this telling us that man was responsible for the destruction of the giant trees? I fucking suspect that might be the case as well. The hubris of man. I don't know, because that's been hinted at as well. The dodo bird was named the wallow bird. And again, the dodo for its stupidity, what have we done sort of thing. But it was named the wallow bird to remember the destructive nature of man, as a remembrance for the destructive nature of man. Instead of the destructive nature of someone else. So have we done this to ourselves? Again, have we become infected? Have we fallen purposefully? Is this all assimilation? These are bigger questions, but there does seem to be a sort of a narrative. If it is assimilation, there's a narrative associated with assimilation. And this is what it tells me here. This is a destructive force. And again, the hidden hand. Is the hidden hand behind the destructive force, or is it something else? We automatically associate a negative, destructive connotation to the hidden hand. Well, it would serve us well to remember the 180-degree flip rule. So yeah, just flipping through. And I'm sure you could come out another one. Look, this is one I saw the other day. John Ruskin, tutor to illuminated students such as Cecil Rhodes. Love, I mean, yeah. And you know what? These people are honestly, this is what I think now. They're not fucking a far cry away from us. They're just privy to certain information that if you or I were privy to the same information, we would have the same sort of thoughts about these things, you know. Everything's pretty simple at the end of the day. But again, it's the secret that mystifies it and gives it its strength in a sense, strength of legend. But look again, the tree next door, hidden hand, yeah, intimately connected. So yeah, we don't need to look much further than that. I think we got it, and sufficient. Here we go. Yeah, I looked at this last time as well. Last time. Here we have laurel leaves again, laurel patterns that we see around the flat earth. His hand is over his heart. Heart is the earth, EARTH, and it's right in the center as well, right at the north center. Checkerboard floor, which is we're dealing with. The checkerboard floor, the Masonic checkerboard floor always tells you that we're dealing with a flat. That's what it's telling you, a flat and stationary earth. If you can, underneath his feet, plant a dodo there in the center and imagine that the tip of South America is the bill of the dodo as it rolls and wraps around Mexico, wraps around North America. The wing is the north center and all the continents wrap around. If you could imprint there, east to west is right to left. West to east is left to right. North to south is top to bottom. And south to north is bottom to top. The dodo at the wing center would be placed the chessboard. Yeah, this is the chessboard. Yeah, so you'd have the X marks the spot at the north, and yeah, you'd have all the different continents wrapping around in a dodo type, oval type fashion, and the sun follows the root. So yeah, the checkerboard represents a duality as well. That everything has two meanings. Like Jesus is the sun, but Jesus is also the archetype of the perfect man within us all, you know, the perfect and true man within us all. So yeah, it's the same with the checkerboard, the duality within our natures and the nature of this divided realm. So, and again, here we see the spiral pattern. spiral pattern almost of the sun. Again, it's a G. Look, it's for all the world, it's a G. And that's what I started to say about the G within the square and the compass. The G represents the 3 movements of the sun in that spiral fashion. The big spiral movement is where the whirlpool comes into it. The spiral fashion that anything, if water was draining out, would travel in. That's clear. The circular fashion, the vertical fashion, as the water drains, you will experience a vertical drop, and then comes back again, obviously. And then the horizontal to finish the G. Well, sorry, the vertical is when as the water drains, and you know, whatever's floating will move closer to that draining point. And the horizontal then is when yeah, you move inward from a starting position, because you're moving in as you're getting sucked closer to the point of exit, if you will. So yeah, that's what the G is. And I see it here. I see it on his belt. But yeah, that's pretty much, that's what I think the checkerboard always represents, the Cartesian coordinate system that you find in your local ordinate systems. It only changes when you get to sort of world level or international level. And yeah, so that's the heart. You can even see that, you know, he has it in the shape. The laurel leaves are designed around the shape of a heart. So anyway, I'm getting to the point. Napoleon himself would spend a lot of time in Egypt in the 1850s, building the pyramid, maybe, to add to the fabrication of. So numbers I'm looking for is 420. That's a 420 or 42. Also 9/11. Not quite sure what we're seeing here. What's that, about 4:13 on the clock? Anyway, not to worry about that. Yeah, Napoleon. We should do a little transgender in this guy, but again, how real is he? You can be sure everything here is encoded. Closer look. I'm not seeing anything jumping out immediately. But yeah, again, signal and common gold here, and we're all engaged in it. And again, real at 1769, it's only when you go back to before 1600, pretty much, that, you know, they take a lot closer look at the character and the narrative surrounding the character that's been presented to us. But Abel was I, ere I saw Elba. But yeah, I don't want to get bogged down in looking into this, because I don't know anything about them looking into now. You can be sure everything is significant. Nothing jumping out. On the clock, obviously, time came into being in a sense, a broken time with the broken sun system. But anyway, yeah, a bit of foliage here, but nothing too goth. Okay, yeah, this is an important guy. He wrote, what I didn't make it through it. It's sort of a bit laborious. What was his book? What's the deal with the devil at the crossroads, whatever that was called? I think of it now. Faust. That's a pretty important book, I believe, and I heard it was, you know, in conspiracy forums, people be talking about that. It's an important book to the Masons. Faust, Goth's Faust, and what else? Another important book, I believe, Pinocchio. Again, so these books are telling core truths. So I don't think I've finished either of them, actually. But yeah, just letting you know as well. Why did I surround him with foliage here? Would you say that that's a flat horizon? Yeah. Anyway, what the fuck is that? Yeah, look at how far it goes back. Well, it's going to go back at least 1600 anyway. So if this is the great work behind the scenes, you know, the rebuilding, the reconstruction of Earth system. So yeah, you can see it. It's going all the way back. And again, you'll notice all of these characters are well within the date, 1760s. But Mozart, right? Mozart, again, A Portrait of a Child, Mozart, well, more, this is part and parcel of the same great work. Mozart is another Beatles, if you will. He's someone put forward to the masses, and behind the scenes, it's a conglomerate of people, and probably the same people who wrote the Bible, probably the same people who you know, this hidden hand. This is the hidden hand behind everything, behind all of the fabrications, for the greater reason. This trussle here is common in it. I've seen that, well, it's out with Napoleon, and I'm sure it means closer look than that. It's not ringing, nothing's springing to mind immediately. I know very few people be interested in staying here, like, so I can't help that. I'm just going to continue anyway. Yeah, nearly done this. Thomas Cochrane, Royal Navy. Yeah, again, all well connected. They're born into it. Again, checkerboard, almost floor, pillars, oceans. Nothing too much there, but yeah, you get the idea anyway. I'm delighted when I went through that just to find the other massive tree with the axe with the British Prime Minister. And this guy, just in case anyone who hasn't heard of this guy, let me put that in chat. I could have put chat up here, couldn't I? Because I have no idea what's going on. Yeah. That's to give, yeah, so you can see how prevalent it is, and they're all part and parcel of a greater plan with the hidden hands behind. So all of these people responsible for their political and their adventurous or achievements, they all come under the greater work of the hidden hand. So now to get to the meat of matters. Hang on, what line? Right, what will I do now? Okay, so this is what I'll do. Again, this is a reiteration of what I was saying last night, but it's sort of, it's a little more solid, and I'll just go through as well where that solidity comes in. So yeah, flat Earth, Mark Sargent. Mark Sargent is the clue. And again, I pointed this out. I noticed that when you ask these tough questions, yeah, and then again, this is just going back over the months and the years. When you ask these tough questions of people, they will confess a little bit, they'll give away a little bit, but they'll always protect somebody, and they'll always point you towards somebody. And in my experience, it's always been Mark Sargent that has been the protected. I talked about Antonio Subrat's throwing Patricia under the bus. But when I asked him the question about Patricia being an agent, yeah, so that's all scripted anyway. Patricia Steer, Antonio Subrat's, yeah, that's all scripted. You think it's a coincidence that a steer is a young castrated bull calf, and that's exactly, well, outside of the bull calf thing, that's exactly what Antonio says that Patricia is, not near Nelly. So Mark Sargent, yeah, when I said, do you think she's an agent, after much kerfuffle, he said, yeah, he thinks she might be an agent. But and I said, well, Patricia came on the scene on the back of Mark Sargent, so the two of them, if she's an agent, then he has to be. He said, no, but he beat me to it. He said, but Mark Sargent is good, right? Or something along those lines. So I'm going, I pointed out the last time how IPS, in a roundabout way, passed the litmus test. Because I gave him 2 out of 3. He knows about he's a flat earther. He knows about 9/11 media and victim fakery. But he's very quiet on the legal name fraud. All he said was, yeah, I must look into that. But he was, in his own way, bringing attention to it because the man has no name, and he's actually come by 2 or 3 different names. This is not something that we're finding out. This is something that has been, we need to know, and has been given to us. Obama has given it to us, for instance, with his birth certificate. They've told you, you know. So the rest, as I say, is down to you. But yeah, so IPS gets the pass. But yeah, who is he first to reference when he got exposure? Mark Sargent. So Mark Sargent is important. Let's take a look at Mark Sargent, because yeah, is there anything we can glean from him? Young guy, pretty sharp, should have big internet presence. No, he has no internet presence, is that right? Well, he actually he does. He has one thing. What's that? You know, what, a city dweller, you know, he's pretty slick. Yeah, he's put out a prepper's guide. He's done a what? He's put out a prepper's guide. Prepper's guide. That's just sort of like how you're going to rough and ready it in case of any times of trouble, you know, and how to get get your house in order and preparation for the worst of times. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't sound like a prepper to me, but anyway. But you said that's the only internet presence he has? Okay, well, yeah, I'm going to put that away. That's a clue, right? So again, this all came together later on, you know, as a process. So that's a clue. Mark Sargent, prepper. Now, what does that remind you of? Mark Sargent, prepper. Well, of course, Sergeant Pepper's, right? Mark Sergeant Pepper, Sergeant Pepper. So that's telling you something. You make a note of that. Cool. You have to know about well, you don't have to know about anything. To just support the idea that everything points to Mark Sargent, well, first of all, you have Mark Sargent clues. Claimed never to have heard of September clues when he was steeped in conspiracy thinking. Well, that's another clue for you. So, yeah, so he has these clues. He has supporting roles then in the persona of Patricia Steer. Again, Patricia, CIA. They're telling you, you know, they're leading you down the path. Steer. And again, who has an email, Mystery, you know, or you can be steered or you can be missteered, you know, be careful. So yeah, you have a mystery as well. Magical mystery tour. Okay, fair enough. You might say a vague connection, but let's continue on. Deep inside the rabbit hole, another connection. So all of these things seem to be pointing to Mark, and again, in my brain, Mark Sargent, Sergeant Pepper's. I knew that Sergeant Pepper's was a big puzzle. Sergeant Pepper, the cover of Sergeant Pepper is a massive puzzle. It's the puzzle of the ages. Every author, every musician. No, I'm not saying every author, but every musician, especially the big promoter ones, will be, and the insiders, the ones inside, will promote or hint at Sergeant Pepper's in one form or another, letting you know each and every time that there's a puzzle to be solved here. Well, I've already put up the thread going back a few years now, and isn't that amazing? Let me bring that up again. I'll bring it up in a second. Oh, fuck it. That is a brilliant connection. That is a brilliant connection because, yeah, this guy has to be on the inside, but he's not telling you the whole truth, right? So I'm just getting that link up again. Wherever I have that. And look, anyone who's interested in this, I suggest you do be interested, because these links are clear and these links are certain. So let me just go here. Let me read the opening line for you. 2011, maybe 2012. So fucking hell, how amazing, how intricate, how depth. He doesn't mention the flat earth here though. So this guy, Yarface, genius, absolute genius. He had to be an insider. I'll recommend, let me put that link in chat. Recommend anyone who's interested in this. Fuck, I didn't need to go to chat at all. Anyone who's interested in this, I reckon this is compulsory reading. And look, anyone who's heard me talking about this before, I'm getting to the point again, so you might, it bears reiteration. But let me just read what they said. Now, you know what I've been saying about 42, right? So I said 42 is the answer. That's not 42, it's 420. But look at what he does. The opening line of this solution, it's a solution to Sergeant Pepper's, right? But it isn't. It is in a sense, but it isn't as well. Well, it is and it isn't, right? That's all I'll say about that. Because if flat Earth isn't, even though this guy is, I'm almost definitely sure he's an insider. Let me read out the opening line. He said the Beatles After much consideration, I decided to post this here before publishing it widely. He says, the Beatles played a lovely prank. Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Heart Club's Band is a brilliant parody of Lewis Carroll's Through the Looking Glass and Edgar Allan Poe's Gold Bug, complete with a treasure map and a hidden treasure. The prank plays out in the word and the picture puns, right? So this is what we're doing. He has limited truth, but it's beautiful, the unraveling. And what is it? 23 pages, probably more actually. But listen to what he says next. He said, the treasure went undiscovered for 42 years until I found it. Now I'm going to tell you how to find it. Now, isn't that super interesting? So 42 years after Sgt. Pepper's comes out, this guy Jarface comes out with the solutions to Sgt. Pepper, but we're never given the solution. We can't be given all the truth. We are helped along the way. We are hindered along the way. We're steered and we're missteered. So he has picked this 42 years specifically. And again, I say it's associated with 420. And I'm just thinking about the clock there in Napoleon in the hidden hand, where it was 413. So was that a kind of a hint to say that, look, we're a long way along the path, but this is the action. I'm not, you know what I mean. I'm just saying in a vague sense there. But yeah, isn't it amazing? So he comes out with this most pivotal thread in the solution to everything. 42 years later than when Sgt. Pepper's was presented first. So that to me tells me that this guy is an insider and he's giving you out clues, as they all are. So anyone who's interested, definitely have to go through that. And yeah, maybe play your part. I mean, listen, I don't think this is a joke anymore. And excuse me, this encompasses everything. So wait, I'll go through what I'm going to go through anyway. So this encompasses everything. Sorry, tickly throat. So just to read that again, the treasure went undiscovered for 42 years. He's telling us. So I think 420 was always part of the bigger time scale. And again, 420, the dodo, a doob is dodo and breaking half and mirrored. You get a doobie 420, and there are many other such connections as well to 420 and the dodo. And from when the dodo was said to be discovered, 1598 to 2018, 420 years. And what I'm saying now is this is why all of this cannabis talk, we're inundated with cannabis talk almost here now. So again, we're being prepared. Look at the different movements that have been taking place in terms of legislation. Not just America, but worldwide. So this is all in preparation for this 420 time that has been worked on so diligently, I think, by the hidden hand behind the scenes. So getting to the hidden hand. So let me continue on. Again, well, I'll talk about this later on. If you said to me the hidden hand was responsible for some great work or for it represented some great momentous plan or whatever, well, you couldn't get a much greater plan, could you, than the rebuilding of a destroyed paradise that we once called home, or that we still call home, And if Earth now is a destroyed paradise, can you imagine how beautiful paradise would be and is, I guess, so that would be a great. That, if you said to me, well, that's what the hidden hand was to represent, I say, fuck me. I mean, that's pretty big, isn't it? Especially if you didn't know about flat Earth, or especially if you didn't know about any of this. Just at the window here, just looking out at no stars again. No stars recently. Just sort of twilight. Never in darkness, really. Pitch darkness. Yeah, so definitely change. Things are definitely changing. The sun has increased in frequency as well, and that's why we're seeing them. When you do see stars, you see them brighter, crisper. I mean, I looked out at the moon last week, and it was right fucking there. I think this is an optical effect as well of the increase in frequency of the sun. And we all know the sun is increased in frequency. It's fucking pretty hot when you're out there underneath it. Bear chemtrailing here today. So again, I look differently upon chemtrailing as I look differently upon everything else. This is all a part of the rebuilding plan. And again, in order to say that something is not normal, first you have to describe what normal is, or what you mean by normal. And you mean by normal now? Do you mean that normal in terms of what you've experienced throughout your life, or do you mean by normal in terms of, you know, starting conditions, design specifications, or design deliveries? You know, is this what you mean by normal? Because then, you know, you will have, if you do the third there, I mean, you have a very different view, won't you? So anything that comes before you, you will view it against a different backdrop or a different context, and you'll react differently to it, I should think. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, so if you haven't read that, do yourself a favor, especially if you're interested in following this line of inquiry, or just following this a little bit further. And I'm going to give you a good reason why you should. So anyway, so here we see immediately Alice is through the looking glass, and as you go further, Alice in Wonderland plays a massive role. I am the Eggman. I'm the Eggman. I'm the Walrus. So yeah, this pointed at the significance of Alice in Wonderland. And I pointed out as well, after the Bible, it wasn't me who described it like that, after the Bible and Shakespeare, then you have in third place Alice in Wonderland in terms of most popular and most looked into or read stories on Earth. So yeah, again, to think that they might all be attributed to the hidden hand, that's where I'm at. So yeah, so here we find ourselves looking into the significance of Alice in Wonderland and what might be pointed to there. So yeah, Mark Sgt. Pepper, this is what he's saying. It's all connected with Sgt. Pepper's. Don't take the first layer, never take the first layer as truth. Mark Sargent's clues, all of his clues are secondary. You know, they're not the first layer. He didn't say anything new really in most of his clues that most of us hadn't heard before. I've been looking into flat Earth since, well, maybe about probably 2011. I probably looked into it first. Maybe a bit later than that, 2012, started taking it very seriously, and then maybe 2013, settled on it. So he wasn't saying anything new, but again, it's the clues under the surface layer. The Orlando Ferguson, a big clue. 666, roulette table, 666, again, reference to the sun. So that's Mark Sargent. Again, all roads point to Mark Sargent still on Flat Earth in terms of the actors, and they're all actors. David Weiss, Bob, Cammy, Nathan, Antonio. I could go on and on, on and on and on and on and on. I could go on. So I don't want to name just a few. ADR, Kathleen, Isa, Yvette, you know, David. What's David? What's his name? Dave. What's his name? Matrix Decode. You know, I could just keep going on and on. Jaren, Morgile, Zulu One, Candy, Brian Verville, Wesley, Vegan Warrior. Where do I stop? Like, you know. But again, the point being, if we were to judge all these people, we'll be put in a hard impossible situation if we were to go down the evil route, because for the most part, we'll see pleasant and helpful sort of outputs from many of the people anyway. Again, we know all the ballers are regular baller antagonists. They're all actors, of course. You can't but be a flat earther after if you have a certain level of reason and intelligence, and you do adequate study. You can't but be a flat earther in one limited sense anyway. Whatever's going on beyond our local flat earth maybe. But yeah, all point to Mark Sargent, and Mark Sargent points, and this is the most important point. He points to the Sergeant Peppers, and Sergeant Peppers points to Alice in Wonderland, right? It just does, simple as that. And you'll have to go through this thread to appreciate that, and it's strewn throughout the works of the Beatles as well. Again, going through yesterday, think about the words and think about it's not reminiscent for a lost love in the sense of an individual woman or whatever. It's a lost time and in a greater sense. Strawberry fields. No one is in my tree. You know, it must be high or low. You know, all of these little clues. But yeah, you would definitely have to be familiar. Then you'd have to go into then you have to understand, ingrained within Sergeant Pepper's is that Paul is dead. That's on the very cover of it. They're at a funeral setting. So once you get to the cover of Sergeant Pepper's, start looking around. This is where he goes through it here. Beautifully done. Honest to God, this is beautiful. It's so beautifully done, but it is from an insider. And you definitely won't regret that you read it, especially if you take an interest in Paul is Dead. Ultimately, it's all theater, and it's all about the hidden hand, and the hidden hand is all about the giant trees, the destruction of the giant trees in North Pole Center, and I think the reconstruction project. So I'll get to that in a second. So where are we? So that's so that takes us to Sergeant Pepper's. And to Alice in Wonderland. So I've been reading Alice in Wonderland, and mostly in connection with the dodo. So dodo associated with personally associated with Charles Ludwig Dodgson, who was said to have had a stammer. So his name was he often gave his name as Charles Dodgson, and he was said to personally relate to the dodo in Alice in Wonderland itself as a character he identified with, you know. And just amazing. When John Gielgud was reading it out, he completely left out the whole chapter. So again, that's bringing our attention to chapter 3. And that's what I said. The reason I was reading Alice in Wonderland was to just get a context for the dodo, and it's completely out of context, right? It's just like it's a scene that's there, and it's like not that it's easy to figure out what adds to anything or what takes away from anything, but it's just thrown in out of the blue. So the fact that John Gielgud didn't read that is, you have to admit, very, very significant, you know. And especially you'd be more curious then to see, because again, the dodo is associated mostly with Alice in Wonderland. So moving on. If you go so then once we hone in on the dodo, so let me just say what I understand. Now that's where I came from. The dodo is like the Gleason's map. You know, it's represents, if you overlay a dodo there, and it's not quite the same. There's more to it than this. It's not the Gleason's map. The Gleason's map is a step along the way. But if you overlay the dodo, this is what I'm talking about. That the actual landmass of the face of the flat Earth since the inundation is encoded within the design and the scale and the proportions of the dodo. And if you could find the actual land mass sizes and in relation to one another on a flat Earth, and slot them into the dodo in its orientation, in the dodo's orientation, then I think you'll get a good picture of what the real scaled intercontinental relationships are. And that's where I was coming from. So reading chapter 3, pops the dodo, very interested in the caucus race, and anyone who's been listening has heard that. So yes, okay, so sorry, let me continue. So I should actually bring up the picture itself, because here it is here. It'd actually be easier to do this. Let me just make sure that's coming up. I just want to make sure to change the screen now, because I only have one. No, that's just come back to the dodo, isn't it? Why is that coming back to the dodo? Well, you know, jump down. So I put the link in chat. So let me stop sharing that and let me go back to sharing. Okay. Okay, honestly, I'm getting to it. So here's the, okay, let me just screen share that. So here's the dodo. Okay, that's coming up. So yeah, I hope you can see my screen. So that's what I was talking about. If you take the dodo's bill here, it's as America, South America, as it wraps around Mexico, you can see it there. Or North America, Canada is a North Wing center. We have Asia wraps around here, East, Middle East, Africa down here. The dodos represent slightly different, more room for Africa in the other representations, and then back over up to Europe, and then back over to America again. So anyway, oh yeah, here we go. Look at Alice's face here. Statue of Liberty, very Statue of Liberty-esque. Yeah, representing all of us, representing the androgynous male, female, all in one, which is, I think, what we all are by by nature. We become divided in some way. So anyway, let me cut through this. Yeah. So here we have the cane. The cane is associated with the backbone, the spine. The spine is associated with the axis mundi, which is at the North Pole center, right? So Teddy Carl said, another message, thank you for that, Teddy. You said that the North Pole, or they said that dodo here in this representation has a cane, just like in the Gleason's map. That if you look at it as a dodo, then that also has a cane in the form of the little longitudinal marker strip that's torn off. Again, the Gleason map's a fabrication, so that was torn off on purpose, and it does indeed look like a cane as well. So that's a big connection. What I was wondering when it came to here, I was looking at the hands. Dave High pointed out that how this was very like Alice, all of us, and the Sistine Chapel roof representation of Lord God and his troop, almost touching Adam. The way I looked upon that is with the reptilian view to it, and it was a poisonous fang almost touching Adam. But if the dodo represents a sort of the aftermath of destruction, well, it almost touched Alice or all of us, right? So anyway, this magician-like hand coming from where? Well, it's coming from under the wing here, isn't it? So it's hidden almost, isn't it? You could say that hand is hidden, and then it reveals itself with the cane, the candy cane, if you will, in its hand. So anyway, getting to the point, saying, is this the hidden hand? So that was my question. Is this what this represents? Like, you know, why would they draw? Why would, first of all, to draw this scene like it is, and why would they have the hands on the dodo like that when it completely looks out of place? There would be no need for it. It seems like a sort of, what do you call it? A vague and out of place scene, in a sense, within the rest of the general chaos. So yeah, so I think we're being pointed to here. And again, I've already talked about the Paul is dead. Well, if you don't know Paul is dead, Paul isn't dead. This is all, yeah, this is all a theater fabrication, just a switcheroo. And yeah, to tell you that everything is so much closer to home. They put Paul back looking after the family, a caretaker of the family home in Liverpool, the original Paul, while they left the fake, the replacement, and a whole lot of the replacements actually just, you know, as part and parcel of this fabricated reality, representative of that. Anyway, I was looking under the hand, and I had noticed this face before. So I'll make that clearer now in a second. This is the point of it. This is the ultimate point. So I'd noticed this face before, but I didn't sort of think of it in any other sense. I just noticed it vaguely. I was going, is that me seeing that? Or is that a face imprinted in there? And then it hit me. Oh yeah, went to the cover of, first of all, I pulled up the cover of Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, and I'll show you that in a second. And there, again, it's all about Paul. It's all about, all focuses on Paul, and that's where Jarface, you know, starts the puzzle from. the treasure hunt from, and takes it from there and develops it so beautifully and so methodically and logically and geometrically. It's all perfect. It is absolutely, it's an undeniable solution, but it doesn't contain all the truth or the solution to everything. So anyway, yeah, here it is. I noticed that face and I said, fuck me, that's under that hand. And since Sergeant Pepper's is at the forefront here, bucket, you go to Sergeant Pepper's and there above Paul, not above any other the Beatles, but above Paul is a hand, right? So you're going, is there any connection here? Then I looked at the face here and I said, well, fucking hell. What are we seeing here? And I initially thought, first of all, you see, within the Paul is Dead conspiracy, there's this sort of, and again, just like I was talking about earlier, they ingrain or incorporate many different conspiracy angles or avenues into the script to sort of missteer you and misguide you. But there is always a pathway through to the truth. So once you sort of make your way to that, I mean, you spend ages going on the Paul is Dead, but I mean, for me, I came out that, yeah, it's all theater. So it's just part and parcel of this elaborate script. Never knew the context to it, though. Never knew ultimately what it might have been leading towards. Is it all just entertainment? There's more to it than that, and I think we're seeing that there's more to it than that. So yeah, I can see the face here, and I associated that with the hidden hand. Then I associated Paul in the Beatles, or in the cover of Sgt. Pepper's, with the hand over him. So what I did was I put up, just for the purposes of comparison. Oh yeah, sorry, yeah. Within the Paul is Dead conspiracy, Paul was supposed to have died in a car crash, crashed into a pole or something, and they had to get a replacement because they didn't want to let the public down. This sort of bullshit, like this. That was the story went out. So yeah, one picture was shown, or I definitely remember seeing that picture. It's sort of like a guy. He might be on the White Album. It's on one of those albums, just tucked away, small little picture. Someone looks very much like Paul in sort of a dead state. He's just clearly not alive, or he's not represented as being alive. Anyway, whatever's going on. And that's what occurred to me immediately. So I can still see that. So I put that picture up, and alongside that, I also put the picture of Paul on the cover of, or Fall on the cover of Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, and then I put this picture next to it. So here we go. And I put it in paint as well. So let me stop sharing that. I should go, let me go to chat first of all, actually, just to see. I said I'd stay in chat. Yeah, I'm getting to it all. I'm sorry whoever's listening. You're sort of you're sort of going, what the fuck is going on here? So I'm getting to it now, so you can look at the visuals yourself. So yeah, let me stop sharing that, and then getting back to this. Hang on, where's that gone? How come I can't get that up now? Paint. Shit. I don't know why I can't get that up. I'll have to, 1 minute now. Why can't I get that up? No, I don't want that either. A little bit of a problem here. Now, how do I bear with me a second, will you? Okay, I'll just okay, let me go out of here. Just try that again. I don't know. I have problems sharing my paint because I didn't have any problems before that. Let me pop that back in. Yeah, a minute. Just to see if that makes any difference. Oh, shit, I think I'm after losing the chat now. Shazbud. Fuck it. Well, I see. I like to look. Not that I like to look at the chat, but I mean, there's always many interesting things can be mentioned or talked about. Let me try this again anyway. Ah, there we go. Lovely, lovely. So this should come up now. Beautiful. I'll just quickly check that that's after coming up. How come the chat is? I have to pop that out again. Okay. Yeah, there you go. That's cool. Why? Okay. Oh, sorry. Now I'm with you. Okay. Okay. Now I hope you can see that. So yeah. Let me just get a pen and a little bit of a color here. So here we see. So here we see right smack center in the in the center of Sergeant Pepper's, you have Paul, and he's the only guy with a hand over his head, right? So what's of interest here is the hand. Look at the mustache, and these mustaches caused a big controversy as well at the time. They go, what the fuck is going on here? Like, and it was a strange look. And you even have the more conspiracy stuff, the fake mustache, Paul, and type in Paul and the fake mustache, you know. So again, these are clues that are being led to you. So the mustache is important. But this is the picture here that I looked upon when I looked at the face underneath here, and I saw it. But when I looked at it again, then I said it's sort of like a mix of the two pictures when you think of it. And I'll point this out to you in a second now. And I just want to check that that's coming through as well. Yeah, it is lovely. So what I'm going to do is to bring more attention to this face. Let me zoom in a small bit. Okay, you can see it here. So I'm just going to put, I'm going to put a little bit of coloring on and just to give you an idea. So here's the eye, right? And I can take it off again. Here's the other eye. Here's the nose. Oh no, what am I doing there? For goodness sake, that's too thick actually. I'll do it in black. Okay, so here's the eye. Here's the other, oh yeah. Here's the other eye. Right? Here's the nose. And here's the most important part. Here's the fucking handlebar mustache. I'll just take it away as well now. So here's the handlebar mustache, right? So I'll take that away. So I don't think, again, it's probably be clear. Let me just go over the other way. It'll be clear when I go a bit smaller. Yeah, so here's the face again. Let me just draw a little circle around it. Shit at this. No, over a bit. bit. Shit, sorry. I think you can see it anyway, but I'm just trying to get a sort of a little sort of proper. There you go. That's good enough, isn't it? Look at it there. So again, you can see the handlebar. I see it clearly: a handlebar moustache, a nose, and two eyes. And again, it looks very like this. Look, so it's almost like a combination of this with this. So to me, I mean, here's the thing about this. You might say, well, what the fuck? But here's the thing about it. If you didn't, you have to know so many things, or to appreciate so many things, in order for all of this to come together, right? To see the significance in you have to be aware, first of all, outside of anything to do with flat Earth, you have to be aware of Sergeant Pepper. You have to be aware of the Beatles, you know. Now, then you have to be aware that there's a puzzle in the first place, like, you know what I mean. You have to be aware that there's a puzzle, ongoing puzzle, and again, every major band refers to it. It literally is over the years, over the 50 years now since the Beatles, more than that. But yeah, every major band will make reference to Sergeant Pepper. Because I think, again, they're telling you there's an ongoing puzzle that's waiting to be solved, and yeah, so you'd have to know about that. Then you'd have to know. You know, what's the hand about? I mean, how would I apply this? And you have to go through this sequence of events. You have to come to recognize the importance of Alice in Wonderland. Fundamentally, you have to know what the importance of the dodo. If I never related the dodo to, if we never related the dodo to, and the more I look at that, that's a face. Can I just go into chat? If anyone, do I need to zoom that? Can anyone comment? Can they see the similarities between the two faces here and this face? If you want to have a look at it yourself in terms of the original Alice in Wonderland link, I can post that in chat. But if you can I just so again, it's clear as day now. I can definitely see the handlebar mustache, but again, I can see this sort of fucked up sort of image melded with this one. So yeah, you would have to be aware of all of these different components. So yeah, the upshot then being that this is the reference. This is what we're being referenced to here. And this hidden hand, this is the hidden hand, rests or comes out, emerges from underneath the north wing, or the wing, which is the north, which I've been saying it before in thinking about this, which is the wing literally represents the north center. And yeah, someone mentioned as well in chat that the dodo here looked very much like, well, I don't have it here, but very much like Yoda. Yoda is pretty close to dodo, Yoda. Yeah, so that's the connection. So ultimately, then, to wrap it all up in a nutshell, yeah, the hidden hand, deeply associated with the great work, which is, I think, you know, this is my reckoning now, that it is about the reconstruction of a state past, a state gone by. You know, this state came about with the destruction of the giant trees, and yeah, this hidden project has been ongoing since the days of the destruction, whenever exactly they were. I say they were 420 years, so it's a 420-year project, and it comes to a head next year. And the hidden hand is the hand that is behind all of these works, all of our reality, in a sense, in terms, especially in terms of the impression that we have of reality, fabricated or otherwise. comes down to this greater project. And yep, it's all about the sun, rebuilding the sun, second coming, if you will. And yeah, intimately connected, obviously, with the flat earth. If you weren't aware of the flat earth, none of this means anything to you. And you have to sort of each step of the way, you know, put the pieces together and see how it goes. The more I look at this picture here, the more I see a mix of these two pictures together. It's like you transfer this face onto this face, but you keep the eyes, you know, so he's still looking down. Now you might say, well, how did Lewis Carroll or whoever did the illustrations know back then? A walrus moustache. A walrus moustache. Excellent. I'm the walrus. So we're looking for a walrus moustache. Again, type in Paul Feig's moustache. That played a big part in Paul's Dead conspiracy because they put it out there for you. So yeah, that's what I see, and I don't think it can be denied. I can't see how someone is going to deny me this. And especially then when we think about what I just said, what I just discovered today, John Gielgud put the link in chat earlier on, reading out Alice in Wonderland and leaving out chapter 3. Just completely not saying, well, you will get back to chapter 3, just completely jumping over it, not reading anything to do with the dodo, never entered into it. That's telling you the significance there. If you know where to look, otherwise you just say, oh, he must have. Let's say you bought the book or you were going following it along as your child was, you know, enjoying it. Well, what about chapter 3, mommy? Where's the dodo? Oh, you must have forgot what's going on there. But just put it down to that, and you say, well, let me stop that, and I'll read chapter 3 for you, love, and you know, we just continue on there. He continues on, you know what I mean? So imagine how many people would miss that, even though acknowledging that there is that missing part. But yeah, you have to have these different pieces to put them together, and then they're all pointing in one direction. So is this the hidden hand? Is this the ultimate goal? What I've described tonight? Again, all based on 400. Well, again, I'm going to just call out the numbers. 419 years ago, in 1598, when the disc was covered by an inundation, and the hidden hand, and by the destruction of the giant trees, which brought the sun into existence, and collapsed the barrier, the dome above, and or not the dome, collapsed the barrier above, and threw Earth into turmoil. And this plan has been in place ever since. Whether it's a real or a simulated plan, again, this could all be just a narrative. But this hidden hand then has been manufacturing history, if you will, and working behind the scenes in the great plan to get things back to pre-flood days, I guess. And yeah, everything connected with the flat Earth. It's only the biggest thing ever, isn't it? Flat Earth conspiracy and the truth about our existence. So for this to be the hidden hand, to rebuild the Earth Mach 2, on the back of this destruction, and all the works and toils of man behind the scenes interrelated to this in the form, again, the communication with the hidden hand. This is that's why I say, how many actually, let's just imagine that this is close enough to the solution. Well, how many of the people using the hidden hand would know it? I say some of the top people would definitely know it, the Stalins, and some of the more, you know, lower level. Why did I mention Stalin? You know, any of this crowd, they're all in the same category. Hitler, excellent, 420. Hitler, born in 420, had one ball. So is that what Stalin's? That's what I'm saying, the bi-ball. We're getting back to one ball, which would be a complete and working system. Well, you know, everything is chosen. These facts and figures are given to us purposefully, you know. And yeah, what greater plan? If someone said to me, well, imagine before flat Earth or whatever, and someone said to you, someone like me came along and said, well, I know what the hidden hand is about. This is what the hidden hand represents. By the end of it, you'd say, well, fuck me. That's some project. You know, you could understand the significance of it. This is what I'm saying. And yeah, I think that's about it. Let me go into chat just to see if anyone has any issues with that, or can add anything or take anything away. There's probably no one Walrus moustache, yeah, you'd. That's what I'm. So if you, Cat Earth, how you doing? How you doing? Nice to see you here. I'm not sure if you've been following any of this. I'm not sure if anyone is following any of this, but I put it out there anyway. Paul is dead as a dodo, Shuggy. Paul is dead as a dodo. This is the thing. Paul is fool on a hill. Fool on a hill is a dodo on a hill. Everything goes to Paul. Regarding the dodo, yeah. So I'm just going through a few comments regarding the dodo's feet used. You know, but obviously, if it's going to be represented, I don't think the feet play a different role. Again, you're just going to have a realistic looking picture if you're going to pass it off in an encoded sense. But I have pointed out that when you look at the official representations of the dodo, there's always a parrot. And again, when I was reading chapter 3, which John Gill decided not to, we can just leave out chapter 3. Yeah, you have the lorry bird and the dodo. And I was wondering what a lorry bird is. Or a lorry bird, L-O-R-Y. Or is it L-O-R-I? Laurie Gale. Laurie Gale. Just a thought there. I don't know who Laurie Gale is. I know she's part of the Jewish contingent. But lorry bird, yeah. It's in the same spot where, if you imagine, if you look at the dodo, South America, again, as I pointed out, South America, the tip of the bill, as it wraps around, comes back around Mexico up to America, excuse me, North America, Canada. Then you have the wing center, wraps around Asia, wraps around clockwise, all the way around in Middle East. Africa, Nile flows from east to west. So again, our countries are orientated incorrectly. Oh, now it makes more sense why Arthur's seat would be in Edinburgh. It didn't make much sense. Well, it made a bit of sense, but it makes much more sense if let's say Ireland and England. So you can picture the relationship between Ireland and England as we view it in relation to the North Pole. Well, if you flip it 90 degrees to the left or 90 degrees anti-clockwise, that's a more accurate representation as I see it. So the Nile would flow from east to west. I always wondered about that. Why would you say that? The Killers and Spaceman. It's Killers and Spaceman said it. Why? And that's a very revealing video as well. The Killers and Spaceman. Again, they all know it. Well, they know it to some degree anyway, and they're sort of giving you clues here and there. Why would the Nile flow from east to west? Well, on the dodo it flows from east to west with a checkerboard dress. So everything is sort of rearranged. Again, a lot more things make sense in the dodo as well. If you have the sun circling around in its elliptical orbit, well, then it meets Brazil and the east coast of Brazil and the west coast of Chile at around roughly the same time, which would have them in the same time zone, which is exactly what they are. And that doesn't make any sense on the flat Earth map, nor the globe Earth model. So yeah. So the dodo's feet, yeah, the dodo's feet, we need not concern. The Gleason's map isn't correct. You know, that's a sort of a first layer. If you went ahead and bought a Gleason's map on the back of, I don't know, think of all the people who put the Gleason's map up and advertised it. Martin Lead Key. Look at some of the information. Martin is certainly the lead key. He has some fantastic information, like, you know. But yeah, he was also one. So it's like sort of a connector as well. The Gleason's map connects them. Him, Martin Leakey, Nathan Oakley, Anthony Subrats, you know, and the others on the other side of the water. You name them: Patricia Steer, Mark Sargent, David Weiss, etc., etc. You could you know, think of all the people who put it up first. So yeah, if you went out and bought one on the back of that, that's why I have Je suis dodo in the description. Because yeah, it's like you're holding up a sign in a sense. You're following the leader, and you're just taking something for granted without realizing that this is only part and parcel of it. So it's like for all the world, you're holding up a sign to the world. Je suis dodo. I am dodo, and I say that like Je suis Charlie, and all the fucking Charlies went around holding up Je suis Charlie in in sympathy for a fucking faked event, you know, and on the face of it faked event. But yeah. So yeah, that's what I meant to say. The lorry bird is always, when in the official representations, it's always represented up just above the arse of the dodo, which is perfect for Australia. You know, which is where I would put Australia on the dodo, and then I don't think that that's a coincidence as well. So yeah, the dodo's feet I don't think are too important, but if you're going to make the complete picture of dodo, then you have to have feet, of course. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I know, yeah, there's so many things you have to go along with, in a sense, isn't it? You have to say, well, first of all, I'm going to entertain the thoughts of giant trees. You know, if you remember back to the hidden hand, what do you call it? Page I put up from Whale. There was a few trees prominently placed prominently, and also the big one was the British, four-time British prime minister with a fucking axe next to a huge tree. And as I said, that's what I was expecting to see before I went in. Some reference to giant trees, destruction of giant trees. Go back and check if you want. And I hadn't seen that picture before. I'm not acting. I'm not putting on any. I don't lie to myself, and I don't want to lie to anybody else as well. I guess I lie if I have to, but I really don't want to, you know. So yeah, that was just new on me as well. And I said, fucking perfect. And just say that that was exactly what we're looking for when I was thinking in terms of the hidden hand. So yeah, is that the hidden hand revealed? Mightn't be the extent of it, but I definitely think that, you know, all the pieces are coming together. And I think there's legs to it. Anyone who's interested in, again, yeah, there's so many things you have to go with, you know, flat earth scouts or destruction of the giant trees. I mean, sounds crazy, doesn't it? And that is what is left of them are our mountains. Well, for a part of it, mountains, and then you got from the detritus, you got oil, coal, you know, all of these gas, all of this sort of stuff. That's been, and again, oil and coal. This isn't taking generations and millions of years to formulate. This is only taking hundreds of years, if even that, you know, if even that. Yeah, all the cave systems, subterranean, all root systems for the giant trees, which, or sort of organic matter in the crystalline sense, once it's separated from the lifeblood, you know, then that's the end of it. So that's why we see all these caves just strewn throughout the earth. You know, they were once filled up with this matter, these life. And this is what the ley lines are, just connecting veins, I guess, underground veins of these trees. So you can see it. You know, this is why I talk about the giant trees being speckled around the equator, where you have desert areas now and sand, vast areas of sand. This is the sawdust of giant crystalline trees. And if you can imagine a distribution system, the north center being the octopus center core, if you will, and the salamander, brilliant. I mean, Tom York, and just to reiterate as well, I knew Radiohead were insiders because they produced a soundtrack to the pre-prepared 102-minute 9/11 movie we saw in 2000 with Kid A, Song 10, it's a motion picture soundtrack. They're telling you right there. So when you play that side by side with the 9/11 movie, 102-minute movie, they sing perfectly. But the album was made in 2000, so that told me that the movie was pretty much made in 2000 as well. So Radiohead were insiders. When it came to looking at the dodo, first thing I did, Radiohead and the dodo, and lo and behold, it turns out that Tom York, New York, Tom York, nickname given to him by his brother when he was a child, was Dodo. And he was called Salamander in school. Yeah, Salamander sacrifices an extremity to save the central core. With the trees, yeah, the withdrawing onto the central core with the destruction of the trees, and the lifeblood was you know, withdrawn. The trees along the equator, the desert areas now, and that's where you find most of the rich oil as well in these desert areas, you know. So yeah, you can imagine the central core cut down, and then the supporting energies and the supporting pillars also are strewn around spotted around the equator, cut down as well. But they're the massive tall trees. They're the trees in the many miles high. You can be sure there was everything in between. And yeah, that's what I see mountains as well. Everything is part and parcel of this destruction, and that's what the hidden hand is working for, to reconstruct. It's the biggest, again, it's the biggest project ever, isn't it, that a hand could work on. So that's the way I see it. Any commentary or any questions? Because I'm going to magnetic mountain. This is where, so pointing towards the magnetic mountain, exactly. This is where all your compasses point towards. You can pretty much throw out anything to do with the spherical coordinate system as it applies to flat Earth. It's all fabrication. It's a grid-like coordinate system that's used in reality, by the people in the know, and is the only thing for it, really. If you think about me going from here to there, I'm going to draw a straight line from here to there and go in that direction. And no matter how many times I travel that straight line, I'm always going to be going in the same fixed direction. This is where the grid-like chessboard comes in. If I had to get between 2 points, I can make the vector. I can go horizontally. I can go east-west, north-south. Any point I can make it between any 2 different points. I don't need. The compass is only a fixed point. That's a reference point. That's your 0 point on the Cartesian coordinate system. Think back to your math days in school. So that's what that's needed, is a reference point. You have to have a reference point. But outside of that, no, you don't. Again, it's all fabricated. Of course it's fabricated and applied to the fake globe system. So yeah, we can throw it all out, or at least look at it in different terms. And again, I mentioned, look, east is east, west is west, and never the twain shall meet. It makes absolutely no sense on the globe. It just doesn't. You're at the equator, I'm at the equator. You go east, I go west. We meet, don't we? Well, so that means fucking hell. Those people. How did that expression come down into use when it's nonsense? No, because it's not nonsense. It's true. On a checkerboard, dodo Earth map, east is east and west is west, left is left, right is right. It makes absolute sense, and you don't vary from that, but you have the fixed point, 0 at the north center. So, pointing to, and that's the magnetic mountain then. This is, we have to define what magnetism is, isn't it? I mean, we have to define what light is. I went away towards explaining what I think light is as well. It's water and sonoluminescence. Actually, when you introduce the sun's light, sun's energies into this watery environment, you have sonoluminescence on a. I mean, again, how small can a water particle be? You know what I mean? So if you want to take down to the atomic level, which we think is bullshit anyway, you're talking sort of pretty small sizes. So when this gets energized, you can see it just exploding into light, like sonoluminescence shows, So yeah, when you have this just going on a constant basis, well, then you have daylight. But again, we are stuck underneath this effect since the trees were removed. There's no protection for us now from this all-prevailing electromagnetic field that we're under. And yeah, that's something we can easily overcome as well, I think, with our heart. If we get our heart pumping pure blood, and you can imbue it, you can imbue water is memory, we can imbue that, and we can get the waters within our bodies working as they should. Hang on to your vital fluids, man. Say that again, can't stress it enough. Let me get that video, actually, because that'd be one to post. I can go back on Paul is Dead if anyone wants, but let me just stop that. That'd be one to post. Actually, I'll leave that. That face popped up the minute I put that circle around that face. It's him. But even if you knew that was him then, but you didn't have a context for the dodo, then you're lost. So without all these different parts along the way, even if one part was missing, then you're not putting the picture together. And man, I tell you, that picture is fucking pretty. Obviously, there's a lot of gaps, but it's pretty coherent to me. So I was going to get, what I was saying, hang on to your body fluids. It's about Adam knowing Eve as well. 1/2 plus 1/2, we become divided. And then those 2 halves coming together make the unified, beautiful, miraculous whole, which is the infant. Now, if we hang on to that imbued semen, right? And first of all, again, I'm not going by, hang on, where's that? I'm going by Yeah, I thought about this first of all. It makes sense, but you don't need. Yeah, you don't need to ejaculate to have a baby to give it to produce a child. This is the idea, and this is discussed here as well. Secret Garden to Eden, and this is where it is related to the fall of man, if you will. You know, eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Excellent. Anyone interested in North Center can have a look at this as well. So I'll just put that into chat and continue on then. Yeah, hang on to your vital fluids. And it's all about raising our heart frequency. Jesus always points to his heart. So if we can, first of all, raise our frequency, we can counteract, we can set up our own magnetic field, our own generating field, and we can counteract, like the bumblebee does, we can counteract the ether, the all-prevailing oppressive ether. But we can also, so much more than that. So, you know, we can connect, the way I look at it now, we can connect our heart to our pineal gland, which is a crystalline, isn't that interesting? Crystalline, you know, so this is a spark of who we really are. You know, it got to do with associated with the giant trees or crystalline trees. But yeah, we can connect via vibration and meditation and thought, our pineal gland to our heart, to our groin area, you know, that sort of, all those different chakras, if you will, and just get a field going. That's how I see it working now, you know, toroidal field. So in the top, at the bottom, and sort of reconnecting all the way around you. And once you do that, practice that with the knowledge, I think then, yeah, I can certainly feel it sometimes. And we know we have amazing power of thought or will, you know, and we can affect these things in a real way. So that's the way I see it. And yeah, Cat Earth, will you ever make a documentary to explain this? Well, no, I don't think so. I mean, maybe a few short videos, but it's worthy of one, isn't it? But again, I'm done. We're done now. Like, we're coming to the end. So I mean, it's here. It's out to the, it's whatever. If there's whether there's any truth to it or not, I've said it anyway. And I think upon closer examination, it will stand at this where I'm sitting now. It will stand. It will bear. It will bear scrutiny. That's the way I see it to this point. So should definitely do a few videos. Just put up a few slides, maybe. But again, this is about all of us, isn't it? I mean, I'm not saying, yeah, all of that stuff. Shuggy dies, yeah, and you have the mirroring effect. I tell you, this is important as well. Again, it's all about the sun and how the sun came into being. For me, it's all about everything being about the sun. So in other words, yeah, the sun came into being following the destruction, and everything we do see in terms of the luminaries is all related to the sun. And then it's all about a reconstruction project that has been ongoing, maybe whatever the arrangement is, whatever the true powers are, whatever is really going on. I think it's beyond our grasp to a big level, because it's just so sort of wondrous in a sense. But again, I think certain things can be grasped, and I think the puzzle is there to be solved. Again, I'm not saying I solved it, but I'm saying that definitely lots of those clues are slotting nicely into place anyway. And is it literally? I wonder, is it literally? That's what I said the last time. I had a little bit more of a just a surface look into, and I posted a video as well about I listened to that, the secret life of Lewis Carroll. But what I did say was, if there was some special or out of place significance in a place name he may have lived in, that maybe, that's what I was thinking, is maybe something like, what would be happening is that would equate to an anagram of that town name or whatever would equate to a town name in northern Greenland or Greenland somewhere, you know, because the capital of Greenland is New UK, NU UK. So that was just a thought, you know, that would equate, an anagram would equate to a place name. Then you'd make your way up there or something, and, you know, you'd have a few choice words to say, you know, something like that. Is that the ultimate? Is it an individual? I wouldn't like to think it's an individual thing. I'd like to think that the North Pole Center comes to the rest of the Earth, as opposed to you having to go there, you know. And that's how I'd like to think it works. But yeah. So, but again, if you had no interest in if you had no interest in the Beatles, you didn't know anything about this, Paul is dead or whatever, you know, that's a big piece of the puzzle missing, I think, you know. And I just came into it after my delving into conspiracy, you know. Once you get on these things, and I guess I didn't have any internet. I didn't have any internet all the way up until 2010. From 2001, just didn't have it. Well, there was a few reasons. Where I was in Ennis, all this Wi-Fi stuff is only recent stuff. It came around in 2009, 2010. Before that, you could get it via the landline, but I didn't want the phone, and I didn't want to get into any contracts. So it's kind of stuck, and I didn't miss it really, because you didn't know what you were missing. But Jesus, and I mean, there was no other than that. If I'd stayed where I was, I would have had the internet. So I mean, I wonder how far I would have, you know, just my inquiring nature. I definitely would have seen through 9/11. I mean, conspiracy talk was around from pretty early doors, but natural progression would have been to sort of apply your own thinking and find, you know, different avenues of conspiracy exploration, you know. But, you know, meant to be, maybe. Well, for me anyway, meant to be, maybe. And again, definitely see an end date to it all. And 420 seems, it's popping up everywhere. And even just tonight, when the Jarface, who came up with the solution to, that's a massive thing. That is a massive thing to, there's so many important threads in the internet. That is a massively important thread, just in terms of the scale and the scope of the Beatles, Sgt. Pepper especially, but the Beatles in general, conspiracy. Paul is dead is conspiracy, and everything else associated with that. Again, the Beatles logo, the apple with the bite taken out of it. Well, so here we have the flat Earth, flat ways, and then this is in the middle of the orange. So you have the perfect working barrier, perfect bubble, but, you know, a bite's gone out of it. When the pillars is gone, the top collapses. Bottom's still in working order. Top collapses for whatever reason, maybe for the purposes of, I don't know, whether having an experience. But yeah, here we are trying to figure out the puzzle. So to figure out that Beatles puzzle, they weren't called the Beatles for nothing. Look into the significance of the scarab beetle. Certain beetles as well frequency vibrate and seem to levitate as well. So this tells us a lot of stuff. So it is a grand puzzle. And look, if this puzzle is going back to the days of, maybe this puzzle is going back 400 years. Maybe this puzzle is going back, it's definitely going back to the days of Lewis Carroll, who I say didn't exist. I say it's just the same hand. It's the hidden hand that's written that. The written Alice in Wonderland. The hidden hand has written the Bible. The hidden hand that's written the works of Shakespeare, all gathered and garnered around a common goal and common understanding, you know, of that goal. So yeah, what greater goal could there be, you know? That's fascinating, absolutely fascinating, isn't it? Absolutely. Look at how far we've come. Even if all this is nonsense, even if it's all nonsense, it's a fascinating line of inquiry, and it's not nonsense. It's not nonsense. The dodo is very significant indeed. That's all you can say. There's no other word for it. It's Michael Jackson. He comes back as the dodo, comes back from the dead, the fake dead. People who investigated that knew his death was faked. So, you know, this is greater part of the story. There's so many different dodo connections. Just gave the dodo connection with Tom York. But I mean, it goes on and on. As I pointed out with the dodo, it's the first thing a young child can associate with a feeling, you know, a word, a dodo, with a feeling, a soothing feeling, you know. So this is the level and the scope of the importance of it. For me, absolutely. It's been hinted at everywhere, and you can't sort of escape it once you see it. And I have a big list of different dodo connections. There's so many of them, like, it really is. I won't read them out now, but yeah, I should definitely put them together. So what I do is I just, anything that comes by, I connect to it. But again, one of the best ones, Charles Ludwig Dodo Dodgson. You know, so he's telling you it's important. So therefore, again, just one today, John Gielgud, world famous thespian, to read Alice in Wonderland and leave out the dodo chapter, just not mention the dodo whatsoever, is, do you understand what I mean by when it's bringing attention to it by its omission? This is what I always talk about, is when you're trying to garner truth from anyone who who you suspect might be an actor or role playing or whatever, you know, there's only certain answers you'll get, or you only get so far in the affirmative. But in the negative, you can get much further. So in other words, you can learn a lot more by what people will not talk about as opposed to what they will. Me, myself, I don't think anyone can lay the charge at my door that I was afraid to talk about any particular topic. You name it, I'll talk about it if you want me to, anyone to bring it up. So yeah, that's one thing I haven't realized. But yeah, so many different things. I was mentioning to Neil earlier on, being from Liverpool. Well, Liverpool pigeons related to the dodo. What you know, what's the chances of that? What are the chances, indeed? Homing pigeon, yeah. Liver bird. I have links for that. Dodo only laid one egg, yeah. You know, all clues pointing you at a sort of metaphorical truth, allegorical truth. Bobo the clown, that's another one I made a note of, yeah. Snoop Doggy Dog. Okay, I'm just reading out a few things that I haven't looked at some of these in a long time. Snoop Doggy Dog. So doggy dog, dodo, first two letters. And he has a song about the dodo as well. Yeah. Yeah. I was just made a note of that. So when you stick on it, when you give the baby a dodo, there's to soothe them or to keep them quiet as well, isn't it? You know. So keep strum about the dodo. Homer Simpson brings the dodo to life. Do. You have John Doe, in terms of an unknown, you know. Doe is money. Goes on and on and on. You know, it's all the basic things that it's with us with. Even the scales, yeah. Doe, a deer, a female deer, and that will bring you back to do. You know. Dodo, how dodo relates to yo-yo. Again, these connections are just too numerous to be all right, okay. Yeah, they're too numerous to just be brushed aside, definitely. So, and there's so many other things as well. Millennium sent me this. It said that oh yeah, well, there you go. Dodo was full on the hill, but they fed mainly on palm fruits, mason, and that's what Millennium said, mason palm. Sources state that the dodo used gastroliths or gizzard stones, and again, mason stones. And you know, when the dodo takes in the mason stones, he poops out some doo-doo, doesn't he? The dodo's doo-doo. So again, if it's all a fabricated story, you know, then everything is significant and it points to something different. The dodo tree was said to have, now whether it was a work of fiction or not, But anyway, the dodo tree was said to have gone extinct because the dodo wasn't there to eat the fruits and shit out the, I don't know, the seeds or whatever, and allowed and so in other words, it was a sort of symbiotic relationship. The dodo relied on the dodo tree and vice versa. So that might be just fictional, but again, the whole of the story about the dodo is fictional. So we view it in that sense. Okay, let me. Yeah, and there's a lot more to go through there. I'm collecting all of this, all these little bits and pieces. Yeah, doobie, a doobie dooby doo. A doob is a dodo. Break the word in half and mirror the back half. You get a doob. Doob is associated with the dodo there with the 420. You know. Yeah. All of it coming in. So again, yeah, 42 being the answer to life, the universe, and everything. It's only half the story. Again, with gematria, as we've all been taught, and you know, certainly in the last few years, most of us wouldn't have heard about this before. But yeah, you always discard the zero, right? So let's reverse everything, and for this case, let's add the zero, and then you get 420. Not quite the answer to, or 442. Not quite the answer to life, the universe, and everything. 420. So I think we leave the dodo there for a bit. What do you reckon? And we have time to read the last two chapters? I think I will, man. Yeah. So let me just quickly go to chat. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay, everything seems to be going fine. I mean, at this stage, I don't really talk about personalities anymore. There's no point, is there? Because it's so, you just get tied up in it everywhere. We know that it's inundated with actors. And I think if we just understand that that is the case and acknowledge it, there's an onus on us to acknowledge it, but reserve judgment, because again, are they all working for the hidden hand? What are the real motivations behind the hidden hand? What is our true destinies? What is our true origins? We don't know any of these things. There are a lot of unknowns, you know. So okay. Are you okay? Okay, Cat Earth. I've seen you around. Are you okay, I'm not sure. I think I gave Cat Earth a wrench before on the back of being a flat earther. But I don't think you turned out to be a flat earther, Cat Earth, and that's fine as well. Okay, but I mean, can I help any issue that's there? What did I? Let me just go back to some of it. Okay, well, did bullshit man cross the line? Let me have a look at his chat. He says you're giving YouTube and twats and wrenches, PJ. What the heck? Don't you know they're a pair of actors? No, I don't know that. No, I don't know that. But I did stress earlier on that, I mean, I don't have any face or anything solid to go on. But no, I don't know that. And I do know for sure that you are. So I don't know what sort of comments you've been leaving, bullshit man. I did say I don't have any power or authority over anyone, but with the likes with you, man, we've had a few little you know, messages just in the chat or whatever, and some of the times it's been reasonable enough. Yeah, again, knowing I know what sort of arena this is. So yeah, unless you cross the line, and started insulting just bad-heartedly or whatever, I should think it was okay for you to be here. But I don't think that message is too bad, for instance. But you can't, yeah, I don't know. Again, there's too many people with wrenches, so you're bound to be clobbered with some things. So if you keep it within range, I think everything should be fine. I definitely, wouldn't, well, I don't know if I'd ban you, man. I don't know if I'd like to ban anyone. I don't think I have banned anyone, but yeah. There's no power here on my behalf, but I mean, just, yeah, again, yeah, I do agree. I think, look, every place, it's every place now. It's you're just a number of actors, sheer number of actors around just necessitates us dealing with them, And again, if there's a greater game going on, we accept that. We're after moving definitely into a new stage. I think more and more will be revealed as we go on. And we can accept that. And maybe again, without using the ban hammer or the wrench too much, maybe we can learn more from the people we know who are playing these roles. Again, we understand that this is the situation. So if it does cross the line, yeah, do know that that's the door will be shown. But again, yeah, we can tolerate it to that extent. I mean, look at what happened with Jamie Brown's channel the other day. You know what I mean? I don't know how he's doing since then, but yeah, that was sort of commandeered and taken over. No, you don't know where you're at. You can be. It's not that I give a fuck about wrenches or anything, but that's how quick you can be demoted, if you will, or sort of cast aside and overruled. These people are only here a wet few days and they're doing this. That's because we're sort of emotionally involved in one, and well, not emotionally involved, but we've been around, we've chatted, and if some sort of loyalty, in a sense, isn't there in place, well, then what's the point, So, but I do think, yeah, ultimately, it's not about loyalty. We have to be loyal to ourselves here and understand the nature of the environment. We have to call out deception where we find it, as honest people. But I guess it's anymore. It doesn't dwell or it doesn't do to dwell on it. That's what I'm thinking anyway. So yeah, I don't. So let me put it like this: I don't want to have to give. If Cat Earth, if you're a Ball Earther, that's fair. Again, fair enough. I think if you are at this stage, then you're after a certain amount of time, you've got to be an actor. But yeah, I know you. I know he is. Yeah. That's what I said, though. I mean, yeah, he is. Of course, I'm well aware of him, and he has definitely said some pretty negative things about me, or to try to get me riled up or demoralized. So I'm aware of that, absolutely. And that's what I said. If he crosses the line, then he goes, and that's it. So that's the thing about wrenches, isn't it? One person's line might be slightly nearer than the next person's line, but I'm absolutely aware of that, Jude. And again, who isn't? Again, we don't need to. This is the point. This is the point you're trying to make. It's not the baller antagonist actors we need to worry about. They're easily identifiable. We seem to have more trouble identifying, including myself, identifying the flat Earth pretenders. The people entrenched in flat Earth, who are actors. This is the thing, and of course, more and more now are coming to the fore and been exposed. But yeah, if we reserve judgment, I think that might be the best way to go temporarily, anyway. But it is a confusing thing, you know what I mean? If you look at ISIS chat, Ali B's chat, for instance, and this just in general, you see a sort of you see lines forming, and you see interconnections made, and you see lines blurring as well. Yeah. So again, we've entered a new stage in the game. That's the way I look upon it. So yeah, please again, wrenches to the absolute minimum. No, I can't see you did, Cat Earth. I'm not saying anything. I said what I'm saying is that I thought that Well, when I didn't want to give out wrenches, but I gave out wrenches to people. But I thought you were a flat earther. Would I give you, I mean, a wrench if I knew you were a ball earther? I don't think so, because I mean, if someone banned Mark Taylor or someone, you could unban him depending on your position. But if you're a ball earther and you're not causing any trouble here, there should be no problem, I should think. You know, if you are causing trouble and you don't want to be removed, well, or if you're not causing trouble and you are still being sort of, you feel intimidated somewhat, I can give you a wrench. I mean, but if you don't use it, no, okay, yeah. If you didn't use it and it's just the way no one could time you out, I wouldn't mind something like that. I don't think I'd do that to Captain Bullshit because I have too much experience with him. But again, I don't mind it at this stage. I don't mind who might be in chat or not. And again, you know, any honest person out there, we can glean a lot from actors. I think their role is set, and yeah, depending on what you want to know first of all, and how you want to go about it, I think you can learn a bit or two. So okay, well, look, that's grand. It's only transient chat anyway, so yeah, okay. I'm going to move on to the last two chapters of Alice in Wonderland. And I definitely, there's, you know, and excuse me, I'd be interested now. There's definitely Flat Earth, or not Flat Earth, Alice in Wonderland decoded videos, and there's some deep stuff in there. You can tell, again, what I suspect is right, that every word, every scenario, every representation is encoded and is significant. And of course, you can go into a lot of dark areas as well in terms of MK, ultra mind control, child abuse, you know, the creation of altars, all this sort of stuff. But I do think there's another meaning again, there's a deeper meaning again. We have to lose the fear for the most part and see what lies beyond. And yeah, I think we might, well, we're always learning, aren't we? Especially now. So yeah, if you don't mind, let me go on to, excuse me, chapter 10, and I'll just finish this. Oh yeah, that's another thing I wanted to say. Regarding the dodo, I should think then, because this is a particular representation in the, again, I just mentioned this, I just picked this out as a link, where the Sabian, it's not the Fabian, it's the Sabian assembly, which I don't know anything about at all. I just saw the book listed. Interesting cross here with Ouroboros and vegetative nature there, the cross. But yeah, so what I'm thinking is pretty much, oh yeah, the griffin, another, yeah, I looked up what the griffin is. It's a magical, mystical creature, obviously, but represents both the best and the strongest of the ground and the air in the form of the eagle and the lion. But I'll bring it up now, just GRY Griffin. Just read a little bit of it because I thought it was pretty apt, because this is what we're engaged. This is what we're in the midst of. So it says, just briefly, the griffin is a legendary creature with the body, tail, and back legs of a lion, the head and wings of an eagle, and an eagle's talons on its front feet. Because the lion was traditionally considered a king of the beasts and the eagle the king of the birds, the griffin was thought to be an especially powerful and majestic creature. The griffin was also thought of as king of all creatures. Griffins are known for guarding treasure. See, we're on a treasure hunt, right? And priceless possessions. In Greek and Roman texts, griffins and Arimaspians were associated with gold. Indeed, in later accounts, griffins were said to lay eggs in burrows on the grounds, and the nests contain gold nuggets. When you say that's a gold nugget, that's like on a puzzle, you know, it's like when you come across a piece of information described as a gold nugget, you know, it has intense value. And it's generally when you're trying to work out something, you're involved in the unravel or the attempted unraveling of some mystery or puzzle, etc. So very interesting, isn't it? Because that's exactly what Alice in Wonderland is. And again, everything points to Alice in Wonderland, and within Alice in Wonderland, everything points to the dodo. And then, yeah, within the dodo is to be found Yeah, the hidden hand. That's the way I see it. So yeah, perfect for the griffin. In antiquity, it was a symbol of divine power and a guardian of the divine. So definitely a chapter to read again when I get when I go over this, or maybe that's when I'll just listen to it again. Again, a great way. Audiobooks. I'll just definitely listen to it a few times, more relaxed, and take it from there. So my voice is a bit hoarse tonight, actually. So let me. Okay, so I'm going to continue to read. Let me share the screen for you to have something to look at, and we go to the last two chapters. Hopefully, get it done in about 20 minutes, half an hour at the most, and take it from there. Be interesting to see after. I'm just thinking as well. So this is 12 chapters in, and everything's about 13. Everything's about the sun. Everything's about 666. So yeah, 12 chapters here. So maybe Through the Looking Glass is chapter 13, the whole lot of it. It's a very short book as well, much shorter than Alice in Wonderland. So it's the finishing up. I also associate the looking glass with the barrier above. This is what it actually is when we look up. We're looking at a looking glass, especially when lights are introduced. So even when the sun isn't there, the sun is always there in the form of the stars. So these lights have been reflected to us. So yeah, let me share that, and let me just quickly. What did I do with that cigarette? Okay, let me quickly have a cigarette. Let me just read it. Not a star in the sky. Honestly, it's too bright. It's definitely connecting with the sun increasing in frequency, but there's not a star in this. It's just too bright to see the stars. So we're in range of the greater sun's power, the increased intensity of the sun's power, which will be back our way in maybe a couple of hours. Does this tie into the rebuilding? Does the chemtrails tie into the rebuilding? I think it does. I think it's all about the neutralization of this ether, this prevailing ether in a sense, possibly, but it's also about the conductivity of everything. The way I look at it now, these towers, that are speckling up throughout the earth, will acting as generating points. They're taking the place of the old giant conducting crystalline trees, if you will. So again, something like that. And again, a lot of these, and I especially thought about the Middle East, all the wars, etc., going on there, but Dubai and the highest towers in the world. And I never got around to looking at that. How many were speckled along the equator in close enough to desert areas? This would be another interesting thing if these are transmission towers. Again, to take place, well, then you could understand chemtrails a bit more. And for sure, I've changed my mind about chemtrails now. Anything Alex Jones says, if you flip it completely, you'll be closer to the truth. This is the idea. Jesus, it's 1:30, and it's 1:30 nearly, and it's I don't know 11 o'clock outside. It's not quite dark, but yeah, you have no chance of seeing the stars. Not because they're not there, but there's too much interfering sun coming from nearby. It's the condition is too light. You see it? Right, let's get back to this. So it's chapter 11. We already had a 9 earlier on in Alice. Alice grew to 9 feet. So now we have chapter 11. Who stole the tarts? Oh yeah, that's one thing I was going to say. I should imagine now, wherever Alice in Wonderland has been reproduced, and even if they haven't used the original artwork, you should be finding this. Should you be finding this face underneath the wing of the dodo? I'm definitely going to be looking for that, because surely this link just came up by random, and as I said, as I picked it, and I assume it's the original artwork. But I'm sure there's a lot of works out there as well that don't feature the original artwork, so they would have had to pretty much do the same thing, I should think. It would mean the same here as it would there. So anyway, who stole the tarts? The king and queen of hearts were seated on their throne when they arrived, with a great crowd assembled about them, all sorts of little birds and beasts, as well as the whole pack of cards. The knave was standing before them. The knave, the blackjack, is 21, which is 777, which is G. G is the seventh letter. G looks like a 6 and is sort of usurped that place. It's a late addition to the English alphabet. So yeah, that's where the knave comes into things, I think. So the knave was standing before them in chains, with a soldier on each side to guard him. Near the king was the white rabbit, with a trumpet in one hand and a scroll of parchment in the other. In the very middle of the court was a table with a large dish of tarts upon it. They looked so good that it made Alice quite hungry to look at them. I wish they'd get the trial done, she thought, and hand round the refreshments. But there seemed to be no chance of this, so she began looking at everything about her to pass away the time. Alice had never been in a court of justice before, but she had read about them in the books, and she was quite pleased to find that she knew the name of nearly everything there. That's the judge, she said to herself, because of his great wig. The judge, by the way, was the king, and as he wore his crown over his wig, look at the I don't know what that word, frontispiece. Look at the frontispiece if you want to see how he did it. Okay, I guess that's the illustration. Okay. He did not look at all comfortable, and was certainly not becoming. And that's the jury box, thought Alice. And those 12 creatures, the 12 members of the jury, the 12 stars. Yeah. The Joker, the knave on trial. She was obliged to say creatures, you see, because some of them are animals and some are birds. I suppose they are jurors. She said this last word 2 or 3 times over to herself, being rather proud of it. For she thought, and rightly too, that very few girls of her age knew the meaning of it at all. However, jurymen would have done just as well. Well, how many of us know the meaning of jury? I think that's what it's alluding to there. And again, we know something about the whole fabricated and deceptive legal system. We have to consent to be part and parcel of it. And it doesn't really apply to us, the living. This is all commercial. And this is how it all ties in. The Holy See, the inundation, the claimed jurisdiction, the legal vessel, like you name a boat, like you name a ship. Your name is the legal vessel, the name of that vessel. And you either pilot that vessel if you're in the know, okay, or else you claim to be the vessel, which is silly, if you're not in the know. And you can just step aside from it altogether. Actually, I mean, look, the ultimate bottom line is the legal name fraud has been exposed. You can't be forced to participate in a fraud. So yeah, we do well to find out how it all works, because this is the backbone of their system. Again, I've often said about the legal name, it's the law, it's the chains that bind us, and it's the key that frees us. So anyway, the 12 jurors were all writing very busily on slates. What are they doing? Alice whispered to the Griffin. They can't have anything to put down yet before the trial has even begun. They're putting down their names, the Griffin replied. I whispered in reply, for fear they should forget them before the end of the trial. Stupid things. This is look at how this is stressed here, emphasized. Yeah, well, we know about the name. You're not a name, are you? And interesting, that name, an anagram of name is Amen. Yeah, you're not a name. Lord God in Genesis 2 named Adam, didn't he, and charged him. charged him with naming all the animals. Again, taking this literally is crazy. It's really, I think it really is at this stage, especially. I'm just going to post that again. You got to look at this. You just got to look at it. I don't care what you're into. I don't care. Where did I post that? Hang on. I don't care what you're into, because this is pertinent to all of us. So let me paste that again. It's the secret. What is it? Secret gate to Eden. Excellent information. Absolutely excellent. And again, this is esoteric stuff. Sorry, just reading your comment. I know, John. And again, if he crosses the line, he's got to go, isn't it? But the same with Pirate Panda here. I mean, he comes in, and I mean, he's going to cross the line eventually, I guess, and you know that. So it's easier for you to get rid of him sooner rather than later. So, but again, I guess everyone's line is going to be sort of different where you draw the line. So that's the difficult part, isn't it? And having a wrench. But I think I made my point of view clear anyway. And from there, then I'll leave it. So the secret gate to Eden, you got to look at that. You got to look at that. So back to Who Stole the Tarts? Stupid things, Alice began in a loud, indignant voice, but she stopped hastily, for the white rabbit cried out, "Silence in the court!" And the king put on his spectacles and looked anxiously around to make out who was talking. Let's make sure that that's coming up again. I think it is it? Yeah. Alice could see, as well if she were looking over their shoulders, that all the jurors were writing down stupid things on their slate, and she could even make out that one of them didn't know how to spell stupid, and that he had to ask his neighbours to tell him. Nice muddle their slates will be in before the trial's over, thought Alice. One of the jurors had a pencil that squeaked. This, of course, Alice could not stand, and she went around the court and got behind him, and very soon found an opportunity of taking it away. She did it so quickly that the poor little juror, it was Bill the lizard, could not make out at all what had become of it. After hunting all about for it, he was obliged to write with one finger for the rest of the day, and this was of very little use, as it left no mark on the slate. "Harold, read the accusation," said the king. On this, the white rabbit blew 3 blasts on the trumpet, and then unrolled the parchment scroll and read as follows: "Queen of Hearts, she made some tarts, all on a summer day. Knave of Hearts, he stole those tarts and took them quite away." "Consider your verdict," the king said to the jury. "Not yet, not yet," the rabbit replied, interrupted hastily. "There's a great deal to come before that." "Call the first witness," said the king, and the white rabbit blew 3 blasts on the trumpet and called out, "First witness." The first witness was the hatter. He came in with a teacup in one hand and a piece of bread and butter in the other. "I beg pardon, your majesty," he began, "for bringing these in, but I hadn't quite finished my tea when I was sent for." "You ought to have finished," said the king. "When did you begin?" The hatter looked at the March hare, who had followed him into the court arm in arm at the Dormouse. 14th of March, I think it was, he said. 15, said the March hare. 16, said Dormouse. "Write that down," the king said to the jury, and the jury eagerly wrote down all 3 dates on their slates, and then added them up and reduced the answer to shillings and pence. "Take off your hat," the king said to the hatter. "It isn't mine," said the hatter. "Stolen," the king exclaimed, turning to the jury, who instantly made a memorandum of the fact. "I keep them to sell," the hatter added as an explanation. "I've none of my own. I'm a hatter." Here the queen put on her spectacles and began staring at the hatter, who turned pale and fidgeted. "Give your evidence," said the king, "and don't be nervous, or I'll have you executed on the spot." This did not seem to encourage the witness at all. He kept shifting from one foot to the other, looking uneasily at the queen, and in his confusion he bit a large piece out of his teacup instead of the bread and butter. Just at this moment Alice felt a very curious sensation, which puzzled her a good deal until she made out what it was. She was beginning to grow large again, and she thought at first she would get up and leave the court, but on second thought she decided to remain where she was as long as there was room for her. Okay, well, I mean, just immediately what springs to mind is the nonsense of the court system that we're privy to here. And Alice is sort of realizing the nonsense and sort of outgrowing it pretty quickly, you know. So this is this metaphor here. But anyway, let's see, or Alice, all of us, yeah. If we can just outgrow it, if we can recognize the absurdity for what it is. Again, the name is important. Notice how they had it emphasized, you know, when the name was mentioned. Where is that? Did I miss a piece? Did I? Don't think so. Oh yes, yeah, stupid things. So the minute for fear, yeah, they're putting on their names. Yeah. So again, it's just what occurs to me here. It is all nonsense. First question, you don't, yeah, there's summoning the dead. You summons the dead, so there's summoning the legal name. Not you. So again, you have to know the distinction. If you are going to appear, you're making a special appearance. And you understand that you are agent to the name. You couldn't possibly be the legal name. Then you can deal in a different sense if that's the route you want to go down. But okay. Wish you wouldn't squeeze so, said the dormouse who was sitting next to her. I can hardly breathe. I can't help it, said Alice very meekly. I'm growing. You have no right to grow here, said the dormouse. Yeah, so stay in your place when you're in a courthouse, you know what I mean? Do as you're told. Don't ask any questions. Yes, sir, no, sir. 3 bags full, sir. Yeah, don't allow them jurisdiction. Question their jurisdiction at any and every stage. This is the idea. They cannot claim jurisdiction over the living man. They can't do it. The dead can contract with the living. Your country, whatever country you're in now, is a registered corporation, and your name is also a registered corporation. This allows the dead to deal with the dead. Okay. Don't talk. You have no right to grow here, said the dormouse. Don't talk nonsense, said Alice more boldly. You know you're growing too. Yes, but I grow at a more reasonable pace, said the dormouse, not in that ridiculous fashion. Nancy got up very sulkily and crossed over Andy got up very sulkily and crossed over to the other side of the court. All this time, the Queen had never left off staring at the Hatter, and, just as the dormouse crossed the court, she said to one of the officers of the court, "Bring me the list of the singers in the last concert," on which the wretched Hatter trembled so that he shook both his shoes off. "Give your evidence," the King repeated angrily, "or have you executed, whether you're nervous or not." "I'm a poor man, your Majesty," the Hatter began in a trembling voice, "and I hadn't begun my tea, not above a week or so. And what with the bread and butter getting so thin, and the twinkling of the tea—" "The twinkling of the what?" said the King. "Oh, it began with the tea," the Hatter replied. "Well, the tea, of course twinkling begins with the tea." Okay, so we have this confusion as well, this sort of play on words. Of course twinkling begins with a T, said the King sharply. "Do you take me for a dunce? Go on." "I'm a poor man," the Hatter went on, "and most things twinkled after that. Only the March Hare said—" "I didn't," said the Hatter. "I deny it," said the King. "Leave out that part." "Well, at any rate," the dormouse said, "this is getting strange. It's getting hard to follow when I'm reading that. "Well, at any rate, the dormouse said," the Hatter went on, looking anxiously around to see if he too would deny it, but the dormouse denied nothing, being fast asleep. "After that," continued the Hatter, "I cut some more bread and butter." "But what did the dormouse say?" one of the juries asked. Excuse me. "That I can't remember," said the Hatter. "You must remember," remarked the King, "or I'll have you executed." The miserable Hatter dropped his teacup and bread and butter and went down on one knee. "I'm a poor man, your Majesty," he began. "You're a very poor speaker," said the King. Here one of the guinea pigs cheered and was immediately suppressed by the officers of the court. As this is rather a hard word, I will just explain to you how it was done. They had a large canvas bag which tied up at the mouth with strings. Into this they slipped the guinea pig head first and then sat upon it. Okay. I'm glad I've seen that done, thought Alice. I've so often read in the newspapers at the end of trials there were some attempts at applause which was immediately suppressed by the officers of the court, and I never understood what it meant till now. "If that's all you know about it, you may stand down," continued the King. "I can't get no lower," said the Hatter. "I'm on the floor as it is." "Then you may sit down," the King replied. Here the other guinea pig cheered and was suppressed. Come, that finished the guinea pigs, thought Alice. Now we shall get on better. I'd rather finish my tea, said the Hatter, with an anxious look at the Queen, who was reading the list of singers. You may go, said the King, and the Hatter hurriedly left the court without even waiting to put on his shoes. And just take his head off outside, the Queen added to one of the officers, but the Hatter was out of sight before the officer could get to the door. Call the next witness, said the King. Next witness was the Duchess's cook. She carried the pepper box in her hand, and Alice guessed who it was. Even before she got into the court, by the way, the people near the door began sneezing all at once. Give your evidence, said the King. Shan't, said the cook. The King looked anxiously at the White Rabbit, who said in a low voice, Your Majesty must cross-examine this witness. Well, if I must, I must, the King said, with a melancholy air, and after folding his arms and frowning at the cook till his eyes were nearly out of sight, he said in a deep voice, What are tarts made of? Pepper, mostly, said the cook. Treacle, said a sleepy voice behind her. Collar that dormouse, the Queen shrieked out. Behead that dormouse. Turn that dormouse out of court. Suppress him, pinch him, off with his whiskers. For some minutes the whole court was in confusion, getting the dormouse turned out, and by the time they had settled down again, the cook disappeared. Never mind, said the King, with an air of great relief. Call the next witness. And he added in an undertone to the Queen, Really, my dear, you must cross-examine the next witness. It quite makes my forehead ache. You must cross-examine this. Next witness. It quite makes my forehead ache. Alice watched the White Rabbit as he fumbled over the list, feeling very curious to see what the next witness would be like. For they haven't got much evidence yet, she said to herself. Imagine her surprise when the White Rabbit read out at the top of his shrill little voice the name Alice. Right. So confusion reigns, isn't it? It's high farce and high ridicule, and well, in a way, this is the system that we live in as well. It is all a complete farce. Just briefly go through. Again, I'm pretty sure this is an important chapter dealing with law and the follies of law. And I suppose the follies of the people who follow law blindly are the legal system as opposed to the law. There are only a few laws, a few natural laws that we all know. The true law written in our hearts, and yeah. So here we have the White Rabbit dressed in all these regalia. Big connection made in sort of decoding one of the little pieces of decoding Alice in Wonderland. Big connection made to sexuality, and the White Rabbit seems to be some sort of esoteric theme. All of these little symbols have fixed and certain meanings, so it's when you combine the white rabbit with the red hearts or something, that has a different meaning again. And I guess that's up for us to decipher what these meanings are exactly, even though I'm not particularly interested in getting too deep into it now. I think the ultimate puzzle leads us back to, because it's all nonsense and ridiculous. You come out not knowing what the fuck is after going on, and you of course your children are entertained by the story, but it's I guess it's sensical in a nonsensical manner, and you definitely have to decode it to see whatever truths are being imparted. But yeah, for me, it all goes back to chapter 3 in a minute, but everything is significant. So yeah, is the Mad Hatter in this style 10-6. Okay, nothing really jumping out. What the fuck is a hatter anyway? How does a hatter? A mad as a hatter, someone who deals in all types of hats. I guess you put on a different type of hat depending on what sort of situation you're in. So you can sort of maybe that's the connection there. Nice little checkerboard pattern on his clothing. Yeah. So yeah, again, I'm sure everything's significant. Nothing else occurring to me really. Let me go on to the last chapter and I'll call it a night then. And this is the end of it. I think this is if I remember correctly. So Alice's evidence. Let me just check. Let's just check if. No, that's the end of it. Yeah. Okay. Last chapter should be 5-10 minutes. Alice's evidence. Here, quite forgetting in a flurry of the moment how large she had grown in the last few minutes, and she jumped up with such a hurry that she took the edge of her skirt, unsettling all the jurymen onto the heads of the crowd below. And there, reminding her very much of a globe of goldfish she had accidentally upset the week before. "Oh, I beg your pardon," she exclaimed in a tone of great dismay, and began picking them up again as quickly as she could, for the accident of the goldfish kept running in her head, and she had a vague sort of idea at once and put back into the jury box or they would die. That just reminded me of a funny story I have to tell about my adventures with a goldfish in a goldfish bowl down in a farmhouse in the west southwest of Ireland a few years ago, many years ago now at this stage. I'll tell that at a different time. That's funny. Okay. "The trial cannot proceed," said the king in a very grave voice, "until all the jurymen are back in their proper places." "All," he repeated with great emphasis, looking hard at Alice as he did so. As he did the jury box, and saw that in her haste she had put the lizard in head downwards, and the poor little thing was waving its tail about in a melancholy way, being quite unable to move. She soon got it out again and put it right. "Not that it signifies much," she said to herself. "I should think it would be quite as much use in the trial one way up as the other." As soon as the jury had a little, as soon as the jury had a little recovered from the shock of being upset, and their slates and pencils had been found and handed back to them, they set to work very diligently to write out a history of the accident, all except the lizard, who seemed too much overcome to do anything but sit with its mouth open, gazing up into the roof of the court. "What do you know about this business?" the king said to Alice. "Nothing," said Alice. "Nothing whatever. It's just ridiculous." "That's very important," the king said, turning to the jury. They were just beginning to write this down on their slates when the White Rabbit interrupted. "Unimportant, your majesty means, of course," he said in a very respectful tone, but frowning and making faces at him as he spoke. "Unimportant, of course, I meant," the king hastily said, and went on to himself in an undertone. "Important, unimportant, unimportant, important," as if he were trying which word sounded best. Some of the jury wrote it down. Important, some unimportant. Alice could see this, as she was near enough to look over their slates, but it doesn't matter a bit, she thought to herself. At this moment the king, who had been for some time busily writing in his notebook, cackled out, "Silence!" and read out from his book. Do you see what I see? Rule 42. Isn't that cool? Wow. And even the next bit as well, isn't that interesting? Rule 42. All persons more than a mile high to leave the court. Right. A few things occurred to me there, but yeah, that just straight away in my mind. What was the cause of this destruction 420 years ago? And we all know about giants, or the mythology regarding giants, and very possible reality of giants. I mean, what is the real reality here? So that's just something that occurred to me. But Rule 42 of all rules, in Alice in Wonderland again, connecting with the dodo, the doobie, 420. 420 since 1598, when the dodo was discovered. All coincidence? Don't know. I don't know. Well, I do know, but it's not. Everybody looked at Alice. "I'm not a mile high," said Alice. "Yes, you are," said the king. "Nearly 2 miles high," added the queen. "Well, I shan't go at any rate," said Alice. "Besides, that's not a regular rule. You invented it just now." So that was another thing about measurement. Where did this come into it? How did it turn out that Each degree of latitude is 111.1, 1111 kilometers exactly. Well, which came first, you know? Ask yourself, what is a meter? How is it defined? What is a second? How is it defined? Again, I think it's all done in reverse. So they took the measurements first, and then they decided the system. So, for instance, the ball earther antagonists would usually come along and tell you, well, the latitude system works perfectly. Every degree you move, um, you move a degree every degree you move in latitude south away from the North Pole, the Polaris descends 1 degree in the sky. Well, that's fine and dandy, but let's just say that the observations were made first, and then the measurement system was designed around it. But when you think about degrees as well, you're mixing degrees when they say that, you see. When we observe the North Pole, we can go from 90 degrees above us to 0 degrees at the horizon, you know. But the other degrees are a degree of latitude, which is just defined as a certain number of miles. So we're mixing things up there, and again, they like mixing things up. So yeah, the observations came first, then the definitions came after that in terms of distances, and then of course based on observations and distances and everything sort of flipped inside out, we have the spherical Earth model. So yeah, that argument doesn't hold water. Okay. Okay, you invented it just now. It's the oldest rule in the book, said the king. Then it ought to be number one, said Alice. The king turned pale and shut his notebook hastily. Consider your verdict, he said to the jury in a low, trembling voice. There's more evidence to come yet, please, your majesty, said the white rabbit, jumping up in a great hurry. This paper has just been picked up. What's in it, said the queen. I haven't opened it yet, said the rabbit, but it seems to be a letter written by the prisoner to somebody. It must have been that, said the king, unless it was written to nobody, which isn't usual, you know. Who's it directed to, said one of the jurymen. It isn't directed at all, said the white rabbit. In fact, there's nothing written on the outside. He unfolded the paper as he spoke and added, it isn't a letter after all, it's a set of verses. Are they in the prisoner's handwriting? Asked another of the jurymen. No, they're not, said the white rabbit, and that's the queerest thing about it. The jury all looked puzzled. He must have imitated someone else's hand, said the king. The jury all brightened up again. Please, your majesty, said the knave, I didn't write it, and they can't prove I did. There's no name signed at the end. If you didn't sign it, said the king, that only makes the matter worse. You must have meant some mischief, or else you'd have signed it. Else you signed your name like an honest man. There was a general clapping of hands at this. It was the first very clever thing the king had said that day. That proves his guilt, said the queen. So again, when we do get into court as well, this is the idea. It's all about, see, if we haven't agreed that we're speaking the same language, when you're equating, I mentioned this earlier as well, when you're trying to deal with baller antagonists, you have to make sure that you're dealing, well, again, you're not dealing with everything above board. This is the idea. I mean, if you knew that no matter what argument you would try to make, that the opponent would never give an inch, no matter how cogent or persuasive the argument, well, then you just wouldn't bother arguing, would you? But yeah, in court, you must define all terms. You know, it's presumption. They rule on the basis of presumption, assumption, presumption. So unless you state your position clearly and understand your authority there, which you are the authority, you're the living, of course, then yeah, everything's about words and word trickery. So I think this is one thing certainly that Alice in Wonderland teaches us, that words can certainly have more than one meaning, and one person's meaning versus another person's meaning can lead to great confusion and great wrongs been done as well. I suppose you can put it like that. It proves his guilt, said the queen. It proves nothing of the sort, said Alice. Why, you don't even know what they're about. Read them, said the king. The white rabbit put on his spectacles. Where shall I begin, please, your majesty, he asked. Begin at the beginning, the king said gravely, and go on till you come to the end, then stop. These were the verses the White Rabbit read. They told me you had been to her and mentioned me to him. She gave me a good character, but said I could not swim. He sent them word I had not gone. We know it to be true. If she should push the matter on, what would become of you? Gave her one, they gave him two. You gave us three or more. They all returned from him to you, though they were mine before. If I or she should chance to be involved in this affair, trust to you to set them free exactly as we were. My notion was that you had been, before she had this fit, an obstacle that came between him and ourselves and it. Don't let him know she liked them best, for this must ever be a secret kept from all the rest between yourself and me. Okay, that's okay. That bears reading again. I'm sure again there's a lot encoded in there. So anyway, that's the most important piece of evidence we've had yet, said the king, rubbing his hands. So now let the jury, if any one of them can explain it, said Alice. She had grown so large in the last few minutes that she wasn't a bit afraid of interrupting him. I'll give him sixpence. I don't believe there's an atom of meaning in it. Is that a hint to say that atoms and the whole atomic theory is meaningless as well? Again, why not? Everything, every single word is chosen. Like Shakespeare, like the Bible, every single word is chosen and is meaningful, and has significance. So anyway, the jury all wrote down on their slates, she doesn't believe there's an atom of meaning in it, but none of them attempted to explain the paper. Okay. If there's no meaning in it, said the king, that saves a world of trouble, as we needn't try to find any. And yet I don't know, he went on, spreading out the verses on his knee and looking at them with one eye. I seem to see some meaning in them after all. Said I could not swim. You can swim, can you? He said, turning to the knave. Okay, interesting. The knave is the jack, a black jack, 21777 relates to 666, which relates to the sun or the broken sun, which came about as a result of the inundation following the destruction of the giant trees. That's the connection I make there. So that he stressed this, you could not swim again. And he tells us that this verse is meaningful. So it's another one of those sort of like Strawberry Fields lyrics. So it doesn't mean any sense. It makes no sense at all until you can see it in the proper sense. And then it pretty makes a good bit of sense. So anyway, just to finish up, we're nearly there. The knave shook his head sadly. Do I look like it? He said, which he certainly did not, being made entirely of cardboard. All right, so far, said the king, and he went on muttering over the verses to himself. We know it to be true. That's the jury, of course. I gave her one, they gave him two. Why? That must be what he did with the tart. What goes on, they all returned from him to you, said Alice. Why? There they are, said the king triumphantly, pointing to the table, clearer than that. Then again, before she had this fit, you never had fits, my dear, I think, he said to the queen. Never, said the queen furiously, throwing an inkstand at the lizard as she spoke. But unfortunately, little Bill had left off writing on his slate with one finger as he found it made no mark. But he had now hastily began again, using the ink that was trickling down his face as long as it lasted. So what was the puzzle earlier on? Why? So that was, I think this is maybe, we're giving a clue here. Why is why is a writing desk like a raven? Is it something like that? So maybe there's a clue here. Why is a writing desk like a raven? I won't forget that in action. I'll have a bit of a think about that, and then I'll see what they propose to do anyway. Never, said the queen furiously, throwing an inkstand at the lizard as she spoke when I read that. As long as it lasted. Then the words don't fit you, said the king, looking round the court with a smile. There was a dead silence. It's a pun, the king added in an offended tone, and everybody laughed. Let the jury consider their verdict, the king said, for about the 20th time that day. Okay, we're nearly there. No, no, said the Queen. Sentence first, verdict afterwards. Stuff and nonsense, said Alice loudly. The idea of having the sentence first. Hold your tongue, said the Queen, turning pale. I won't, said Alice. Off with her head. The Queen shouted at the top of her voice. Nobody moved. Who cares for you, said Alice. She had grown to her full size by this time. You're nothing but a pack of cards. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, gosh. I already made in my own brain, the connection between Google 1649-ish and 1598, when the dodo was discovered. It's almost a pack of cards full. If you add in the 1598 inclusive date, you get 52 cards. It's full deck. That's what immediately springs to mind here. Anyway, at this, the whole pack of cards, of course, in this four suits in a pack of cards. Each suit has 13 cards. Fuck. Where did I get that now? That came up earlier on tonight. Didn't 4 13s? Was it in the same sense or a different sense? Okay, well, anyway, you have 4 suits of 13. And of course, it has to be 13, yeah. Okay, at this, the whole pack rose up in the air and came flying down upon her. She gave a little scream, half of fright and half of anger, and tried to beat them off, but found herself lying on the bank with her head in the lap of her sister, who was gently brushing away some dead leaves that had fluttered down from the trees upon her face. Dead leaves, trees upon her face. Okay. Wake up, Alice, dear, said her sister. Why, what a long sleep you've had. Oh, I've had such a curious dream, said Alice. And she told her sister as well as she could remember them, all the strange things, all the strange adventures of hers that you have just been reading about. And she just kissed her and said, it was a curious dream, dear, certainly. But now run into your tea, it's getting late. So Alice got up and ran off, thinking while she ran, as well she might, what a wonderful dream it had been. But her sister sat still just as she left her, leaning her head on her hand, watching the setting sun and thinking of little Alice and all her wonderful, till she too began dreaming after a fashion. And this was her dream. So we're coming to the last few. Interesting. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 merrily. Life is but a dream. You can see the mind control MK Ultra sort of connections here, where they split off personalities and you're never able to determine what's real or what isn't. So, yeah. So this is Alice's sister's dream. All of us are having this dream. Alice is all of us as well. But anyway, first she dreamed of Alice herself, and once again, tiny hands and the bright, eager eyes were looking up into hers. She could hear the very tones of her voice and see that queer little toss of her head to keep back the wandering hair that would always get into her eyes. And still, as she listened, her sister around her became alive. With this should be in there. The whole place around her became alive with the strange creatures of her little sister's dream. Feet as the white rabbit hurried by, the frightened mouse splashed his way through the neighboring pool. She could hear the rattle of the teacups as the March Hare and his friends shared their never-ending meal, and the shrill voice of the Queen ordering off her unfortunate guests to execution, sneezing on Duchess's knee, while plate and dishes crashed all around. Once more the shriek of the griffin, the squeaking of the lizard's slate pencil, and the choking of the suppressed guinea pig filled the air, mixed up with the distant sobs of the miserable mock turtle. So she sat on with closed eyes and half beat herself in wonderland, though she knew she had but to open them again, and all would change to dull reality. Grass would be on pool, rippling to the waving of the reeds. The rattling teacups would change to tinkling sleep bells, and the Queen's shrill cries to the voice of the shepherd boy. And the sneeze of the baby, the shriek of the griffin, and all the other queer noises would change, she knew, to the confused clamour of the busy farmyard, while the lowing of the cattle in the distance would take the place of the mock turtle's heavy sobs. Lastly, she pictured to herself the same little sister of hers would, in the aftertime, be herself a grown woman, and how she would keep, to all her riper years, the simple and loving heart of the child, and how she would gather about her other little children and make their eyes bright and eager with many a strange tale, perhaps even with the dream of Wonderland of long ago, and how she would feel with all their simple sorrow, find a pleasure in all their simple joy, child life, and happy summer days. Alice in Wonderland, indeed, chapter 12, finished. Interesting ends. Their sort of sister and future times will experience the same dreams that Alice in Wonderland, all of us in Wonderland. Yeah, this is a story all of us share in, but like everything else is flipped. That this isn't Wonderland. If you can see what's been told here with the proper eyes, yeah, this is a story of our history, our reality, and it applies to each and every one of us. Yeah, lovely. Yeah, that's it. You go. Anyone who's been following along, say la fin. It's the end, but it's not the end, is it? Because Alice in Wonderland continues on with Alice Through the Looking Glass, which even gets weirder still, I'm thinking. So again, definitely one to be read a few times and one to be listened to as well a few times, which is what I'm going to do. I hope you enjoyed it. I definitely learned a whole hell of a lot. And I know for sure, going through it again, I'll absolutely pick up different things, and I'll definitely look forward to other people looking Alice in Wonderland, and there must be ample. There's loads written about that. So, yeah, Alice asserts her dominance in the end. All of us assert our dominance. You know, there's a certain hierarchy, a certain role that we play within everything, and yeah, the nonsense of the court system is made clear. Alice rose to her proper size, and yeah, the whole house of cards collapsed in the end. Yeah. All of us, the important part, the ending, is all of us emerge unscathed anyway. In the end, all will be fine in the end. And yeah, this is a story that we all share, and it's pertinent to all of us. So yeah, I don't have too much more to add than that. I just think the reptilian, the lizard, plays a role there actually in the end, and again, he'd be put upside down back into his jury box. Maybe significant, but why it was him? You know, again, I've talked about reptilians or lizards. What's really going on? Who knows, man? But these things, and the wondrous now become part and parcel of our reality, or at least our potential reality. And I suspect whatever. Well, I don't know. I'm not going to say that. I possibility anyway that literally lizard people or reptilians have a role to play in this destruction. Is it allegorical, metaphorical in terms of reptilian brain or whatever? It's a different story. Absolutely entertain that possibility, and won't come down hard and fast any side of that. So yeah, that's it. That's it. Nice. So I don't think there's much more really. Let me just go back to chat briefly and I suppose finish it up for the night. Been on a fair amount of time actually, maybe 5 or 6 hours. This seems to be about usual. Usually sort of coming in about 5.5 hours. Went pretty quick tonight. And yeah, went over a bit of stuff, but I mean, you know, it's out there now, and anyone who's been following along definitely want to consider, although I'm not sure how much interest it will garner, because again, you have to be sort of you have to sort of go along with so many different things, don't you? And you have to be aware of certain things as well. So everything has to sort of fit nicely and tidily together. But one thing I do hope is that at least some of the little clues that I have presented or talked about, you'll understand that they do fit nicely, and you know, maybe you won't rule it all out as ridiculous and reaching at every stage or at every level. So yeah, we'll go back into chat. And then I shall call it a day. I'll just say thank you and good night. Okay, I have the chat popped out. Okay, guys. So just the first comment I came to, well, Ireland Van Vicious, no problem, man. I don't mind. I'm not doing anything else. I don't know if you've heard any of the stuff I've been saying, talking about. Maybe we're not interested at all in it, but you know, it's definitely an interesting thing or two to mention. So you can sort of take that or leave that. And of course, you don't have to be here. I mean, so again, yeah, if you're not interested, you don't have to listen. But yeah, I thought tonight went fairly quickly actually, and I kind of spoke about what I wanted to speak about anyway. So yeah, yeah. I don't know if there's any comment on anything else there, but if there isn't, uh, that's fine. I get the feeling I'm sort of on my own here when in the dodo down the dodo avenue. There doesn't seem to be too much comments on it. I mean, I think it's pointless talking about other people as well. You to all the time, just we know what they are, and that's not going to change. It's only going to get worse for that matter. I think it's only going to get more confusing. As I said with Millennium, I mean, and just respond to Dell there as well. Yeah, well, not to respond to him, but I mean, is there a chance that we can sort this out? No, I don't think so, because I mean, it wasn't even a confrontation as such. It was just I just became aware that this is the reality of it, and this guy's acting a part. And it's when I saw that, then I could look back on different things and say, well, that's where that fits in there. And I think it was made pretty clear as well. So I don't see what can be solved there. That whether he's Ritzler or not, it's not even important. I just have a feeling that that's the case based on a few things, but it's not even important anymore. But the point is that, yeah, who do we know? Who do we know? Who don't we know? We all have suspicions about everyone else, and I think we just have to, I don't know, deal with it. Deal with it and call it out when you suspect it. But I mean, I suppose not to dwell on it, especially yeah, especially if you're sort of not getting any further along in those terms. But yeah. Well, I'm happy with tonight anyway, and it's all there. But again, I doubt if it makes it's too many leaps of faith, I think, from a lot of listeners. But again, there is solid, for me anyway, there is a solid trail there all the way through. So that's where I'm at, and that's where I'm sticking to at the minute anyway. So is that what the hidden hand is? Is that what the hidden hand is? Has the hidden hand been revealed in one sense? It all connects back to the dodo and north wing, or the wing and the north center, and the greater work that is ongoing and has been ongoing behind the scenes, understood by many, and worked that hard behind the scenes, all coming to a finale, and that date being long set. is this the case? Well, you know, more evidence I see. 420s are coming up everywhere, even these days. Just in my, like, I've seen a lot of 911s, that sort of stuff. Like, you know, a lot of 1111s, but 442s are coming up big time. Like, you know, looking at the clock, 42 or 42 viewers, this sort of thing. Like, so 42 in the last chapter of Alice in Wonderland there. So anyway, yeah. So on that note, I'm going to say thanks to everyone for tuning in, and hopefully you've heard something that will catch your interest or keep your interest going, and maybe you might have the opportunity to look a bit deeper. I posted a few links in the chat. Anyone who's interested, or if anyone wants to ask me any questions later on, or just, you know, whatever, send me a message, or yeah, that won't be any problem. Yeah, so on that note, I won't wait till 2:42 surely. Okay, so on that note, I'm going to say goodnight, and yeah, thanks very much for tuning in, and I'll leave you with the usual. I'll try to keep it low now because it's pretty late. Ooh, of all the money that e'er I spent it in good company, and all the harm that e'er I did, alas, it was to none but me. And all I've done for want of wit, to memory now I can't recall. So fill to me the parting glass. Good night, and joy be with you all. If I had money enough to spend, and leisure to sit a while, there is a fair maid in town that sorely has my heart beguiled. Her rosy cheeks, her ruby lips, my own, she has my heart enthralled. So fill to me the parting glass. Good night, and joy be with you all. Oh, all the comrades that e'er I had, you're sorry for my going away. And all the sweethearts that e'er I had, they wish me one more day to stay. But since it falls unto my lot that I should rise and you should not, I'll gently rise and I'll softly call, good night, and joy be with you all. Good night, and joy be with you all. Thank you, friends. Oh, Val. Love you, Steve.